2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yayın açıp eve dönünce atlayabilirsin şeyi. Ben 5 dakikaya açıp bu akşam 8 dakikaya açıyorum. Öptüm. Ne yapıyorsun? Hadi bye. Oh my God, I didn't actually, I didn't put it to waiting just yet. Stream doesn't actually start for another 7 minutes, so I'll be back then. Paris. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. It is the day. The time has come. And would you believe it? There's actually some hope in the air. Today might actually be a good day, after all. Now, of course, it's far too early to know that for sure, but I don't know, the vibe is feeling positive at the moment. At least my vibe is feeling positive at the moment. So today is going to be obviously a little different than what I usually do, considering I don't have much sources prepared for you. We're going to be covering the results as they come in. We're going to be covering the exit polls, as well as any law enforcement issues that might come up. Now, so far, it's been pretty calm. Obviously, it's not going to get busier until after maybe like another hour or two. People need to start leaving work and then going to their polling places to vote. We're going to see a lot more violence then, I would think, but it's not like we haven't seen any yet at all. We have. We'll get into that in a bit. The updates just keep coming in. Let me have a look. Yeah, so you guys are going to have to be patient with me today, considering I have about 50 different sources open that I'm constantly refreshing, looking for changes in the numbers, any news being reported. And unfortunately, this time around, we don't get to have the nice little New York Times, what's the word? The needle, you know, because the New York Times Tech Guild is all on strike. Just happened to start yesterday, which, like, I mean, to be fair, I'm pro-union, I'm pro-striking, they need to do this. It just could not have happened on a worse day. Oh, hold on, that doesn't look very good at all. Well, I suppose we should just start right off with this. This was from a minute ago. Quote, the worst we've ever seen. Issues in Apache County, Arizona, preventing voters from casting ballots. Some voters in Apache County, Arizona were turned away before they cast ballots due to faulty machines, a issue that we've been seeing popping up in several states now. Not sure how accurate the claim of faulty machines is. We've been seeing a decent amount of disinformation as well. But yeah, the worst we've ever seen. Catherine Belzowski, Assistant Attorney General at the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, told CNN the faulty machines, which are printing only propositions and not the candidates on the ballots, are forcing poll workers to use express voting machines or EVMs. Okay, and that's not good at all. Some voters in the county are encountering wait times over 2 hours. Guys, at any point today, if you encounter long wait lines, please stay in line. Don't leave. You, by law, if you are in line before the polls close, you are due a vote. If you need to leave, if they tell you that you need to leave, do not leave without, at the very least, requesting a receipt and a ballot, you know, that a ballot that you can fill out, whether you can go in, depends on your state law, but for example, Pennsylvania might let you go drop that off at your local courthouse if the ballot machines aren't working in your polling places. We saw that somewhat earlier in the day in a Pennsylvania polling station, which was having also issues with their machine, informing people that that's what they should do, not that, you know, that wasn't what they were being told to tell people what to do, but that was the best option that could be found while they were waiting for any update on how to fix the situation, which I haven't seen much about since, which means I assume that it's no longer an issue considering this was in Pennsylvania, and we would be getting a lot more news updates if people weren't able to vote all across Pennsylvania, because that was not just affecting one county, it was affecting multiple at the time. So far, so good though. Turnout has been incredibly high. just in general, whether it's Republican or Democrat. It's been a bit of both, but also independents have been turning out quite a bit more than they often do. A lot of women, a lot of elderly people, which supports our theory that we may actually be able to win this with the support of specifically women and younger people. Hello, hello, Inaoni. Good to see you today. Hold on, does my chat bar messed up? You should be, yeah, there we go. Now I fixed it. So, obviously, besides this, we have Donald Trump making a statement about whether or not he denounces violence. I'm sure we can all guess how this turns out. Oh, geez, I can barely hear you. Let's try that again. And now why is it muted?
I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people.
January 6th. But obviously not going to tell his supporters not to do violence. His supporters are doing violence. They're trying to do more violence. And this is not ever going to be an issue. 3 states so far have had threats. Some of them have been bomb threats. Most of these haven't been credible. We'll cover those in a bit more detail in a second. Yeah, cast your votes. If you haven't voted already, you better be in line to vote right now. Genuinely. Now, I just want to talk about the possibility of, extremism. Just a little bit. I don't want to touch on the spicier topics around this just yet. It's a bit early still. But here's an example. Well, so this just happened not all that long ago, maybe in the last hour. Officers around the Capitol had to shut down any group proceeding into the Capitol through the visitor center. It turned out that there was a guy who was trying to enter the building with a torch and a flare gun, likely to commit some act of terrorism. They managed to get him and not allow that to happen. So far, so good. There's been a couple different credible risks of violence and people who are attempting violence, and law enforcement has been on it so far, which is what we like to see. We saw the video of the Pennsylvania DA yesterday saying, fuck around and find out, which I fully support. All of these people should belong in prison, should be in prison for quite a long time. And, if they're going to take today to take the opportunity to put themselves in prison, as long as nobody actually ends up getting hurt, I'm all for that. Now, regarding the non-credible claims of violence, so in Fulton County, Georgia, 5 bomb threats that were determined to be non-credible prompted 2 polling locations in Union City, Georgia, to briefly close. These bomb threats were from Russia, according to the FBI and here we go, Secretary of the State, Brad Raffensperger.
That's only places that we've heard about.
Oh, interference there.
Threats. That's only places that we've heard about one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any point?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out. And
the Naughty Sandman, we have to trust reality, all right? If it comes out later that the FBI was wrong, which does occasionally happen, that's fine. However, in this case, we've seen quite a lot of foreign misinformation, foreign campaigns to affect the election. Russia has been one of the loudest in that specific group. And honestly, it tracks with everything else that we're seeing. And beyond this, this idea of not being able to trust resources because always Russia with these people. Well, yeah, it is always Russia. That's because Russia's always trying to do election interference. So is Iran, by the way, and so is China, and so is Israel. All of these are currently trying to influence our elections as well as other countries. There's documented evidence of the fact, and if you are not the type of person who believes in evidence, then you have no business being in my chat, because whether or not we trust these organizations or these groups or individuals, I believe in data. The data shows that this is factual. It's not a scapegoat. We have covered this at length, and you can believe it or not. That's not my problem. It's incredibly stupid to not, though. To like immediately just based on the FBI said it, so it's a lie. That's retarded. You could look at the data. You can come to your own conclusion, but yes, I not trust them to do the right thing, but to tell at least a modicum of truth. Yes, I do. I believe in data. Yes, government data. I do.
We'll just continue.
What do you believe if not data? Like whose word are you trusting if not the institutions that exist and put out their data and their methods of acquiring said data and explanations and evidentiate their claims? Who else should I be trusting? Well, I mean, I know your answer is going, you know how easy it is to fake, 2 bomb threats like Russia did, like Russia has on many occasions. And speaking of you cannot trust the FBI. In fact, you shouldn't trust the FBI because look at this. This was just last year. This FBI ex-counterintelligence agent, this chief, by the way, Charles McGonigal, is the one who's responsible for saying that there was no connection between Trump and Russia in 2016. He was getting paid by Russian oligarchs and was sentenced to prison. Years later, 7 years later, this was the same guy who said that, there was no connection back then, but you believed, government data back then, didn't you? Did you believe that there was no connection to Russia between, them and Trump because the FBI said so then? Come on, don't play a game with me right now. We know how the world works and we're able to substantiate evidence and use that to form what our idea of reality is. You do it, I do it, literally everyone else does it. I'm not saying believe these people implicitly. No, don't believe them implicitly. They exist for profit. They're corporations. You should not trust corporations, just like you shouldn't trust politicians, just like you shouldn't trust online influencers. But that doesn't mean you don't engage with reality. It doesn't mean you don't think. You don't do any critical thinking for yourself. The idea of, okay, this comes from the government, so that means it's fake, is a lack of critical thinking. It's a lack of doing the bare minimum to discern whether something is likely to be true or not. It's child shit. It's reactionary, brain dead, 5 IQ. That's what it is. There's no other way to look at it.
Very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats? From Russia?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So Russia, and you're confident it was the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday.
And just like we had the evidence of multiple incendiary devices that are, being sent on airplanes to the United States to, I imagine, blow up in flight, cargo and passenger planes from Russia. That came out yesterday. That wasn't even election related. That was just a terrorist attack that they were planning to do. Who cares? Well, either way, we're expecting this. The government's been expecting this as well. I've been covering for weeks the different articles that have been coming out of okay, hey, look, there's probably going to be some foreign misinformation on this day. We're preparing. We're trying to make sure that it doesn't come out unchallenged, and good. I'm glad they did. I mean, obviously some of these aren't fake. Like, again, the guy who tried to walk into the Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. Or how about the guy who used or who tried to use, rather, weapons of mass destruction in Pennsylvania, just really early on in the morning. I'm going to cover that too in a minute. I just wanted to start with some of the light stuff. And speaking of some of the light stuff, I want to touch on this idea of, because we're seeing really high turnout among independents specifically, and, you know, a lot of people haven't voted yet. A lot of people are still going to go get in line after work. I just want to show this real quick. So this is 10 a.m. turnout stats for Nevada. So 57,000 people had voted by 10 a.m. This was the numbers. A 33% independent or other vote is pretty big. It's pretty large. And we're seeing this exact pattern play out in several states. And this leads me to think, A, that Gaza is definitely affecting the vibe and the desire to vote and the enthusiasm, or not even really Gaza, because now it's Gaza and Lebanon and it's the entire Middle East, is influencing a lot of people and is incentivizing a lot of them to want to go out and vote. And a lot of these people want to vote for Jill Stein. So I want to read to you a thing that this man wrote about when he was 20 years old in 2000, and he voted for Ralph Nader, who was the candidate for the Green Party in the 2000 election, instead of Al Gore. This is a really good example of what I mean when I say that voting for Jill Stein in this election is just voting Republican. So let's take a look. So when I was a 20-year-old college student in 2000, I voted for Ralph Nader instead of Al Gore. I loved the progressive message Nader offered, and Bush and Gore seemed kind of the same to someone who was paying peripheral attention, as, you know, the average American does. I've regretted that vote for my entire adult life. Ultimately, George Bush won by a margin of 500 votes in the state of Florida over Gore. That was the ball game. Ralph Nader peeled 97,000 votes away from Gore. If only 600 of those 90,000 had voted for, the Democrats in this case, things would have been much different. Like this idea of like one of the major candidates, obviously the point of this is it should have been Gore. Whether or not like the person writing this is a Republican, I don't really care. Bush was not a good president. Gore would have been better. We can generally agree on this, at least people who have rational sense. So when I was in my senior year of college, 9/11 happened. The country and the Western world rallied around Bush's resolute response to the traumatizing attacks. I was in New York at the time, and it was a terrifying moment for the nation. It absolutely was, but, you know, this was really the moment. That's what I mean by Al Gore really would have been a much better president, because I don't think we would have invaded Iraq if Al Gore was president. We probably still would have invaded Afghanistan, but I don't think we would have done Iraq. Bush's disdain for his dad's nemesis, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, led him to invent a rationale to invade a country that literally had nothing to do with 9/11, which is true. We destabilized that entire region specifically by these actions and the outcomes that came from them, and led into the entire last 2 decades of the Middle East. Beyond the completely immoral and indefensible Iraq War, Bush was a complete disaster as president. His No Child Left Behind efforts turned public schools into standardized testing centers, tripled down on fossil fuels, ignored climate change, and his tax cuts for the rich helped contribute to 2008 economic shutdown. Hey, does that sound familiar, guys? Tax cuts for the rich, ignoring climate change, and dismantling public education. I feel like all of those are pretty similar ideas to what we have going on right now. But the point is, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will win the election. This is a fact. There is no way to dispute this. And if you want to do a protest vote, there are other ways to do it. In fact, I believe there is a Muslim American House member, a House of Representative member or senator. It's not anyone whose name that I can remember off the top of my head, so it's not a big name, but the way that they have gotten around this is to vote swap with somebody that lives in a safe blue state, in which that safe blue state person will not be voting for Kamala Harris, and while the people who are in swing states and don't feel comfortable voting for Kamala Harris and supporting her will vote for her in that state and cancel it out by deleting their vote in another state. That's a decent compromise. It's not, again, I'd just rather you just go vote for Kamala Harris. But so just be aware. You're going to regret this if you vote for Jill Stein and if Donald Trump wins. There are no perfect choices, but rest assured there are only two right now, at least. If you want to change the system, great. In fact, you can have a hand in changing the system today. Many of the states that we want to win anyway are also having elections for ballot measures for things like ranked choice voting, which works, which incentivizes more than a two-party system. So, you know, if you don't like the idea of the two-party system, vote for ranked choice voting in your state. In fact, let me see if I can find out which state that is for you. So, Arkansas has a ballot on repealing open primaries and ranked choice voting. We have California in Richmond for adopting ranked choice voting. They want to ban ranked choice voting in one of Arizona's districts, which is, I feel, insane, but, you know, it's Arizona. Adopting open primaries and ranked choice voting in Idaho. In Illinois, there's one for Oak Park, also adopting ranked choice voting, as well as Nevada, Oregon, and DC. All have ballot measures for ranked choice voting this year. So go vote yes on them. You know, it's that simple. It's pretty quiet at the moment still, just on the basis of everyone's still at work. So I'm relying mostly on Twitter and what's trending and what people are posting for news that's coming out regarding anything that might actually be happening, any new updates to numbers versus actually having evidence of voter turnout going a certain way or another, because we have a lot of numbers on turnout. And we know that a lot of the people that are showing up to vote right now, at the very least, or so far this morning, have been women and younger people, and also elderly people in very large numbers. But this could change over time. And you guys got to understand, like, I'm feeling hopeful for today, but there's still a pretty good chance that Donald Trump might win. There's just also now a chance of a full Kamala Harris sweep, which, I mean, A, would be incredibly funny, but would be amazing. And that was not on the table up until just a couple of days ago. Or really up until yesterday, as far as we knew. It would have been entirely on the table, because I imagine the Seltzer poll is a really good indicator that this was going to happen. I said this at the time, that I think that there is a large number of not only women, both young and elderly, and not a small amount of young people who openly want to vote for Kamala Harris. But then there's also the shy vote, the voters in Republican states, the white women with Republican husbands who I imagine were part of the larger crowds of turnout in the morning today, not telling their partner who they plan to vote for. And I imagine we're going to see an effect very similar to this inside of just Democrats broadly, regarding people who virtue signal that they don't want to vote for Kamala Harris because of Gaza, but aren't that stupid, so they actually vote for Kamala Harris. They just will continue the virtue signaling. I think that we're going to see a surprising amount of this compared to what we're expecting. Yeah, they're already doing the rigged voting machines shtick, which we knew they were going to do anyway, because we looked at Tucker Carlson yesterday talking about how we shouldn't have voting machines and that this was always going to be a problem. Funny, from like the guy who literally lost his job for lying about voting machines. But as expected. Still not any new news here. My game dev group is meeting today. They said not to vote for Trump because game consoles will be more expensive. Well, I mean, that's a reason to not vote for Trump. I wouldn't put that all that high up there in really my ranking of important reasons to not want to vote for Trump. It's a funny reason though, but it is true that tariffs will do that. Speaking of funny, have you guys seen the Onion video? Because that shit had me cacking up. We'll have to find it, but whoa. In the meantime, I do want to show this. Now, this was just last night. It's a small thing. I can't imagine Donald Trump ever going and knocking on a voter's door, canvassing for himself.
On doors, talking to voters in Reading.
I mean, this is a
as we've seen,
really nice moment.
Avoided mentioning her opponent's name at all today.
I can't even really imagine Donald Trump not only not doing this, but if he was forced to, you could see the disdain on him for poor people while he would be doing it. None of the people opening their door are gonna hug Donald Trump. Not that that would happen anyway, but again, I think that the joy, this is a real human being, is leaning very heavily in Kamala's favor. What else do we have? What else do we have? Oh, by the way, if you guys end up finding like updates, you see them on your feed, anything that's new, feel free to link them, because I want as much information as I can find so we can get a decent picture. What's this? Mapping Florida. So Florida, I've seen the maps. I can't find one right now, obviously, unfortunately, but Florida has gone fully red. Totally, completely red. There is no hope for Florida. Although, you know, we had small hopes for Florida prior to this. I'm not sure that we do, unless, you know, every blue voter in Florida plans to vote in the next like 3 hours. This is what it's been looking like so far. This is from like an hour ago, so I'm not sure how different it would be, but yeah. The thing is, it's kind of like a sink, whereas a lot of people have moved from blue states or generally just from all around the country to Florida, specifically because of the MAGA hype around moving to Florida. And I mean, Florida can be fully red if it ends up being this way, but this is definitely going to result in less red states than we saw even 4 years ago. I know personally a couple people who moved to Florida just because of politics from both blue states and a not blue state. So this might actually be useful. We'll see how that goes. And then, oh, wow. Okay. Speaking of, I mentioned swap your vote earlier if you didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris because of Gaza, because of Palestine, because of Lebanon, because you didn't feel that you wanted to support what's going on in the Middle East, that you can swap your vote with someone who lives in a safe state and that you vote for Kamala Harris and they will not. It seems that Elon Musk suspended the account a couple hours ago, but it's back on now. So yeah, matching swing state and safe state voters until 1 hour before polls close in your local time. So definitely, if you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris because of our foreign policy, go swap your vote with somebody in a safe state. That's a way around the ethical concerns, the dilemma of, I don't want to vote for this person. Lots of discourse about what Trump is doing and what Trump is saying, and I could not care less. I really do feel like I'm sitting here, I'm waiting for the test results to come back, is that we're going to find out if we have a terminal illness or if we just have like a cold that we're going to get over. Happy election day, pre-breakfast banana. Have you voted yet? Yeah, I've been saying this. White women will be decisive in this race. I voted weeks ago, so not particularly worried today. Good to hear, pre-breakfast banana. I'm really happy to see the vibe today. I really am feeling like this might end up being a Kamala sweep. At the very least, a comfortable win. But who knows? Might be getting. I might bias myself into this by just believing this Seltzer poll so much, but it tracks. It makes sense. I mean, look, we've covered all of the other polls, right? And they don't make sense. Hold on, let me open it up again, just for anyone that wasn't here before. Look at any of the swing states. Look at the national polls and how close they are versus what they looked like in 2020. There's no way that for months now, it's been this close of a race where Joe Biden had this much of a difference in, at the very least, events and polling throughout the last election. Hey, Dusty, welcome. And we can also go into the polls for state specifically. Pennsylvania looks to be like no difference between the two. There was a decent difference with Pennsylvania last time. None of these polls look anything similar to what any normal poll would. They're not this close. These races cannot be this close. This whole pollsters are doing it not for money. The pollsters don't make that much money. The pollsters are doing this because they're afraid of getting it wrong, like they did in 2020. They're afraid of being put out in the middle of the pack. No, Trump's not going to win, Dusty. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Kamala sweep today. It is looking good right now. Polls like it's not smoothing, it's herding. That's what it's called. This is herding the polls, in which herding like sheep, in which they do their polls, they get their results, and then the results seem too biased in one direction. And because of that, the pollsters think, oh, this can't be right. So then they reduce what the polling actually looks like to match what they think that it should be, which is not your job. Your job is to collect the data and then report it back. Good for you, Dusty. I don't, and neither should you, and neither does anyone else in here at the moment, I'm pretty sure. We had third-party factors, RFK votes to Trump, Jill Stein. Well, actually, there are a lot of independents voting, so it could go either way of taking votes away from Kamala or Trump, but it might just even them out entirely. But even including that, having okay, Georgia was close this time. So last time around, this was the closest one. Still a massive difference compared to what the polls look like now. Let's look at North Carolina. I don't believe this. Every poll is the same. Do you know what, statistically, the chances of, 8, 9 states having this level of almost perfectly central 50-50 polling? Can you turn off verified only chat? I do have it turned off, Stalin. I told you to come in and check this earlier, but I don't have verification on. As long as you followed me for a day, which I'm imagine you do. Well, I put that on today just because there's going to be a lot of annoying people come in, and I had it turned off yesterday. They're posting from YouTube at the moment. Here, I turned it off. You can try. Yeah, there's no way that this is tied everywhere. It's mathematically impossible that the populations of 8 of the swing states all line up to 48, 48, 47, 49. None of that. There's no chance of this. A statistical anomaly. Major outlets should notice that if they're not reporting on it, it's a concern. Well, they have reported on it. originally when the Seltzer poll came out, a lot of mainstream media outlets were kind of hesitant to put it up, and it goes into the same issue of they don't want to be so wrong on the polls that they're made fun of, that their career is basically over. And that's it. It's just that. Now you can go on, I mean, CNN and NBC both interviewed Ann Seltzer yesterday, I think. So it's getting some real attention this time, which is good. You know, we want it to get the attention that it deserves, because I think that we really might be in for a landslide victory. Every single anecdote that I've gotten from people that are in the states voting right now, the chat on the screen puts YouTube and Twitch chat together, yes. So every anecdote I've seen has been women are voting in record numbers. There are a lot more people voting than usual. My parents were telling me that they've had to wait in line to vote when they've literally never had to wait in line in their whole life. There are lots of photos of polling places with just lines out the door, and you can see that everything that the Seltzer poll bases this increase in Kamala Harris energy from, which is older women, 55 and over, or rather older people, as well as younger people and women overall. Younger people are out in much higher numbers than I've expected to see, and it's still early. Old people are out in huge numbers, and women are, I mean, every single photo I see of a polling place, it looks like a 2-to-1 ratio. I could see that if you have some theories why this may be, and you're wrong, that could look bad. Yeah, exactly. And sorry if it takes a while for me to respond to chat on our stuff. That's fine. So it's not even that they don't want to get it wrong. It's that they got it wrong the last 2 times around. No one will ever trust a pollster after this. If this ends up being the way that I think it's going to be, I mean, there's still a chance that they're right, and it is actually 50-50 all the way down. And actually, no, there's no chance of that. There's none. There's none. That's not what the polls look like. No one's going to believe them anyway. The libs always forget. And we saw this in 2020, and we saw this in 2022 as well. The polls are always off because of the models haven't caught up to where we are. They were wrong in 2016 because they underestimated Trump's base of support. Starting in 2016, obviously. They were wrong in 2020 because they thought we were going to have a much bigger victory for Biden than we ended up having. It was much closer. They were wrong in 2022 because people, were expecting a red wave in the midterms, and then it ended up not happening. It's this desire to not be an outlier that looks like, oh, wow, you were wrong, and you were wrong by a lot. You're a failure at your job. You're insane, is resulting in hurting like this. And I'm not the only one saying it. Just in the last 2 days, it seems that this has become the common consensus. They could theoretically, but we could know who wins today by 11 p.m. Eastern tonight. I mean, depending on how Georgia and Pennsylvania look, we'll know. If Georgia and Pennsylvania are, I don't know, up 10 points for Harris, then we don't need to really pay attention to the rest of the election. It's over. Not that I think that that's going to happen, but it is possible. And then beyond this, I've been seeing reports of Georgia, like election officials saying that they hope to actually have most of the results in today. Georgia is hoping to call today. They took 2 weeks last time to call. And so if the rumors are true, and if Georgia will actually call the election today, that means it's a landslide, one way or the other. And Georgia could go either way. I'm still leaning that this is going to be the Harris landslide. The photo that I showed you guys yesterday of Google searches for Peanut the squirrel versus Kamala Harris on SNL. It's going to be that level of win, which I would be all for. Because then afterwards, then we can actually do the work of putting these motherfuckers in prison. People like this. So this was earlier in the morning. what do you say about this? Federal agents took down Skylar Philippi, a Tennessee man caught plotting to dismantle Nashville's energy infrastructure using a weapon of mass destruction. He was a white nationalist, accelerationist, ethno-state, you know, the usual Trump supporter and Nazi combination. We get this guy. And funny, because they had him clocked the entire time, and they were waiting for him to make the right choices and commit the right crimes to arrest him. They waited until they could hit him with that weapon of mass destruction charge, which I think the actual weapon was a drone and explosives. So, I mean, this would have been really bad if they managed to like actually destroy the energy infrastructure. Obviously, these are terrorists, so I imagine we'll see a couple more instances of something like this. I hope not, but we'll see. Yeah, so yeah, C4 explosives to an aerial drone with the intent of destroying an electric substation in Nashville to shock the system. Accelerationist Nazi bullshit. £3 of C4, Jesus Christ. This is what we get for allowing these goddamn Nazis to like infiltrate the military and I mean, this kid's 24. He's probably not a active military. It would have said in there. He's not a veteran because he's 24. But destroy energy in Nashville during an election. Come on, dude. I think we're better than that. Fair elections. We the people decide, not these kinds of antics. Well, you're in the wrong country, pre-breakfast banana. They're trying all kinds of shit. We've had several bomb threats today alone. Come on. There we go. Officials in at least 2 states, Maine and Georgia, said they've responded to threats against schools and polling places. None were found to be credible. Fulton County, 5 bomb threats were determined to be non-credible. These came from Russia. The Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, came out and did a press release saying, you know, we're pretty confident that this is Russia. The FBI also referred to bomb threats deemed not credible in several states. We're just at the beginning. Oh, Maine was having swatting calls, of course, yeah. Rockdale, Georgia, I had investigate social media posts indicating that white supremacist KKK members out in North Carolina were planning to attack black people and black women in particular. Not like, it wouldn't surprise me if some of this happened just by people looking at the misinformation about it and then getting the idea to do so. All right, what else is going on so far? Oh, I did find the Onion video. I wanted to show you this. This had me laughing my ass off. I was cackling, howling at how funny this is, and also how true it is. This is exactly correct, by the way.
New polling out this week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland.
Remember, this is The Onion. This is not real news. We're watching satire for any of you that have me on your second screen.
The Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends.
Well, that's my favorite part.
ONN's Jason Copeland at The Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now, I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer. Zoom in a little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999,
This is so
feels good about
true.
that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here.
The median voter, everybody. Whether or not you're going out for a beer with the boys or you're thinking about your grandma.
I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next, the Trump...
I love the big map. The big map. That shit's so funny, but it's exactly correct. It really does come down to the median voter making a decision based off of the last stimulus that they experienced. But my God, I love The Onion so much. These are American heroes bringing us joy in this time. Yeah, exactly. You zoomed out. You saw all of existence, the time knife, in fact. What is this? What is this? Workplace politics and how your workers treat you. It's a thing. Oh, absolutely. Did you guys hear that Iran might attack Israel, like, tonight while the election's happening? I'm not sure. No, it's too big for the scanner. It doesn't fit in the machine. I don't know how likely it is for us to actually have that happen. I really hope it doesn't, though. It would be an excellent time for Iran to do it. It'd just be pretty bad for us. I'd show you what my brain looks like if I could. Just like break it open down the middle, show you the insides. Wouldn't fit on the screen. There's like a second dimension in my skull to hold all of it together. Also because, you know, it's a mess in there, all right? Don't come at me because I'm smart, because I'm also incredibly stupid. Oh, wow, okay. I guess Bezos is on that shit. In that case, you might get to. Oh, damn it. Oh, shit. Dropped something. Israel has the Iron Dome. Yeah, so the Iron Dome doesn't actually help for ballistic missiles, though. Pre-breakfast banana. We saw this during the last attack. They have a different air defense system for that. They had was it David Sling or something, one or the other. But yeah, they might. My head is a TARDIS. Yes, exactly. It's bigger on the inside. Do we have anything new so far? I mean, look, this is kind of expected as well, considering it is the time in between the polls get crowded again. So I'm probably not going to see anything for another hour or two. Of course, it's roomy. There's a couch. We got a lounge in there. I spend a lot of time in my head, if you hadn't noticed, and so I want it to be comfy. Now, we covered the weapons of mass destruction and the bomb threats. Oh, here we go. There's Trump mad at something about on Fox News. I have no idea what this is about. I just saw it and put it in there. Let's find out.
I think actually, I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country, and I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox, because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement, and I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox.
I mean, you'll complain about anybody, so who gives a shit? For profit media is the enemy. That's both kind of creepy that you can stream your pulse on OBS and weird, but also I don't use OBS, I use Streamlabs, so I can't do that anyway. But if you remind me, I'll pull it up on my phone and I'll put it in front of the camera so you can see my pulse. I wish I had a better imagination, would spend day in my head. Well, your imagination is kind of like a muscle, pre-breakfast banana. The more you use it, the better you get at using it. Imagine more stuff. It's kind of like critical thinking as well is a skill that builds the same way. Excuses. Yeah, sure. I am not going to be using OBS because it took me long enough to get Streamlabs working. To import all of these settings over to OBS and then have it function is an ask that I can't answer myself. Not anytime soon, at least. I would like to. There's a lot more you can do with it, but... How long until the exit polls are able to be released? It's 5 o'clock actually. 5 Eastern is when we're allowed to start putting the exit polls out. That's when the embargo drops, so it's still an hour and a half-ish away. I've been seeing posts like this a lot as well, which, I mean, it makes me very emotional to look at this just as alone. But I think that beyond just the shy woman vote, you're going to see a lot of men who will vote for Kamala Harris instead of Trump because of their wives and their daughters and because they have a soul, while, they may be telling their friends or their coworkers that they're going to be voting for Trump. We're going to have that shy effect. I really think that we might have a united America at the end of tonight. There's a chance. I don't see Fox calling the election for Harris prior to him making his preemptive victory claim. Donald Trump is likely going to try and declare victory very, very early on. It depends on what the results we're getting look like. If it's close, he'll probably wait until around the time he did last time around. Neither have I, but I believe that they exist. In fact, I saw this earlier. Where is it? Here we go. This is voters from the most pro-Trump county in this state, which I think this is Georgia. Hearing this from people living in what is considered the most pro-Trump county in Georgia is interesting.
Yeah, I vote for the man. I don't vote for the party.
So what are your thoughts on the election?
What are my thoughts on what?
On the election.
Ain't much to think about it.
Well, who are you going to vote for?
Person.
Well, who do you think the right person
I'm
is?
going to be Donald Trump.
Okay,
there we
tell me
go.
why.
Last time you saw him talking, did you watch his lips? Were they moving? He's lying.
All right. Well, so,
Oh, no, I have to listen to that again. This just makes me so happy.
I'm going to be Donald Trump.
okay, tell me why.
Last time you saw him talking, did you watch his lips? Were they moving? He's lying.
I understand that, this doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see a shift in these people's voting patterns, but just hearing this with his friend next to him, who literally had just said, like, this guy said, oh, I'm voting for the man. I don't vote for their party. Saying this to CNN, which in this county would be considered the, like, arbiter of fake news. This is pretty telling.
All right, well, so Mr. Wilson here was telling us that January 6th was a big disqualifier for him.
It should have been.
How do you feel about that?
I feel about it like he's anti-American.
Does this change the belief that you just chatted for Profit Media?
How do you feel about that?
I feel about it like he's anti-American. He's trying to overthrow our government.
And so are you thinking about voting for Harris?
Yeah, I have to.
I have voted Republican.
You're saying the criminalization, the crime stuff. I assume you meant like Donald Trump being a criminal was being used as rhetoric less often. I think it still has an effect. That's what I mean to say.
The right person.
Yeah. Again, like people, these guys remember.
I saw him talking. Did you think about it?
Again, January 6th. This guy remembers.
He's lying.
All right, well, so Mr. Wilson here was telling us that January 6th was a big disqualifier for him.
It should have been.
How do you feel about that?
I feel about it American. He's trying to overthrow our government.
And so are you thinking about voting for Harris?
Yeah, I have to.
I have voted Republican.
That gives me a degree of hope. Hold on. To like high level shit, bomb threats, and probably had a hand in radicalizing some of the people that were going to do violent shit, but difficult to tell when something is Russian propaganda or a fake video. Hey, certified garbage. Yeah, no, it's not a definite Kamala win. It's not, we're not safe, but I have hope. I'm leaning in that we might actually get a Kamala landslide. We might have a united America, but Trump could still win. Have you seen any interference in your streams, like with my actual stream, or just have I covered any other instances of interference or violence? Because I've covered a few already today, but I mean we were just looking at the Russian stuff. So again, here we go. Bomb threats at schools and in polling sites in Georgia today. There was 5 so far, and we're almost positive that this is Russian meddling. In fact, the Secretary of State for Georgia, Brett Raffensperger, came out and said this. I don't believe the polls even a little bit, certified garbage. I talked about why a minute ago.
At polling places,
might want to scroll back.
One bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so
the FBI also said that this was the Russian influence, and a couple hours later is when the press actually started reporting on it. So I'm pretty sure it's verified as Russian now. Yeah, I know you're late, but I don't know. I don't want to go over it again, but I feel like I probably will have to do this a bunch of times today, so I might as well. Why I don't believe the polls? Let me just cybersecurity in general acts like everything's sophisticated. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't really mean much. See, after the Democrats folded with impeachment and did not call. Well, they didn't fold for impeachment. We impeached them twice. It's just there was Republicans on the other end, and we weren't able to actually go and finish the job. They're supposed to have big social media game to move their viewpoints, and there we go. Now, why don't I trust the polls? This is what the polls look like right now in every single swing state. The chances of it being 50-50 across all 8 of the swing states is mathematically just not there. I'm pretty sure it actually is 0, not even almost 0. But especially now we compare these polls, again, this is going back to August to 2020. Look how different these polls are in 2020. both national and now each of the states. Again, this is 2024, this is 2020. This is Nevada, 2024, 2020. Georgia, this was the closest one in 2020. Still a massive difference. This doesn't make any sense to me, other than the pollsters are hurting their polls because they don't want to be wildly wrong. And it's resulting in all of the polls essentially coming down to a statistical anomaly. Democrats had Senate and chose not to ask for witnesses because Biden wanted to start governing. Oh, wait, and actually, you are correct on that, but, you know, weak libs. Sometimes even I forget how weak the libs actually are. Every vote does count. Please go out and vote. Just be aware that the polls are not trustworthy right now. Well, not even, like, because we can go back and look at 2016 polls. Hold on. It was, the reason the polls were wrong in 2020 was because they overestimated Democrats in their enthusiasm because more Democrats were at home during COVID and therefore answering more polling questions. There is the very similar reason in 2016 as to why they were wrong, in that the polls underestimated the MAGA crowd, the Donald Trump base at the time. And then they were wrong in 2022 because of some, like, I actually don't know why they were wrong in 2022, but they predicted that we would have much more Republicans voting than we ended up actually having. You know, something amazing, when Gore lost his election, he certified the results for George W. Yes, well, it was pretty close. In fact, I'm gonna read this again. I read this earlier, speaking of, and then we'll go back to the polls. But for anyone who comes in here and who might think that voting for Jill Stein is a good idea, this is a guy who voted for Ralph Nader in 2000, who was the Green Party candidate at the time. George Bush won by a margin of 500 plus votes in the state of Florida. That was it. Ralph Nader peeled 97,000 votes away from Gore. If only 600 of those 90,000 had voted, we could have had a different reality. Again, what Bush not only did the Iraq War, which probably wouldn't have happened under Gore, but also messed up public schooling with the No Child Left Behind policy, tripled down on fossil fuels, ignored climate change, and his tax cuts for the rich helped contribute to the 2008 economic crash, which does also sound pretty familiar to some of Trump's policies, dismantling public education, ignoring climate change, and tax cuts for the wealthy. My point is, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will win the election. That's a fact. You might feel the need to submit a protest vote, as I did in 2000. Just be ready to wear it when Donald Trump wins, strips away reproductive rights from all Americans, implements an economy-destroying tariff, dismantles the entire federal government, the Department of Education, prosecutes his perceived enemies, and devolves America into chaos. There are no perfect choices, but rest assured there are only two. Trust me, I've been wearing my vote for a quarter century. This is true. More people should be reading this. This is objectively the only outcome that could happen in a case of a lot of Jill Stein voters, which does still worry me considering the numbers of independents I'm seeing voting. Could be that. It could just be RFK voters as well in some of those states, but RFK voters may just vote for Trump instead, considering he's now part of the cabinet. You know, he's in charge of education. Or not education, healthcare, rather. Not asking for witnesses during... Yeah, look, I know. You should blame the Democrats for not managing impeachment. You should. It's their fault. But, yes, it is the GOP that refused to convict him. It's not entirely the Dems' fault. The Dems could have absolutely gone much harder than they did, pushed much more than they did, and they didn't, but that's just how our system works. In that when one side refuses to play ball, when they stop their feet and say, no, we're not budging, there's not really much we can do about it. Weirdly, I don't know. It's annoying. Exactly. The Senate GOP was the problem at the end. I disagree with you for profit media. Like, I said this at the very start. No, they weren't. That's factually incorrect. Look, again, that's an argument right now that doesn't actually matter. Let's go back and look at what some of the polls looked like in 2016, comparing them to the polls now, and why I still don't believe the current polls make any sense. The witnesses weren't going to help if the Senate wouldn't convict. You still need the Republicans to convict. That impeachment requires a majority. They could not have convicted him. Yeah, but to have the trial, it needs to pass in the Senate and the House. The impeachment is a request for a trial. You have to impeach successfully, charge the person, and then hold a trial. But to be able to do that, you need the majority of Congress. Rittenhouse is not Trump. Like this, your idea of how impeachment works is incorrect. Sorry, yeah, House impeaches, Senate convicts. You need the House to impeach so the Senate can convict. And the Senate was not going to convict. It wasn't going to. It wasn't going to. Like, I know what the House did its job. I'm just painting like a larger picture. Half of the work was done, but the other half stomped their feet and said, no, we're not going to budge. You can't do anything about it when they do that. Because the Republicans are Republicans. They were Republicans then and they're Republicans now. They're still the same people. They don't believe in reality, and they're helping to try and steal the election this time around. At least the House is, but, you know, they weren't going to convict. This is the same, not the same, but a lot more of the same senators in the Senate at the time as when Obama tried to put forward a Supreme Court judge. And we're like, no, they just didn't allow that to happen. Obviously, it was not the same Senate. We've had an election since then. I think actually we had 2 elections since then. But a lot of those senators were still there. Those people were not going to vote in favor of conviction. MAGA doesn't see evidence. MAGA doesn't believe evidence. They still don't believe the 34 convictions in court are even real. The actual 34 convictions Trump has, they don't believe are real. And every one of them that doesn't believe they're real doesn't even know what the charges were. They don't even, they won't pay attention enough to even learn what the charges are. No, it's not the Democrats' fault. It's that they don't believe in reality. It's that the Republicans are brainwashed. You are just angry at the Democrats, and I get why. They could have tried harder, but it was never going to succeed because A, the Senate wasn't going to let it pass. They were not going to vote to convict. And because Republicans don't believe in reality. They don't believe in factual information. At the very beginning of Stream, I had a guy in here telling me that, like, the FBI is not a credible resource for learning about terrorism. You know, like bomb threats on election day. Oh, you can't trust the FBI. That's the government. Like, that's the people that we're talking about. You think that they give a shit what is said during the trial when they don't trust the government or anybody else? It's just whatever their leaders tell them. Speaking of Congress, though, so there is this plan in case they win the House, which they probably will, on how they plan to overturn the election if they lose. Like, let's say we win the Senate and we win the presidency, but Republicans win the House. Essentially, to avoid reading all of this, what this means is January 6th, we certify the ballots, right? The state elector votes. On January 3rd, the House has to vote for their new speaker. And if the Republicans win the House and decide to not vote on a speaker, or not even decide, you know, because we saw the disarray they had the last time they needed a new speaker, fail to vote on and appoint a new speaker of the House before January 6th, so within 3 days, the proceedings can't commence. You need a speaker to be able to commence the proceedings, and this is what Trump was talking about when he looked at Mike Johnson and said, you know, our little secret. This is the secret. If they win the House, they're just not going to pick a speaker, and so that the certification doesn't happen. Now, there are ways around this. Theoretically, the Democrats could vote for the Republican speaker and appoint a speaker for the Republicans, because, you know, we would know that the Democrats aren't going to have the majority, and usually the Democrats just don't vote for the speakers. Some of them abstain, some of them do. But if it came to a point in which the Republicans were wholesale refusing to vote for a speaker, and there's always outliers in the group as well, the Democrats could try and use the House members they have to vote in a speaker. It's kind of a weak plan, honestly, but it could work. It really just depends on how we deal with it. What else is there? I covered this earlier. There was polling machine problems in Pennsylvania, and we've seen this in multiple states. In fact, hold on. So I just wanted to see this as well. Look, even in 2016, the polls were much closer as opposed to like 2020. They were much more in line with what it looks like now, but still a larger gaps in every single swing state, and the number varies a lot more. And, you know, Hillary Clinton was not popular. These numbers should have varied more than they probably did at the time. Who knows? We'll find out. You know, we'll find out whether or not the polls are right very soon. But guys, if you are in a polling place, if you are in line to vote, and they tell you that you cannot vote because the machines are down, ask for a paper ballot, ask for a receipt. If they tell you it's a long wait, stay in line. If you are in line to vote before the polling place is shut, you are legally still required to be given a ballot, and you are allowed to vote. Your vote will be counted, regardless of whether the polls have shut or not.
Flash drives
the
are not.
flash drives that go to the machines are not synced up, and so they're having to get new flash drives out to all the machines.
Yeah,
that's what
is that just Cambria County?
Cambria County
that we know of. Yeah. Okay.
Flash drives
the
are not.
flash drives.
I've seen this in Georgia as well, but it seems to have tapered off for the time being. How can you believe in reality if you're not able to see it? Assume you're already on a level that is far beyond the average thought process of MAGA. It is input output. It's just feelings and reaction. You can have that opinion, but it's just not correct. All right. Obviously, I agree with you overall, but that's not why the impeachment didn't work. And also, I stand by everything I've said. Agree. Yeah, exactly, Moper. If you vote for Jill Stein, your vote will not be counted in Franklin County, Ohio. Good. I mean, she's off the ballot, so you shouldn't technically be voting for her anyway. Shouldn't vote for her at all. Not without any possibility to learn. I'm not saying they have no possibility to learn, just very little. But yes, most of them are hopeless idiots. I will vote for Kamala Harris. You should be singing Kid Vicarious. I did play that when I started stream, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I've yet to see any evidence of mass Republicans voting. The turnout is higher in general overall, but no, not anything that's telling me that we should be all that worried. Arizona's probably going to go to Trump. That's really the only thing that I could see well enough that I'm willing to make a claim on it. And we can see it here. As of 101, 130,000 check-ins in Maricopa County, with 40% being Republicans, 39% being other, and 21% being Democrats. Lots of young people are voting. which is good. I'm just not sure they're all voting for Harris. They might be voting for Jill Stein, apparently, considering 39% of Maricopa County voters so far voted other. That's insane. Yeah, I've seen a lot of reports, Kid Vicarious, so far. All of the anecdotes I've seen is that it's older women, women in general, and young adults voting in really high numbers. And just voter turnout is incredibly high in general. I think I saw it's 2008 levels of voter turnout right now. So we have the potential for an Obama level sweep. And again, a lot of these states do have ranked choice voting on the ballot. So I'm hoping that at the very least, the people who are like, oh, I don't want to vote for the Democrats might just suck it up and vote Democrat and then take off the ranked choice voting. Well, I mean, a lot of people are concerned about the economy, sentient Jew slave, as they should be, because our wages haven't gone up and people are like starving to death. It's just how much information do these people have about the actual policies? In fact, you know, speaking about economics, this is a pretty good little clip to show. Yeah, this is just people who don't know that Jill Stein is a Russian agent and gives no fucks about anything, believes nothing, total shill, entire grifter, but doesn't matter. So for the people who are voting because of economics, I hope that at the very least they've seen a few clips like this. I know a lot of them are just going to vote for Trump because they think Trump is good for economics anyway, even though...
So let's move to your second chart.
We know, but let's see.
About what a Trump plan would actually do to the economy if implemented the way he's pitching it.
And then we'll have a look at what mainstream media is saying.
Opposed to Trump's plan because the economic effects would be pretty terrible. This is a study done by Bloomberg Economics, and they found that Harris's plan did not have much change in either the GDP or inflation, which in a sense is a good thing at this point. But look at what Trump's plan would do. Trump's plan would cut the GDP by 8.9%. And let me put that in perspective for you.
Yeah.
This is roughly twice the amount that the GDP went down during the financial crisis.
Wow.
Literally just from the mass deportation alone, let alone the tariffs on top of this.
So we would be looking at something between a recession and a depression. And interestingly, as I'm sure people know because we've talked about this many times, the tariffs would cause certainly a part of this.
Well, I feel like you're going to be disappointed, Genghis Khan, because I don't see... the only way I see Trump winning today is by eking out a very, 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 very questionably small victory, whereas we might actually see Kamala sweep, and I'm excited for it. Can you give me the source? Because...
the biggest cause, actually, of this drop are the mass deportations that Trump is talking about, because he would take huge pieces of our labor force out of the country, send them back to or send them somewhere.
You can check to see if your vote was counted, I believe. Put this back on while we
else, and the result would be business wouldn't have labor. They wouldn't be able to produce things, and you'd have this enormous economic contraction. So this is something we've never seen before in terms of scoring a set of policy proposals from a presidential candidate. The other reason why Harris seems to be doing better or maybe doing better for her economic thoughts relative to Trump is maybe people are figuring out what's actually in these two plans.
There you go. You should be able to use that link to track your ballot and whether it's been counted. I would give it a go. I'm going to put my information in there in a minute and check that out because I'm curious. Trump's economy is designed to crash the economy. Even Elon Musk has admitted it. They are well aware.
And one of the most important things in these two plans are the differences in their tax
None of these things are true. Inflation is at its lowest point in more than 10 years. Crime has been going down for more than a decade now and is also down. You are misinformed, Genghis Khan. I hope you stick around and you decide to learn and engage in good faith.
Harris's tax
leave your
proposal would
pre-existing biases aside and like pay attention.
raise incomes for people at the bottom 20%, for people in the 20 to 40% percentile by fairly significant amounts. She would she would raise taxes for people at the higher incomes down here, in the 99 to 100 and the 90.
Which is like the first instance that we're getting of tax cut, like tax increases for the wealthy, which I'm so in favor of. We need to do so much more.
By fairly significant amounts.
True pre-breakfast banana.
She would she would raise taxes for people at the higher incomes down here, in the 99 to 100 and the 95 to 99. Trump does the opposite. He raises after-tax incomes for people at the highest incomes up here. And believe it or not, if you're at the bottom, Trump's tax plan would actually increase your taxes slightly. So maybe people are figuring out these kinds of differences and changing their view of her economic plan versus Trump's economic plan.
Yeah, well, let's check out what the shit libs in the mainstream media have to say.
So let's move to your...
Welcome back. There is a big focus on security at the polls this election day as federal and local law enforcement officials prepare for the possibility of political violence.
In Washington, D.C., the U.S. Capitol
Cringe gob.
Police said that they arrested a man who was stopped during a screening at the Capitol Visitor Center. They said he smelled like fuel and had a torch and flare gun. Joining us now, NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. So, Tom, tell us the latest on that and other potential threats that officials are tracking today.
Right, Sinclair. So the Capitol Police are out with a statement saying they arrested a man just a short time ago at the Capitol Visitor Center. This is where you would go if you wanted to go on a tour or have to visit somebody at Congress. They said the man smelled like fuel, had a torch, and a flare gun. Now, they've closed the CVC for tours for the day, and they're going to continue this.
Yeah, imagine, like, smelling like petrol. How do you, like, mess up that bad? Like, I know, I'm sure, you know, you're trying to fill up your bomb and your gun, you're going to do your terrorism, but what, you don't wash your hands after you get some of the fuel on it? Like, really? Oh, yeah, exactly. Where have I seen these colors before? They're going to be out in full force in just over an hour, I would imagine. We should be getting exit polls in just over an hour. So I imagine that's right around when these people are really going to start ramping up. And that's when the lines at polling place are going to start ramping up again as well after 5 o'clock once people have left work.
This investigation, we're working on a name and an identification and why this individual was there and why this person had those things.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely
so
Proud Boys.
that's an active,
100%.
ongoing investigation and a statement. And we just received some information from the FBI as well that there were a number of bomb threats that were phoned into polling places in Georgia. They say that those bomb threats came from email addresses or from locations associated with a Russian domain name. So that's where it's coming from. Of course, important to note that just because it has a Russian domain name, sometimes that can be spoofed or somebody can use that fictitiously. So perhaps it's coming from somewhere else. But these are all active
No, come
threats.
on, guys. Like, this is, like, you don't have to play defense for the Russians right now. To be fair, I've gone to the store, covered in gasoline, working on a diesel engine. Well, I guess the store, I can see that making sense. But, you know, the Capitol?
Things that we're looking at across the country at the moment.
All right, Tom Winter checking all that for us. Tom, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Give me a second.
What if I told you this?
No, too old. Week ago. Don't care. Oh, yeah, he was at the Capitol. This is so embarrassing. I did the OK symbol in a Zoom meeting and didn't know about the Proud Boys using that on his last election. You are a normal person and did not know about the Nazis' like dog whistle emoji. So that's totally not your fault. You're fine. Really? Nothing? Okay, let's see some of these live channels. Give me your live coverage. CBS.
America's elections are here. What a wild couple of weeks.
This is not the live. No, give me the live. Give it to me now.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
Well, okay, I guess we have an ad.
Do you know why?
Things you didn't expect?
Plenty of things I did not expect. In Iowa, just a couple days before the caucuses, a massive snowstorm hit the state, and all the major candidates, except for the one that I was covering, canceled their events. So I went to Vivek Ramaswamy's first. Way to the fifth political event, I heard a thud. I got stuck on
Hey,
the
you guys remember this incredibly cringe moment?
USA, 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 USA. Yeah.
Fucking cringe. All right, Genghis Khan. Yeah, sure. Bidenomics is the death of the country, not deporting 22 million people and crashing the economy. Not all of the other horrible shit that, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother.
a highway. I called 911 trying to figure out what to do. Because I looked at the dashboard and I noticed it was negative 15 degrees outside. But luckily there was a nearby farmer who took me in, who gave me shelter, who helped shovel me out of the snow. And what I really learned from that experience is the kindness and the generosity of the American people, something I will never forget and will always cherish.
To be fair, one, there is no such thing as rich enough for the capital class, for the wealthy elite, the bourgeoisie. They're never
Thank you guys. I hope
content with the money that they have. But yes, he doesn't want to pay taxes, but it's not even just that. He wants power and also protection. He doesn't want to go to jail. And he will go to jail because he's committed a lot of crimes. A lot of crimes. We have evidence that he's been talking with Putin for years now. That came out just recently. That Putin asked him specifically to turn off Starlink in Taiwan for China. Like, this is the kind of connection, like any investigation that actually looks into his finances, what he does, his phone records, man's cooked. So, and he knows it. He's even said that he knows it. Okay, I think that's enough of that. Let's see what. Oh, look, my stream. I don't think we need to check my stream. CBS, you got anything?
Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started. Day to day, that first.
Fine. We'll have a look at Fox. See what they're saying.
Oh, there you go. You could actually see it wipe in real time away to this full shot of the floor right there, and of course the slate. So it does look like they're actually running through a couple of these different camera angles. This is live, raw, and unfiltered, and we bring it to you as it happens. It does look like they have various camera angles inside the convention center right here.
What are they talking about? Why do I care about the inside of this convention center? Jesus Christ, Fox News. ABC, we hadn't checked you.
Expecting our first batch of exit polling data around 5 p.m. Eastern for a snapshot of what
Yes, okay, so this is I thought
as soon as
very soon.
Now, Donald Trump watching the results roll in tonight at his Mar-a-Lago Golf Club in Florida. Vice President Harris at her alma mater, Howard University in D.C. The vice president thanking campaign staffers just a short time ago at the Democratic Party headquarters. The former president also casting his ballot earlier today. He visited his campaign headquarters as well in West Palm Beach, acknowledging it was too early to congratulate. Now, polls from ABC
That says a lot in this graphic. Which graphic? Sorry, I wasn't looking. I forgot. This is a live stream, and we're much further in than I thought.
By watching, and we will roll in tonight at Eastern for a snapshot of.
Oh yeah, that it tracks so consistently that it didn't even register to me.
In Howard University.
Exactly, Kana. If Harris is elected president, she would be making history in more ways than one. Of course, the first woman, the first black woman, South Asian woman. But what's interesting is that throughout her campaign, Kana, she has not really leaned into her race or her identity. When she's talked about her parents, it's really been to emphasize that she's the daughter of immigrants, a middle-class upbringing. She often talks about how she remembers how hard her mother worked to save to buy their first home. Instead, she's chosen to lean into her record, especially as a tough prosecutor who's gone after organized crime, transnational gangs, because her campaign believes that the best way to make the pitch to American voters is to lean into why she believes she's the best person to do the job and what her plan would be for the American people. But Kana, it is symbolic that she's choosing
Harris is
be
at DNC headquarters phone banking? As of this, like 20 minutes ago. I mean, tracks. No one says Harris is the best. No one thinks that Harris... I don't even like Kamala Harris. I just think that she's like orders of magnitude better than the Republicans. But I still think that she's a weak shitlib. So, you know, do with that what you will.
To read to you what she said before. While the vice president has rarely talked about her gender out on the campaign trail, the polls show.
But the fact that she's phone banking right now is a
far more women
big indication.
And Jay, on that note, we know that Trump really tried to close that gender gap, right? Especially with those female voters in this final stretch. Jay, is there any sense from the Trump campaign whether they feel like their messaging here in the final days was effective?
They feel that their messaging was effective.
Their messaging has been nothing but ineffective. Their messaging has, like, Donald Trump has run the worst campaign that I have ever seen, and an incredibly homoerotic one. She's not many times better. She's many times less bad. They're the same thing. I know you don't want to compliment a lib, and that's fine. You don't have to, but those are the same statement. She's less bad and that she's better than, they're the same thing. Look, I am a socialist and I will stay a socialist, but for the rest of today, we are all libs, all right, in my chat. I don't care. We want her to win. We want him to lose, period. And if we win, and if we win the way that I think we might, I might keep that shit up for a couple days.
Clear if that's going to be enough.
We deserve to celebrate.
Their own party.
Well, yes, absolutely. But
all right, that is very
actually, no, she's not overall bad. No, not a net negative. She's a net positive, just a very minor net positive. I disagree with your net negative in general. I think that she just doesn't go anywhere near as far enough in any of her policies. But most of her policies, I don't object outright to. I just think that she needs to press the gas more on them. That's not a net negative.
Selena and
besides that, obviously, I feel like that doesn't need to be said, Lennon. That's why I said most. I didn't say all.
Our thanks to both of you, and what a day it certainly is. We want to take a close now look at voters in Arizona. This is a state where voters will decide if the right to abortion access should be enshrined in Arizona's constitution. It's one of 10 states with a ballot initiative to expand reproductive rights. So I want to bring in ABC News' Elizabeth Schulze, who is...
You people are fucking stupid. If you want to support Palestine, why would you pick anything but the easiest opponent to work against? Kamala Harris is the easier opponent to work against. She is weaker. She will not use the military to quell dissent and shoot protesters. She's not going to press the gas further down like Donald Trump will. He's said on multiple occasions, you know, do whatever you need to do, finish the job. He's argued that we should have, like, not interfered at all and let them finish the job. Kamala Harris is not good on Palestine. Duh, no shit. But Donald Trump is objectively worse, and there's only two options. Your vote for, you know, Jill Stein doesn't mean anything. So what else are you supposed to do other than vote for her if you're against the genocide? Vote for her and then go and pressure her to stop. In fact, even, the guy who started the uncommitted movement in Michigan voted for her and said the same thing today. At this point, anyone who's saying, oh, don't vote for Kamala Harris today because otherwise you're a genocide supporter is either a bot, a shill, or an idiot, and nothing else. There's no other rational answer. You would not want the people who are stronger and are more able to oppose you when you are trying to work towards a common goal. It's just that simple. Abbas, that was his name, I think.
Joining me live now from Phoenix. Elizabeth, glad to have you here with us. And again, we have talked a little bit about where you're at. A state that came close to a near total ban on abortion earlier this year. So, Elizabeth, what is in Arizona?
A shill is somebody who tricks people for money. They're a grifter, a shill, they're the same thing. They lie to you for their own personal benefit, or they lie to you for the benefit of a third party like a company. She doesn't have AIPAC funding. Where are you getting that from? AIPAC isn't even like an Israeli PAC. AIPAC is an American conservative, right-wing Christian conservative leaning PAC. You're not fully informed here, Yasmin. And also, we can persuade her. We can move her. We've moved her to the left on several issues. Again, Donald Trump just wants the genocide over with as quickly as possible by telling Netanyahu to say, do whatever you need to do to make this finish as fast as possible. You think that that's good for Palestine? Come on. Use your brain for a little bit. Do some critical thinking. What, you want to vote for Jill Stein and end up like this guy who voted for Ralph Nader in 2000? Because he's regretted it for a quarter of a century afterward, voting for the Green Party in a close election that was decided by 500 votes-ish, resulted in the Iraq War. So think about this and make your decision that way. I think that she is the objectively, she's the only option if you give a flying fuck about the lives of Middle Eastern people, brown people, Muslims, Palestine, Lebanon, any of them. It's your only option.
Yes. I'm David Muir. I know who you are. You do. You every night.
Oh, cool. I think I found a clip. Lovely.
News Tonight with David Muir is America's
Oh, yes.
most
Shut
watched
up.
newscast.
Why is my keybinds not working? I've pressed all the buttons like a bunch of times. She couldn't have won without saying that she's chill with fracking. Pennsylvania is important, and you can't win Pennsylvania by being anti-fracking. She has not abandoned Medicare policies. Medicare is being expanded. I think it needs to go further, but she's not abandoned that. The border, yeah, but that's the whole party. And I called the border bill that they were pushing, the Democrats pushing, as Hitlerite before. We'll still fight her on that too. And she does talk about the price gouging. We saw her talk about it yesterday and the day before. So I think you're just not paying attention to the right media sources.
And I thank you, because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote really does make a difference. Thank you for that. And you enjoy your day, okay?
Madam President!
All right, this is a real phone bank. Get back to making calls. Please, please, please. We got voters to still get out.
I'm telling you guys, phone banking is fun. It's not she'll do nothing. You guys listen to me when I talk and I say that no one is ever going to come and save us. There is no top-down, change coming. If you want to change it, we have to do it. She's the one that's easiest to work against. She's the one that will allow stability to exist in a way in which we can make the changes ourselves, by protesting, by pressuring them. We know that this works, considering the only reason she is now the likely president or nominee is because of the fact that we put public pressure on the Democratic Party and that worked. We wanted Joe Biden out. We got Joe Biden out. Public pressure worked. Now, has it worked on Israel? No. But will it? We can only try. Aside from allowing things to get worse, I don't know why trying to put out the fire, allowing another fire, a larger fire, to start, like, is ridiculous and it's stupid. Genghis Khan, like, sure, Biden has dementia, but so does Trump? Are you kidding? Both of them have dementia, and yes, there was pressure. There was, like, you are not a leftist. You don't know what you're talking about. Because I was part of the pressure. I was screaming about Biden for months. Well, I know that you're not one of the libs, but you're still incorrect here. I think that you're still not getting your sources correct. I think that you're misinformed in that she's not saying these things and that the rhetoric's not there, because the rhetoric is there. The rhetoric is much weaker. Sure, okay, Genghis Khan, whatever you say. As if, like, me thinking that I could make a MAGA believe reality for half a second.
Jennifer, it's Kamala Harris. How are you? I am well. I just wanted to call to check in and make sure you know where you can go vote today if you haven't already. Have you voted yet?
Could you ever imagine Donald Trump making a phone banking call? Going knocking on doors, canvassing like a real person? I can't.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much. And thank you for just being active and participating in this very, very important process. It's the foundation of our democracy, but we can't do it without people like you. Just knowing what. Oh, good. What's your name? Sage? Hi, it's Kamala Harris. I can't wait for you to grow 10 years more.
Hey, Genghis Khan, are you okay with the largest ethnic cleansing in human history? Like several times worse than the Holocaust? By the way, fuck you. If you call Kamala Harris's speech word salad, you're just a misogynist. Literally, there was nothing wrong with what she was saying here. You're just a misogynist. In fact, you can take a break for that one. Fuck you. Literally, like, also, largest ethnic cleansing in human history, guys. Like, can we keep that on the top here as reasons to not want this guy in charge?
And Sage, I can tell you're really smart and you're working really hard, and I'm counting on you, okay? Because you are.
I can individually ban him if he annoys me, but I don't like to ban, and he was watching, he was listening, so I'm not going to ban. All I did was time out, and so they can still view the stream, they just can't chat.
Are still a leader at every age that you are. At 8 years old, that's a serious leadership. So you're in third grade.
If he comes back and does it again in an hour, then I'll ban him for real. Like, but you gotta give people some warning, some level of, I don't know, I'd given them a chance.
Months of campaigning.
I stand by what I say in that, you know, MAGA is essentially hopeless and that all of these people are fucking stupid, but
me turn to you. It's so
I give them a chance
great
anyway.
to have you back just in time
it's the socialist thing to do.
Election day. You're there in Fulton County. Georgia's Secretary of State office says more than half of all active voters in the state cast their ballots early. So talk about turnout today and welcome back, my friend.
Oh, hey, you guys like Jill Stein, eh? This is just like yesterday.
The long-term concerns of Israel. You know, I have many ties to Israel. My background is Jewish, and you know, I grew up going to Sunday school every
literal
Sunday,
Russian agent.
As a Reformed Jew. My grandparents came to this country fleeing pogroms in Eastern Europe. My grandfather's name is Israel. So, you know, I have family ties, strong family ties to Israel here. And
Okay.
I don't want to see Israel go up in flames.
Neither do I, but I'm not going to be out here defending Israel while pretending to be pro-Palestine. So that tells you, I think, enough that you need to know. And Comrade Lennon, genuinely, anytime anyone has made the claim of Kamala Harris does word salad, I have yet to see a single instance of this that was not just plainly misogyny and literally nothing else.
Georgia, the early vote turnout, more than 1 million black voters have cast their ballot. That is a state record. That's a very large number, and that's something that they're watching very closely. The question now, of course, is who's coming out today. The other thing, Kristen, that I think is important to point out is when we will start to see results. You'll remember, of course, back in 2020, Georgia wasn't called for more than a week after Election Day. Well, this time around, state law mandates that all counties have to start tabulating those early votes and many of the absentee ballots, most of the absentee ballots, by 8 p.m., an hour after polls close. So that means that we should see a good majority of those votes start to be tabulated very quickly tonight, Kristen.
Soon.
Fascinating
Remember,
stuff on the
we
ground there in
have
Georgia.
news from Georgia saying that they plan to be able to call the election for that state tonight. And if Georgia is called early, we'll likely know what the rest of the night's going to look like just from that.
Blaine, thank you so much.
I'm not sure they'll call it early, but
let me turn to you now. In all important Milwaukee, what are voters telling you there? What Blaine is saying that the wait time not as long as you might anticipate there, likely because there were so many early votes. What are you seeing in Milwaukee?
Well, Kristen, despite the rain that you may see and hear around me, it's been a steady flow of people going at this polling location. The clerk actually told me this morning there was a line of people that went on about an hour long, so that shows some of the enthusiasm that you have here. One of my favorite conversations was a voter who said he was undecided until this morning. He decided to take 2 laps around this park here, and that's when he ultimately made a decision.
The literal median voter, took 2 laps around the park and then decided based on the vibe.
He went to back Vice President Kamala Harris, but I want you to listen to some of the other conversations.
Well, Florida is going red. Florida is the most red. I looked at that earlier. It looks like Florida might actually be drawing red votes away from other states. But Trump is going to declare victory immediately, if not immediately, very, very early on.
Are you willing to share who you supported in this election?
Sure. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Why Donald Trump?
Because I have
just think
2
we
brain
need
cells.
a change, and I think that trying to grow in my career and things like that. Some of the
it's like the MAGA capital now, Comrade Lennon.
Set forth and that he had in the past could be done again.
Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, absolutely.
Why those 2?
The Democrats have, I want to say, overpromised and underdelivered the black community for decades.
Does this raise any red flags with y'all? Elon Musk plans to spend election night with Donald Trump, giving the former president direct access to the person controlling X, a key information platform, on what could be a chaotic evening. They will absolutely be using Twitter to spread all of their propaganda and all of their misinformation and their disinformation and their election fraud claims. And, they're right there. We knew this, but still, is this surprising? No. Is it a red flag? Absolutely.
Decades. And
certain democratic freedoms. We need to preserve and restore certain democratic freedoms.
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said there.
I want to say overpromised and underdelivered the black community for decades. And I'm sick and tired of it. And I want to see a change.
We need to preserve and restore certain democratic freedoms.
I agree, Sentient Juice Slave. I just want
to see us moving forward.
It gone, and I want it back to normal. I want reality back. I want reality in just discourse and also politics back.
Backwards. To me, Harris was the clear choice to keep things free in the U.S.
Now, as you saw in some other states, there was also a high number of early vote in Wisconsin. The problem is that early vote was just able to start getting processed today, so that may lead to some delays once we get in the reporting phase later this evening, Kristen.
Well, it's always, again, just so fascinating to hear from the
Yeah,
voters.
definitely. He'll absolutely deliver for them.
Brewster, thank you for bringing us those great interviews. Priscilla, you're out in Arizona, still relatively early
lovely.
out west.
This is exactly what I want to see. Voting machines malfunctioning in Iowa now. In central Iowa's Story County, home to about 100,000 people in the city of Ames, voting machines at some precincts malfunctioned, purporting to possible delays to result reporting. We're aware of technical issues regarding tabulators in some precincts. The auditor is working with the vendor in our office to resolve it. This is happening in a lot of states. How much you want to bet that like the fake electors and the people who have access to these machines in these states maybe messed around with them? Specifically Republicans. Who knows? I don't even know the last time they tried to. We know that for a fact. There's no going back, and even then it's not ideal. I know, I agree, and socialism is like the ideal, and we do need to work on building society forward to that, and that's what I'm doing. I miss when it wasn't insane. That's all I mean. I just want like rational thinking and behavior back. People that I want to be able to, I don't know, cite science, like numbers, math, and then have people not say, oh, well, that's not real because it comes from a university. That's all I want, really. So far. I'll be happy with just that.
Yeah, Kristen, we just got an update from Maricopa County saying that nearly 150,000 voters have checked in across the county today. That's adding to the more than 2 million who voted early. And I want to just give you a look inside of a voter's shoes. They're walking up and they are getting Harris supporters offering them voter guides. There are Trump supporters here also offering their voter guides. So trying to capture what any voters who may be undecided before they hit this point, and then they are walking in all on their own. There are about 80 people in line right now. We've been out here talking to a lot of these voters, and I want to play a little bit of some of what we're hearing. Take a listen.
Yes, please tell me.
People are dying. Women that's can't carry a child, needing to have this child taken out, and you're telling me that this woman has to die because the doctors are scared, which is totally understandable. That's horrible to me. And that's putting everybody's life in risk.
Our economy, our country is going bankrupt. And if we vote democratically, we are going to be in a worse situation than we are now. They don't care about the borders. They don't
For
care
profit
about
media. I'm gonna yell at you again. He's not making a good point because he is part of that problem. He is in the system. He is using the system. He is incentivizing it to not only continue but grow in scale. He is exploiting it while also likely funding it. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's not that he has a good point in anything. It's not his. I am reading and I have read it. It's not his point that's good at all. The fake news point did not do anything beneficial. Convincing people that all of the media is a lie was not how you go about fixing the lies in the media. Because now there's no trust in the media, and now the only way you can know what's true or not is essentially based on vibe in the moment. And that's what I mean. It's not like saying that all of the news is lying to you is not a good thing. Even if it is like objectively true, that they're misleading at the very least, if not openly lying, but withholding information and misleading. But the way to fix this requires at least some amount of belief in reality, trust in the systems that we have in place, the structures of government and our society. We can't have those have no trust, zero levels of confidence, and then be able to fix it. Well, that's the thing. He sounds good. He ran a populist campaign. In 2016, there were a decent amount of people who wanted Bernie that thought that maybe, Trump wasn't as bad as we thought because their words would sometimes align, but through actions, we know that that wasn't true. He sounds good sometimes in what he says. Very rarely lately, but occasionally. It's just never true anyway. It's all negative impact. It doesn't benefit any of us. It only perpetuates the system.
Made a high quality case to the American people in a very short period of time. We are feeling like voters.
No. I get what you mean. It's your phrasing.
Opportunity in front of us tonight.
Scared me for a second.
The next chapter of the great American story, and I think they're prepared to do their part. And so we are optimistic.
Oh, come on! These exit polls need to come in. I'm dying.
Put in, and now it's in the hands of the American people.
We're sitting here waiting to know if we have a terminal illness or not. Please, just give me some exit polls.
It is the voters' day. Let me ask you this. Vice President Harris has spent really these final weeks of her campaign trying to appeal
God
to
damn it.
moderate
Stop opening
voters.
on that
She's
tab.
been campaigning, of course, with former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. She's been really touting a message of democracy, arguing that former President Trump is a threat to the democracy. She has been talking about other issues like reproductive rights and the economy. But again, a lot of the focus has been on the democracy. Do you think that was a mistake? Is that the best issue to turn out the base and to energize voters to go to the polls
It's
today?
kind of it's pretty accurate.
Look,
It's
as
grim
you noted,
though,
Chris-
but it's not wrong, unfortunately.
And the vice president has been, really speaking to all voters, and the communication about the sacredness of our democracy really speaks to the patriotic spirit that we know the American people have. We love this country. We want to protect this democracy for future generations. And I think the vice president is right.
Court order as extended polling place hours in Laughlin Borough, Luzerne County until 9:30 p.m. tonight. Voters in line before 8 p.m. will be able to vote on the county's regular voting system. Voters who get in line after will vote by provisional ballot. Cool. Okay. Based. Thank you, Pennsylvania. This was, I guess, their solution to the issues with machines.
Biden has made a very strong case about the value of our democracy and what we owe to the next generations. And we've got to be speaking to that. Young voters matter. It will matter in this election. There's so many people who've come before us who have fought for the right to vote, who have protected this democracy on battlefields across the world. And so I think that she is making a strong case about the greatness of America and the opportunity that we have in front of us to save it, to preserve it, and to hand it over to future generations, this next generation of leadership.
There had been some concern that African-American men were not supporting her the same numbers that they supported President Biden, former President Barack Obama. Do you think that the campaign that Harris surrogates have done enough leading into this election day to energize African-American men around her?
Oh, look at this bullshit.
Let's bring in NBC's Dasha Burns. She is live.
Trump says he will concede if it's a fair election. Yeah, no, don't even need to watch that.
Kristen, let me be the first to say thank you to every African-American man that has already cast their ballot and who is going to be going to cast their ballot tonight. Not only are they supporting Vice President Harris, but they support the vice president and Democrats traditionally second only to black women.
No way.
And so I want to salute their commitment to preserving this country and this democracy, for fighting for a government that will work for everyone. And I think the vice president has introduced policies for the first time in history.
What
in the
is
presidential
this?
campaign
This is the Onions stream that just says live look inside voting booth, and it's just people coming in and voting and leaving. I don't know why the Onion is doing this, but I like it. I'm a fan. What's that? Looks like we got a Dem down ticket voter, eh?
On this,
I guess maybe that's why it's funny, is because this is a secret. The Onion's really been on their game lately. I'm still like not over the median voter video.
Closing argument. He has spoken about issues like the economy and immigration, but there's
See, it's not about voting correctly. That's not what the monitors are there for. The monitors are there to stop fraud, which, they're not there in Florida and Texas because Florida and Texas won't allow Justice Department monitors to come in, which I think is ridiculous that we're going to just let them do that. I think that is like send the National Guard in level of what the fuck are you talking about? But who knows?
A lot of rhetoric. Some would call it dark rhetoric. In some cases, even invoked violence. What do you make of that closing message?
Look, it's the same old tired message. For the last 9 years, the American people have been listening to Donald Trump denigrate women and people with disabilities. We have, heard his, cries.
Yes. There are no international monitors. I'm pretty sure. Do we have international monitors? I didn't think that we did that. Yeah, no. We have them, but not really. And no, they're not letting any poll monitors into polling places in Texas and Florida. No, that's ridiculous for-profit media. You can't blame that on the Democrats when to fix this would require sending the National Guard in to a state on election day. They would absolutely say that this is in objective manner us rigging the election and make it much harder for us to prove that we're not. You can't do that. They also can't do that. But the fact that they didn't have any monitors means that if they claim that there's fraud, we can challenge those votes. Well, I mean, they only said this yesterday. It was last night. Like we covered it on stream right before I shut off stream, and that they're not letting election monitors in. Now, even within the last 2-3 days, this still would have been seen as a massive amount of interference, which is why they did it, because they know that it's not optically possible for us to do anything about it. Well, yeah, and so is Texas.
And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
What do you see in my brain, Sentient Juice Slave? I'm curious. What does the site give to you on this election day?
And of people's priorities.
Well, it's sort of interesting because we have two things going on at the same time. In 1992, it was all about the economy stupid with Bill Clinton when he was running against George Bush. So we've seen the dinner table type of things go on for a long time. Ronald Reagan, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? People are very concerned.
Yeah, maybe you are right, and that the only reason we're going to lose Florida is because they're cheating. But I do still, I sit with my belief that it's a lot of Republicans have moved to Florida over the last 4 years, which has shifted not only the demographics of Florida, but the demographics of the region around Florida. They pulled in quite a lot of red voters, and I think that is a big contributing factor at least. Get out of my fucking chat.
Talk about prices. Now, some people blame President Biden for it. Some people blame the pandemic. People blame different people for it.
I think you're kind of right, Comrade Lennon.
People are concerned.
Florida is not the only state that book bans and book burnings are taking place.
Issues, the type of things that affect their families, their ability to get on with their lives.
And also, there is mostly gray matter, so you are at least factually correct.
With this election, but the price of eggs, the price of cookies, the price of gas, which has gone down, unfortunately, a lot.
Boring.
But people not being able to buy a house.
Boring. What do you have for me? NBC?
Conducted by Charlie Kirk, Turning Points USA. Here's what he tweeted earlier.
Oh, great.
Today.
Yeah, Charlie
He said,
Kirk.
Turnout is mixed and not where we want it to be. We need more people to vote. We can't let turnout flatline. What do you make of that, Caroline? Does that concern you? Does it concern the former president?
No, as I said.
Look, again, I'm hopeful because I keep seeing shit like this. Buck County voter who voted for Trump doesn't think that Trump's going to win.
Today.
Donald.
We are in Doylestown in Bucks County. What's your name?
Jeff.
Jeff, who did you vote for today?
Donald Trump.
And why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm a middle-class white American, and I think the Democrats are more for a different type of person.
I hope you guys understand that for like the rest of the night, the mood is just going to go up and down. We're going to get hopium and then we're going to get, you know, crushed with some bad news, and it's just going to go up and down. But it's have fun.
A different type of person?
I think more minority.
Okay.
Their programs I just don't agree with. So that's pretty much it.
And how do you feel about Trump's chances? Do you think that, like, what
Which
do you hear
guy?
from your
Comrade
colleagues
Lennon.
and friends and family in Bucks County? Do you think
I
that
don't
Trump-
think it's copium yet. I'm not in that boat. I still think that we're more in the hope lane than anything else.
going to win Bucks County?
I think he'll win Bucks County, but I don't think he'll win.
Why is that?
No, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, you know, he's
I think
a
Theodore-
Nazi. Charlie Kirk is like he's either just a Christian nationalist without the Nazi like addition to it, or he's also a Nazi. He's one or the other. Can't remember because I don't like to listen to him. But he's a piece of shit, and is also one of the leading people that came out with after that Kamala ad of like, you don't need to tell your husband that you're going to vote for Kamala, saying that, you know, this is the Democrats are trying to tell you that you should lie to your spouse, and just grifter shit.
Abortion issue is so blown out of proportion. I think that I don't think any Republican is going to win.
You don't think any?
That's what I think.
Okay.
I don't know, but that's what I think.
This just, it makes me hopeful that even they're not hopeful.
Any other thoughts about it? Why didn't
Sorry,
you
I
vote
see
for it?
I saw a post that was related to a Libs of TikTok post, but in hindsight looks very fake, which is not surprising. Basically, Libs of TikTok posted that Kamala was making a pretend phone call, and really that her phone had her camera app open, based on this photo. But like, you can still have a phone call going with your camera app open, and I've accidentally like opened my camera app with my phone to my face on multiple, you know, occasions, so I don't believe this at all. And yes, he is used all of the slurs, Lennon. It's Charlie Kirk. Christian nationalism. They're fascists. They want an ethno-state that is also a theocracy. They basically want a Christian version of Iran, but like what they think of as Iran, not what like Iran actually is, which is bad enough, but you know.
Kamala. You say you don't agree
I'm
with
a small
Democrats.
I'm a small business owner.
For-profit media, you're totally correct in that this is the case in a lot of places. In Georgia, they literally have the 10 Commandments as a required law to have in public schools. Isn't it Georgia? Is it Georgia or Alabama? One or the other. Let's see. Oh, we're getting real. Oh, sorry, Louisiana. I was wrong. It is Louisiana. Same region. We're getting closer and closer to these exit polls, though. That is exciting. But yeah, like, what do you expect from a part of the country in which they want kids to be learning the 10 Commandments at school? Oh, that's not good. It's not good at all. Where'd you go? Oh my god, I lost it. God, I hate this. Why do you have to make it a thread? Here we go. In Dearborn, Michigan, distrust over Israeli-Arab conflict channels some votes to Trump and some to Jill Stein. That is not good. What scares me is that all of the young people that we're seeing out voting are all voting for Jill Stein. Imagine Jill Stein actually wins, which never is not going to happen, but that would be almost as bad as a Trump victory, considering she's a literal Russian agent. It would be very, very bad. I don't know. Yeah, still looking for the house. All right, back to listening to the shit libs. No, I guess not, because you're on commercial break. Fine. Give me one of them. Ah, here we go. Philly specific, also on commercial break. Come on, are you all on commercials? Wagwan? I don't know what that means. Exhale. This is annoying. How are you all on commercial? Oh, CBS, that was the one I didn't have open. Okay, I guess you're coming back on in a second. I hope. Please. We're
Washington
waiting
is the
for
seat of
the exit polls to come in. In the next 20 minutes, we're going to get a bunch of numbers. That's what's going on, exhale. And then we're going to have to do some analysis on those numbers. Speaking of, make sure that I have it ready and open so that they just come right in and then we can see them. So exit polls are basically when you go and you vote and you're leaving, they ask you who you voted for and you can answer. You don't have to answer, but you can tell them, and that's what an exit poll is. So it's polls based on what people are saying and who they're saying they voted for. Now, also, we have we got a lot of ballot measures. Again, like we have abortion ballot measures in all of these states. We have ranked choice voting as a ballot measure in, I think, 5 states. It was, where is it? Where's my little cheat sheet for tonight? We have ranked choice voting in Arkansas, Arizona, California, Idaho, Illinois, and Nevada, all on the ballot. Oh, and DC. So those are all important ballots that we would really like to win, especially the people who like to whinge about the two-party system, rightfully, not like, you know, not that they're not correct, but this is the way to fix it, rather than voting for Jill Stein. Lexi Harder paid more than $1,000 for a round-trip flight to ensure that she could cast her vote in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Why not just... Okay, so she was in Berlin, and her absentee ballot was returned in the mail. She traveled 15 hours on a connecting flight to surrender her absentee ballot and cast her vote for Kamala Harris in person. Incredible. Literally, like, flew in from Germany to vote.
I'm a Pennsylvania voter. I grew up here. I'm currently living in Germany for a master's degree. I registered for an absentee ballot. I filled it out, kept checking my tracking updates, and it was never received. I think it got stuck in customs for 2 weeks and then got sent back. And 2 hours after I get this ballot back on my desk, I looked at flights and I booked the ticket to leave the next day at 10 a.m. So less than 24 hours later, I don't give a fuck what party it is. I care about the people in the party, as you all should as well. Interesting little tidbit. Where is it? New York State Assembly candidate taken into custody. At polling site, New York State Assembly candidates get out to vote tactics took an unusual turn on Tuesday after he was taken into custody and issued a summons for harassment in Queens outside of a polling site. The candidate, Jonathan David Rinaldi, a Republican, obviously, who has a history of being a provocateur, posted a video of the incident on Instagram. The footage showed Mr. Rinaldi as he was handcuffed, and an officer told him that he had been swinging a sign in his face, taken into custody at the Public School 101 Queens around 10:30. Critic of vaccines and the city's handling of migrants. He appeared to ask election workers about problems with ballot scanners before being taken into custody. Just traitors. Treasonous traitors. Every last one of them. Oh, please just give us an actual win. Kamala Harris, make all of these people just shut up and go away. Be great.
If they are suspected of crossing this border behind me illegally, Crossing this border is already a federal crime if you do so without the permission of Customs and Border Protection, Vlad and Lindsay.
Great, I don't
Proposition
care. Fuck you.
With. They're doing very well in these polls. Why is that important? They're reliable voters. They go out and vote. And I think there are so many women today throughout the country who are making a statement. And maybe it's not loud, but it is going to be on their votes that she wins if she wins tonight.
Sarah, pick up on that point.
Wait, hold on a minute. Am I getting my information wrong? Do the polls not close at 5 o'clock? Or like, sorry, does the embargo on exit polls not drop at 5 o'clock? Can anyone like confirm this for me?
My Trump campaign sources, they are focused on getting out voters who are low propensity voters. That's really where their focus has been. But as Senator Heitkamp is saying, there so far does seem to be some signs, I should say, of robust turnout among women who are.
Well, certainly they voted early at higher numbers. I mean, that we know, but what matters
No,
now
but
is what happens.
that should be when
today.
like the
And,
polls.
you know,
Wait, well, depends on where you live, I suppose. Eastern time, 7:30 is when the polls close in a lot of the states. So exit poll is different. We're talking about the embargo on exit polls. On election day, there's a strict embargo on any data coming from the early waves of exit poll data until 5 p.m. Eastern time. By about 5:45 Eastern time, some initial demographic information about voters and their views on key issues in the election will be available. Okay, so I was correct in that the embargo drops at 5 p.m. Eastern. In Hawaii, is it like 1 a.m. my time? So about 9 hours away from now? Well, yeah, but we're not worried about Hawaii's results, are we, at the moment?
Now, people talk oftentimes about a gender gap, but sometimes a gender gap can be a good thing. If you're Donald Trump and you're driving out men, and particularly younger men who are low propensity, that could be very positive for him tonight.
Mark, have they done enough to get out those low propensity voters? I was speaking to someone overnight who was deeply concerned that a lot of the ground game for the Trump campaign has been outsourced, quite frankly, and saying you have Kamala Harris literally knocking on doors herself, and there's not that same on-the-ground organization.
So, let me read what you said. If young voters will decide the election, then young voters are voting for Jill Stein. Wouldn't the conclusion be that Kamala won't win because young people are voting Green? Well, we don't know that. We don't know that they're voting for Stein. We know that there's third-party votes that are coming in states now. But again, we still don't even have most of the voters have not voted yet. Most of the voters are going to start voting in the next couple hours because they get out of work. Most people don't vote before work. They vote after. So who knows at this point? But maybe, possibly, it is possible, but it's more possible to get. I'm still believing in the Kamala sweep. In fact, I mean, like 98% of votes are expected to be counted in North Carolina tonight when the polls close at 7:30. The first results that we'll post are mail-in ballots. And at 7:30, the election boards are able to close out in early voting tabulators. So, yeah, by 9:30, by 11 o'clock, we'll know. 11 o'clock tonight, we should know who's going to win. If it's going to be a blowout, we'll know right around when the very, very first states are, reporting if they're going to be called. Like if Pennsylvania, Georgia, or North Carolina get called for Harris by a big margin, it's over. But again, like senior Harris advisors saying they're feeling good. They have, this has happened before in which there's been misplaced optimism, as this person says, but could happen. There's this, a tsunami of women. Michael Moore. Cool. And yeah, I know Hawaii matters. I'm making a joke at the expense of the non-mainland.
Official numbers just came in from the National Weather Service, so 76 was our high, which means we tied that old record of
I don't care about the betting markets
warmest election
at all.
on a record. So we knew we were going to get into this warming trend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This doesn't end today. This doesn't end until like you said, Kamala's president, January 21st. In fact, I covered their attempt to try and steal the election if they win the House. will be even before January 6th. We'll know whether they're going to do this or not, whether they win the House. I'm worried. I'm more worried for the down ballot races right now than I am for president.
Here we are, and that record was like 1936, so very, very warm numbers that we're feeling. So let's take a look at the highs that we've had for today.
Okay, I don't care about the weather. Thought you were giving me numbers on election. Jesus Christ. I don't care about the betting odds. I don't care at all. They're not based on the most likely outcome. It's risk to reward ratio. Those are different things. You can't track the likelihood of something based on just risk to reward ratio.
Counterpoint to that, which is she had a positive message. She also spent a lot of time talking about democracy.
And also, like, all the betting markets are biased in favor of Trump anyway, because the only people who really use them often are either people that are online chronically or right-wingers.
Put more focus on reproductive rights and the
Yeah, they are effectively meaningless. Exactly.
Issues that seem to be some of the most motivated.
Yeah, I think the media focused a lot on General Kelly. Let's start where it started. General Kelly made this statement, then the questions were asked, do you agree with General Kelly?
It seems that we have begun, guys. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. Yeah, sure.
And I think she wins.
Cornell, what do you make of her closing argument?
I think that we make too much of the economy. And as long as I've been in politics,
even though it's the number one,
it's always the number one issue, right?
I agree with that, by the way, just straight off the bat. Like, the economy means nothing to the average American. It means more to them on any particular random day than any day in particular. Because, again, the economy is good, exactly, and they all think it's bad, so it literally does not matter. It matters, obviously, but that's not where the decision is coming from. If you need to know where the decision is coming from, it's coming from right here. This is where the decision comes from, is right
amygdala. These small town values predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats.
Literally, this is the average American. This is the median voter. So we gotta keep that in mind as we do our analysis of what we're seeing. The Trump capture of the Republican Party is a strange thing to see. The undertones of what? Well, I mean, a lot of the like Republicans did not like Trump. Like the ones in office, they just bent the knee over time.
Former President Obama. Cornell, will you be watching for that, and what else?
This black males breaking for Donald Trump is the red wave of 2024. It's absurd, and we'll come back and we'll have this conversation at the next poll. What I'll be watching for is turnout. Again, it's all about turnout. If you tell me at the end of the night is Milwaukee, 3 or 4 points behind the overall state, or is it 10 points behind the overall state? If it's 10 points behind the overall state, she's going to lose Wisconsin. If it's 2 or 3 points behind the overall state, because again, urban areas, she's going to win Wisconsin. The same thing is true of Philadelphia, and the same thing is true of Pennsylvania.
Well, so like, here's the thing, Lennon. I have the vibe that this might just be a reverse 2020. From our perspective, we would be 2020ing them. Sorry, not 2016. We have this feels like 2016 to me, but reversed. So, yeah, that's what I meant to say. I keep saying 2020 instead of 2016. By the way, Minnesota MAGA, make sure that you do not support anyone involved with Jason Yates. Arrested for possessing images of children on the age of 14. My Faith Votes evangelical Get Out the Vote nonprofit CEO. 8 felony counts of child sex abuse material. the average elected Republican official. Pedocon theory does not fail, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Of Pittsburgh, I'm looking at turnout.
Okay. I think we should be watching Virginia and North Carolina.
I think we should put him in the hole and then cover the hole in cement. I think that's what we need to do. Obviously, you can put like air holes in there. But
are big there in Virginia.
Cement on them and put them in a hole.
Exceeds expectations in North Carolina. She's going to have a good night because it tells you the right people are voting and motivated.
Fantastic.
And I agree with everything Cornell said.
Wait, hold on. I have no evidence for this claim, but I will believe this implicitly because it is very funny. A usually reliable source tells me that the North Korean soldiers who have deployed to Russia have never had unfettered access to the internet before, and as a result, they're gorging on pornography. So that wasn't a Fed post. It was talking about, you know, in a hypothetical Minecraft. Yeah. It's so funny to me. I can see this. I believe the fact that 10,000 North Korean soldiers just gooning instead of fighting in Ukraine. You're gonna go outside? I mean, good luck. Be careful. Stay safe. The lines are going to get longer from this point forward. So if you haven't already voted, get the fuck out there and go vote. Are you kidding me? If you're watching me right now, you should have already voted or are in line to vote or are at work waiting to leave to go vote. People still do that? Comrade Lennon?
Look of
Landfill. We've rescued 4.5 million.
Okay, please be quiet. One of you is actually giving me news.
that is happening right now. This is live right here. This is some live coverage as we're taking a look right here. You're taking a live look from El Segundo, California, as folks are still casting their ballots. But now that we are close to those polls closing, I did want to just share with you when polls actually close on election day. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see, of course, all eyes are on those battleground states. Those
well, that's a good idea.
States. We're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, for the state of Georgia, polls are going to be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. For North Carolina, those polls are
Man, I'm scared, guys.
So half an hour
We're
later,
so close to getting actual data to look at. We're so close. Fuck.
Those polls are going to be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we were talking with
Oftentimes they are.
Gordon, saying that he expects those first results to come from Kentucky and Indiana. That is because those polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So those are the states that we are going to likely hear from first. Florida and Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont. Those are going to be at 7 p.m. along with some of these others, right? And then 7:30, of course, North Carolina. 8 p.m., there is a massive number of states that are, those polls are going to be closing, but I'm going to focus in on some of those key swing states.
Lay University students are braving hours-long waits to vote at their Banana Factory Arts Center that doubles as a polling place in Pennsylvania. Quote, I've been in a line for 5 hours now, says a 19-year-old. I still can't see the front. He said he would wait as long as he needed, and I believe it's worth it for keeping our democracy. That does not sound like a Jill Stein voter. That sounds like a 19-year-old kid who's waited in line for 5 hours and will wait 5 more to vote for Kamala Harris to me. Yeah, essentially, we'll know if we're going to the camps in 4 months or if we got to do this again in 4 years. Hey, look, I have at least some hope that if we manage to eke out of this one, we might be able to avoid the camps in 4 years. Scenario. Who knows, you know? Kamala Harris might just, like, be much easier to public pressure than we expect. Not to say that that's likely again, but again. RNC walks back claims on election observer limits in polling places. Cool. Okay, so Wisconsin is now allowed to have observers. That's lovely.
that with you. What we're going to continue to do is we do have access to our Fox O&Os, and I did want to head to the swing state of Atlanta, as all eyes are also on Georgia. They have
the swing state of Atlanta. Really? I mean, what do we expect from Fox News? So, this is interesting. Sorry, I'm seeing a lot of news all of a sudden. It's just all flooding in at once now. A Trump-appointed judge delivers a stinging rebuke to GOP lawyers over challenge to the receipt of absentee ballots in Georgia. Awesome. We were worried that they weren't going to be able to count those ballots, and even a Republican judge is like, no, fuck off. Like, we're counting those ballots, so that's good to see. They'll consolidate their base, and because libs don't do countermeasuring, they'll be a stronger position. Yes, true, generally, but I don't know. We have young people paying attention. Maybe if young people continue to pay attention and we don't cut them out entirely from us, you know, it won't cut them out entirely. Please, I did not need to hear my own voice. Sorry, just switching the layout on Twitch, and now everything's different. Why am I in like... Oh, I'm in mod view, that's why. This chat is libbed up today, and you get it. Yeah, exactly, it should be libbed up today. I want it to be. Now, like, they will absolutely consolidate their power, and the libs don't do countermeasuring, yes. But again, young people are paying attention, and the reason that they stopped paying attention last time was because Bernie Sanders was who they were paying attention to. And Bernie Sanders was cheated out of the nomination. And because of this is why people stop paying attention. Now, if we don't have that issue, you know, the young people might keep paying attention. You know, after making a map of Taiwan seems like a nice place to move to. You make maps? Hell yeah. Sentient Jew Slave. I love me some maps. I gotta see them. I need to see them sometime. Post them in the Discord. That's based. Okay, cool. Lovely. Good to know. Come on. Give me some actual news this time, maybe. Holy shit, 9 updates in just the last 10 seconds. What's going on? I have too many things open. I think that my internet does not like it right now. So let's try closing some of these links. Christ, come on. Okay, there's just not gonna...
issues, right? It's the economy, the state of democracy, abortion. Right. What do you think?
Hillary loss was karma on so many levels beside the Bernie situation. Well, it wasn't karma even really. It's just like she ran a terrible campaign. Oh, cool. You're Nomad. I was like, I don't know which one of you guys have different names here versus on the Discord, but now that I know that that's you, you can, I don't know, take a picture of a map one day and post it in there. I'd love to see it. I remember when Bernie was winning in California and it was shown on Google. Google took down the numbers. And, yeah, exactly. No, the chair of the RNC came out and admitted that they did like fraud to get Kamala Harris, not Kamala Harris, Jesus Christ, Hillary Clinton to be the nominee. They erased 500,000 people from the voting rolls in Brooklyn.
Well, look, I am very curious. If economy's not at the top, that's a tell. Right off the bat. And there's been a question, is this a micro election or a macro election, right? What do I mean by that?
The mainstream media says it's preparing for a long, tense night.
Inflation, the importance of that. And there's no doubt it's been a real drag on President Biden's job rating. It's been sort of the wind at President Trump's sails. But if it's not the top issue, that means there's something else that they went into that voting booth. And, you know, look, state of democracy is you got to be careful here because it's a subjective, I think.
Well, it cuts both ways.
It can cut both ways.
It's the Democrats and Republicans both have different visions of what that means to them.
I really want to see the gender gap on that.
Well, guess what?
Because that to me will be whether that is a tell. Yeah. If you've got
2 counties in North Carolina are going to be closing a half hour late, so we're not going to get the full North Carolina result with the rest of them. Also, there was a suspicious package found in a polling place in Florida that resulted in 20 to 40 voters being sent to a different polling place. That's fun. Love to see it.
Democracy, and it is something going to tell us a lot about this election.
You know,
day.
Chuck, we already have one tell, and that's the early voting data. Record-breaking across all the battleground states, something we've never seen before. But we're also seeing
That's
an
my
uptick between both parties,
point.
right? So it's tough to say what is that going to show us.
Look, we've seen this polling, right? If you are a regular voter, the more regular you are in voting, the more likely you support Harris. If you don't vote in every election, and the less frequently you vote, the more likely you're a voter for Trump.
It's true. And also, especially even more so than that, I would say the less often you vote, the more likely you are a third party voter right now. Like if you're voting for Jill Stein, probably means that you're like, I don't know, 18 years old and have never voted before.
That actually might benefit Trump more than it benefits Harris.
See, I remember Jill Stein running in 2008.
Since the Trump era, Trump does a good job at getting sort of non-traditional voters to the polls. It's why we've seen his party do so poorly when his name is not on the ballot.
There's two storylines.
Also true.
And you've mentioned both of them obliquely here, Chuck. One is this issue we're talking about, these low propensity voters. Right. And in my conversation with Trump campaign officials and advisors, just even in the last few hours here, they're feeling pretty good about getting those low propensity voters. In plain English, all that means is people who don't tend to vote a ton.
Don't typically vote.
They feel good about getting them out. The other big thing,
Well,
of course, is
they want this election to be close, but they don't have the power to mess with the polls. I think what's messing with the polls is the hurting. And I've seen other claims that I don't know whether or not they're true, so I'm not going to repeat them. But there's fuckery going around with the polls. Don't trust them. I'm almost positive that I will be vindicated at the end of the night, that we'll know that the polls were totally off entirely. And then we can discuss why, because that requires research that we don't have time for right now.
is the gender gap. And I want to say
All right, we should be getting some results now.
where this early data is coming in, what it means, and what it says about.
Cool. First exit poll data. Lovely. Love to see that.
Surprising.
I think the gap.
Exactly.
It's a very narrow gap.
Should be farther.
Yeah,
right?
Donald Trump had been leading on this pretty heavily.
8 to 12 points in many of our, when we would say who'd be better for the economy. She didn't have to win this issue. She just couldn't get clobbered on this issue. Again,
Early data.
That's right.
Early data.
But wow, that's not an insignificant.
And again, this is the first data we're getting, so we're obviously going to be talking about it for a while. So we're just
Also, beyond just the people saying that economy and democracy are the main two concerns, we also have a larger share of Trump voters saying that abortion should be legal than in 2020. So that's good.
Do you know who else is interested in this data, right? Not just us, not just voters, the campaigns. They love to know where this early data is coming in, what it means, and what it says about the electorate, what trends we can.
Yeah, you should never trust polls again. If the polls are that wrong today, never trust them again. Okay. You guys listen to this for a second. I need to go pee, and then we'll come back and we'll look out at the numbers that just came out. Good morning, Cheeseburger Merv. Good timing. We just got our first exit polls.
So there are a lot of different things.
We'll look at those in just a second.
When you ask people how they feel about the economy, what exactly is their beef overall? We do know that in 2016, when voters said that they felt bad about the economy, they voted more for Donald Trump than for Hillary Clinton. And you go to 2020, when you ask people how they felt about the economy, if they felt bad about the economy, they were more likely to vote for Joe Biden. So the person who was not the incumbent, essentially. So what that means for tonight, who knows? There are all these other factors. I will say one thing, Hallie, and you and I have talked about this a lot. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they keep spending. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they're
planning vacations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they do have household finances in general are better today than many thought they would be 4 years after the pandemic. Also, even in these exit polls, I can't wait to see them when they come out because we asked about inflation. You know, you think about 4 years ago, that question wasn't even on these exit polls. We were asking people how they feel about lockdowns, how they feel about public health, how they feel about the state of their own health. So just a reminder that a lot has changed over the past 4 years. The American voter has gone through it.
Is it over? Did we win?
I'm ask you to stand by for a second, but Tom, we have more.
Yeah, we got some more breaking news.
Go vote and make sure you hit every swing state when you do it. So, are we cooked? Is it over?
4 years ago, which is also sort of a
Find
stunning
out.
stat for those Trump voters because it sort of cuts against the grain from what they were before.
Also kind of explains why we've been seeing this consistent gap between Donald Trump and those Republican Senate candidates on this issue. I've had a lot of, I think Donald Trump successfully muddied his position, but he didn't help his party. And it's going to be interesting to see that. I do think there are essentially abortion rights supporters who are Trump supporters who maybe.
Have we seen historically a regression in civil liberties? Yes, absolutely. Now, this is the exit poll data that's come out, and that makes sense. Now, comparing this to what we just saw of levels of trust, again, immigration, 53% to 46% on immigration, that's huge. A huge boon for Kamala Harris. Like, abortion is, like, obviously more people trust Kamala Harris on the subject, but economy, they had the chart for economy up. It was like, what is it? 51% people trust Trump on the economy. That is a huge drop, and that is a good sign for us. Hello, Ashley. Good to see you.
I'd be surprised if it ends up that big of a gap. If it's over 30, we've never had that. But it is interesting. You sort of see
how this is a little odd, though.
Let's see what people are saying about it.
It's a little odd at the top there, but if you look at it, right, men essentially are picking economy and immigration more than women are, and women are picking.
Okay, we're getting some good news.
Abortion rights. That's
we're getting good news. Yeah, no, I feel like we're really going to get the Kamala Harris sweep at this point. Harris campaign reports they're seeing high Puerto Rican turnout in Philadelphia, college student enthusiasm, like 7-hour-long lines, as we covered, high turnout amongst Republicans in Florida, and rural Republican turnout is lower, while high turnout in Durham and North Carolina. These are all good signs. North Carolina is closer than we expected, but I still expect Kamala Harris to pick that up. Florida has become like HQ for MAGA, and I still think we're going to win Pennsylvania. These are all very, very positive indicators.
To the democracy, this is proof that this is eye of the beholder stuff. And it may be.
Yeah, and explain that.
Maybe, look, there's just as many people in MAGA world who think this is an exit, that think that the Democrats and the elites and we in the mainstream media are part of this existential threat. This, I think, a better umbrella for this issue is sort of, this is the cultural divide.
Wow, even New York's mayor, Eric Adams, finally endorsed Kamala Harris, the guy who was being bribed by the Turkish government for 10 years. Interesting. I didn't expect that to happen. Trump says, well, things people tell me, oh, he doesn't mean it literally. The problem is that we had January 6th, so I know what he's capable of. No, he absolutely means what he says. And yeah, we might Jan 6th them by doing November 6th instead. This feels like a 2016 vibe to me, just in reverse. We're going to annihilate them tonight. I have hope. And given my hope has waned today multiple times, like I've said I've had hope and then I've gone back down, but ultimately it's looking good. I mean, this is from 2020, but I don't want this anymore.
The company founded by a man named Henry Ford. Good bloodlines, good bloodlines. If you believe in that stuff, you got good blood.
Just Nazi shit. I'm tired of it. I want it gone.
Voted. So this is the clearest view of how people are feeling in the voting booth or when they're filling out their mail-in ballot. So not so good to poor. Look at that number, 67% there. That's a big number. That's the biggest number we've seen in terms of poor and not so good in the last 3 or 4 cycles.
Ford was absolutely a Nazi.
5% say excellent, which is pretty interesting. Only 28% say good when there are all of these top-line economic numbers that have been so consistently strong. But this is exactly what we've been hearing from people for so long.
He was a Nazi supporter. He liked the Nazis.
Not working for them, guys.
So, Christine, no surprise there. You're about 67%, right? People thinking the economy is not that great, but you're saying that tracks with what we've seen all year. What else have we learned?
Well, we've learned also family finances compared to 4 years ago. Think about 4 years ago what was happening. People were voting in masks, or they were trying to figure out how to social distance. This broadcast was very different 4 years ago than it is today because we were in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. So people, honestly, every 4 years always ask how they're feeling. But when you look about 30% say their family finances are about the same, a quarter are better, 45 worse today. So this is one of those things that's really been top of mind for people, especially because inflation has just been this grinding problem for so long.
And do we have data on inflation? I thought we did. Okay.
Yeah, we do have an inflation number. In the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship, no hardship?
That's an interesting breakfast to have.
This is a big number here.
I mean,
People who feel
it's a valid one.
That's a big percentage.
Come on, give me some more news. I'm excited now.
Still top of mind in their family.
I will just tell you, having recently been in a couple of key battlegrounds in Pennsylvania and Erie County, in North Carolina, in New Hanover County, talking to people about this exact issue. Inflation.
Support for pathway to citizenship has fallen since 2020. That's not good.
Cost of burger meat, cost of milk and eggs, and the cost of a gallon of gas, right? Because even as these macro numbers, as we've talked about, are adjusting, people still feel like every time they go to the grocery store, they're spending a ton.
And that's almost more important, right, Christine? Because it's not the number, it's not the percentage of where inflation is, it's how they feel every single day.
Half of voters so far,
for example, they're up 22%.
Are talking about the future of democracy. I think that specifically is a huge indication that half of the voters consider that a huge issue for them.
4 years ago, but
no, he would not.
Up 20%. Just looking at wages alone,
by any metric,
20%
Genghis
bigger
Khan.
paycheck than 4 years ago. When the grocery bill is 22% more, that is.
Look at this. This is a huge increase.
For families, that things aren't the same as they were
quiet,
the last time they were voting.
Christina,
this is a huge increase of support for would you say Kamala Harris is a strong leader for the 30 to 44 line? That's not a bad number, because they are the ones that are historically and based even on the Seltzer poll much more right leaning, whereas 18 to 29 and 55 and up are primarily Kamala Harris leaning voters so far. So
I'm going to let you get back to crunching the numbers. Chuck Todd next to us is already crunching more of the numbers. The campaigns are looking at this stuff too. So I want to
no idea who that is. Don't care.
Both of our correspondents covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. We're just getting in, Garrett and Peter, what we call fave unfaves. In other words, the favorability.
What do you mean for profit media?
These candidates. And let's start with former President Trump. We're going to pull that up here, and you can see he is what they say underwater, essentially. 54% of voters in these early exit polls have an unfavorable opinion of the former president. Garrett, as you well know, though, the strategy for the Trump team has long been supercharge the base, get that 44%.
Well, I mean, the strategy is win the House and then steal the election by not picking a House Speaker before January 6th so that the certification can't happen. But still.
Who do see him
is it good? We're skipping around between this is Philadelphia specific NBC. We've checked out Fox. We checked out Reuters. I didn't realize Reuters was streaming now. God damn it! Give me that Reuters link, please. There we go. I want to see what they have. Yeah, this is looking good. If these are the numbers that we're getting, I am not all that worried.
Look at Mondaire Jones. He voted earlier today in Peekskill. Now, he has an interesting story running for Congress here. He grew up...
Still no CNN live stream. Interesting.
Information coming out of Pennsylvania, obviously the crucial battleground, the biggest prize of the swing states with 19 electoral votes among Puerto Rican voters in the 3 wards with the largest Puerto Rican populations. As of midday today, the numbers were already at 70%.
Really? God damn.
In 2020, which is to say they believe Puerto Rican voters are turning up in big numbers, particularly notable as it comes only about a week and a half after those offensive comments by the
I really thought the Puerto Ricans would come out for Harris a lot more. I mean, to be fair, maybe a lot of them are probably still yet to... they should be in line to vote now, at least.
For former President Trump at the Madison Square Garden event just a couple of weeks ago.
All right, Peter Alexander, for us, Peter, we appreciate
We're not really going to get any more information out for another couple hours.
Road to 270, which is what you are going to be watching tonight.
This has been my best friend for the last 2 or 3 months here.
Sweet.
We've just gotten to know each other. Again, the road to 270. We're going to start tonight, election night, where we left off in 2020. Except those 7 battleground states you see here are not colored in. Remember, President Biden won 6 of those 7 battlegrounds. So let's talk about Kamala Harris and her easiest path. Her easiest path tonight, if she holds that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Oh, no, shut up. I can do this better than you can. Working off polls that aren't real.
Actually, this election cycle that tells people not a monolith, and I think that's really important. We also talked about the power of the Latino vote just because of sheer demographics.
Oh, thank you, Comrade Lennon. That's nice
of
of you.
The election cycle where you see the power of the Latino?
I mean, it's election day. What else was supposed to do? This is what I've been waiting for this for a while now because it's fun. I've never gotten to do this before. I've never streamed an election. So when do you think we might know by Aussie time? We'll know if it's going to be a blowout for Kamala Harris. We'll know within, what time is it now? Eastern time 5, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 or 5 hours. We'll know if it's a Kamala Harris blowout, like blatantly. They'll be undeniable. If it's going to be a close election, we probably won't know for at least until like 11 p.m. Eastern, maybe tomorrow. But if I'm right, we're going to know the moment the first states are called. Because the first states that are called are these. Here we go. We'll get some results from Georgia and North Carolina, partial results from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If these results look favorable, then it's over. And Pennsylvania looks good for us. Georgia is a mix. North Carolina looks good for us. Michigan, I'm still concerned about. Wisconsin, I think we're going to win. Trump is going to claim victory from like the very first state that he wins. So last time Trump declared victory at around 11 p.m. We should know by 11 p.m. whether or not this is going to last quite a while or not, at the very least. But I'm standing by my prediction. We're getting a Kamala Harris sweep, and we're getting it early. In fact, okay, I'm gonna make a prediction. Let's find out how correct I end up being here. So I think we'll win Pennsylvania, and I think we'll win North Carolina. I think. Hold on, actually, I do want to see one thing on Michigan before I make that call. We're definitely not winning Arizona. I don't think we're going to win Nevada. I do think we're going to win Iowa. I think we're going to win Wisconsin. Really comes down to Michigan and Georgia, but we've already won. So that's the thing. My guess of how the map turns out is this is the worst case for us right now. This would be our worst case from my prediction. Actually, sorry. This would be my worst case from my prediction. What I actually think is going to happen is this. This is what I see as the most likely. Oh, and actually, we're probably going to flip Kansas as well. Arizona throws me. Yeah, look, Arizona's weird. I'm going to take a photo of this just to make sure that I can look at it later, because I'm going to have to reset this map as we put our actual data in. But I really think that we're going to win. I think the worst possible case that I showed, like that is the worst possible case of us winning. For us to lose in this manner, it would have to be something like we lose Nevada, we lose Georgia, we can win Pennsylvania, and we'd lose Michigan and North Carolina, and we'd win Wisconsin. That's the actual worst case. But I don't see this happening. I mean, technically, there's a chance we turn Texas blue. Not that it's going to happen, especially not with a lack of election monitors in place, but the vibes are looking excellent. Still, I still haven't encountered anything that has made me feel all that worried yet. So I say this while I'm looking at all this new information. Yeah, no. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on. The Oregon going red? No, that's not going to happen. I don't think so. Milwaukee is going to recount every absentee ballot that had been counted because of this issue. They had already tabulated 30,000. Just before 2 p.m., an election observer noticed a panel of tabulators in Milwaukee Central Count weren't properly closed. The panel wasn't closed contains tabulator on-off switches that were supposed to have been locked this morning. And so they're going to recount all of those ballots. I'm glad they picked up on that. Sorry, hold on. I have to put this into my source document just so I don't lose it for when we're, I don't know, pulling up all of the claims of fraud in a week to prove that they weren't fraud.
Trans people. So it's really interesting.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
Okay. Well, nothing on you then. Love that. Lovely. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention again. I was reading. I put that on. 35 minutes until the polls close in Indiana and Kentucky. I could also go for some Macca's fries. That would be nice. Please, someone Uber Eats me some Macca's fries. So let's be real, Hill. What do you actually want? Lower house prices, higher wages, lower taxes, better health care, better immigration policies, lower food prices. Then, are you insane? Bat Gaz? Literally all of those things. The opposite. This like literal troll. Or you must be. Oh, thanks for the sub, MK Tar. Much appreciated. Brain dead takes. Ooh, not the Daily Show. I don't need you right now. You don't copyright me, please. It was an accident.
Many more throughout the evening. Stay with us. We've got special live coverage right here. Decision 2024 on NBC News.
Thanks for the prize. Yeah, let's be real here. The largest ethnic cleansing in human history. God damn. I think there's people on the left that share my sentiment, but not necessarily to the extent that I'm claiming. Also, like, there is still a chance that Donald Trump wins. Just be aware. Like, I'm excited. I have hope, but Donald Trump could still win. So don't get complacent and don't get too comfortable.
Our time.
Funding cartels. Now
erodes. Okay, good to know that none of this matters right now. Yeah, I get that F1 2022. I'm shaking too. I'm worried too, but so far so good. So far we've yet to actually Vosh's community is pretty sure of a Kamala blowout. Not sure about Hassan. So I didn't check on his stream yesterday, but I looked at what Vosh said yesterday. So we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Again, so far, no bad data for us. Preliminary results of Edison Research exit poll. 84% of Wisconsin voters were white versus 86% in 2020. Oh no, this is not this year's poll. Jesus Christ. I don't care. That's not this year's poll. Yeah, no, we were sharing a small W. No, we don't have to pretend that we're MAGA. Although I did cover yesterday, there's a congressman in the United States who keeps an insurrectionist costume in his office in case of another Jan 6 so he can escape. And I agree, F1 2022. So the last action of the Trump campaign was about a squirrel. Yes, genuinely. And they are entirely unserious. The squirrel thing, like, map of peanuts. This could realistically just be our election map right here. Hold on. Come on, gimme. This right here could just be what the map looks like. Sorry for the bad quality image. No, it's not code. It's literally a squirrel. A guy in New York had a squirrel as a pet, and was a gay porn star, and I guess involved the squirrel in some way in his marketing for his OnlyFans. And the state came in and euthanized the squirrel because it bit an officer, and they often have rabies. This was the searches afterward of who searched for the squirrel versus who searched for Kamala Harris. This could be our election map. This is still a win for us, by the way. So even if that's the map, I am not complaining. You're not allowed to have a pet squirrel. It's like, and have it. You can't. How many dogs do the police in America kill every year? Can someone look up that number? Because it's much higher than pet squirrels. And it's not even like, oh, your dog bit somebody and deserves to like be euthanized. It's literally just like the cops come into your house, throw a flashbang because, you know, they're raiding you for some other thing, and then they'll just shoot your dog. Cops are not nice. I guess the one thing now that MAGA can agree with us on, it's just, you know, only when it's to them. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, these look amazing. Well, I mean, it was their job, and those could have rabies. Now, we looked at that, but we have CNN exit polls. So, oopsie. Harris, 67% for their candidate, and only 29% voted against Trump. This is a huge indication right here. The issue with Hillary's campaign was that there was no one who wanted to vote for Hillary Clinton. They were voting against Donald Trump. 67% of these voters voted for Kamala Harris, while only 29% voted against Donald Trump. So that's huge. Trump, vote for your candidate. 80%, 817 to vote against Kamala Harris. That's also big because we know that the energy on the right has been dying down. I mean, look at, like, we saw all of the empty rallies. His last rally was half empty instead of sold out. They had to cover the very top of the arena with big banners to make it not look like it's so empty, because there was an entire upper level of seats. So not a very high amount of enthusiasm to go out and vote against Kamala Harris is huge. Only 41% think that Trump has the ability to lead. 7% think he has good judgment. Sorry, which candidate quality matters the most? Not believed this, rather. Okay. That's still quite low. Whereas it's still pretty low on our side, but I think that does still look better for us in general. So I'm happy with this.
% on state of democracy, because all along, and you know this for months, the economy has been the top issue that voters said would be driving them to the polls. And usually immigration was right up there in the top two, followed by...
Oh, no, Comrade Lenin, they are objectively more gay than us right now. The Trump's campaign is political campaign that I've ever seen. And yeah, I know you could test for rabies, but like, it is policy. It's like, that's an issue. I don't think that we should, well, to be fair, I don't really think that you should be able to have pet raccoons and pet squirrels without having to go get them like vaccinated and having papers to avoid all of this, not to having to do testing on the spot. Well, I mean, I am gay. I'm just saying they're also very gay. Kid Vicarious.
You can see here abortion there, 14% of voters say it was the most
fuck
important issue to
MTG
them,
and Boebert.
with immigration trailing. Now, again, these numbers could shift a little bit, but one other note on state of democracy, Tom, that can cut both ways. There are Republicans who are concerned about state of democracy. There are Democrats who say they're concerned about state of democracy.
Let's talk about this other exit poll. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? And remember, the president, he closed on immigration and the economy.
Yeah, look, 51% for Trump on trust for the economy is a huge, hit to Trump. This is a boon for Harris.
51, former President Trump, 51% saying Trump, 47% for Harris. We thought this divide might be bigger, and this may change as the night goes on, but that's not terrible news for Democrats right now.
No, the other piece of this is the issue that Vice President Harris largely closed on, and that is abortion access. Who do you trust more to handle abortion?
Hey, look. What did I say about guys who were more in favor of voting Trump that are probably going to vote for Harris? The shy Trump voter? Terry M. I just had a difficult dinner with my wife. She asked me again why I was not voting Democrat. I thought we had agreed with our therapist not to talk about this. I reminded her of this. I then received a volley of rebukes going from, this is important to me, you don't care about our safety. Note, my wife is not the Netflix female lead. She does not have the hidden skills in martial arts, cyber engineering, jungle survival, or finding the glass vase near an outstretched hand when some... What are you talking about? Again, these people are insane. She seems to think our deal not to talk about Trump is trumped by some rumors of insurrection in the local press. If Trump wins, Portland will be subject to riots by left-wingers. Again, no left-wingers, but that's not what started the conversation. She did that by accusing me of desertion by not voting for Kamala. That was... Why put Kamala in the quotes? That was after I made the dinner, so what worries her? Roaming gangs, Trump in power, intellectual angst, I have no idea, but what I do know is that Harris does not give a shit. My wife has invested massive credence in her, not sure I can see a way through this. Even though this man has the worms in his brain, the worms have eaten his mind, his wife might actually get through to him. I'm saying we're going to see more of this. I'm telling you. Yeah, it is an absolute fantasy. That man lives in a schizophrenic hallucination world, but it is what it is. As long as his wife is happy, there's a reason you don't understand their jokes pre-breakfast banana, because you have to be insane. Their jokes are just hallucinations that they exist in.
Abortion. It is no surprise here to see that she is leading on trust on this issue over former President
It
Trump.
is 5:30 in North Carolina. That doesn't surprise me right now. This would be the time that most people just got out of work or going home to change or are driving to start going to line up to vote. So if you're going to be out and about for Profit Media, can you check on that again in like half an hour or an hour?
Yeah, it was a big issue. She was traveling with women all throughout states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, to make sure she got that message out as well. Again, not a huge surprise here. And again, this could change, but this one right here likely will stand.
Donald Trump, of course, closing on immigration. This is a message that he has hammered now for months with his rhetoric on migrants in this country and on trust on immigration. Here he leads, again, consistent with the public polling that we've seen. But
very, very much appreciate it. It really does look like we're going to lose Nevada, because the numbers for Nevada are looking to be like the turnout is high, but turnout is higher for Republicans than Democrats, and there's almost an equal amount of independents turning out in Nevada as Democrats. So that's not good for us at all.
I want to bring in NBC's Chuck Todd now, because Chuck, there's some interesting stuff here with all of the noted caveats, with all of the warnings. We don't want to overread into it. Like, let's be super clear on that. But talk me through your takeaway.
Well, look, I think the biggest thing is the fact that when you take economy and immigration, which are the two strongest issues for President Trump, and the fact that neither one of them's the top issue. If you're in Mar-a-Lago right now, that makes you a little bit
I'm willing
nervous.
to let them take Nevada if we win outright.
Of course, because that's you always have to be projecting confidence on there. I get it, but when you look at the fact that obviously abortion rights ahead of immigration.
Okay, let's see if there's. Oh, we're not even live. I keep forgetting.
Interesting. That's tight in terms of what voters are saying about who can handle it better.
What you got for me?
Remained really strong.
We're getting all these polls all at once now, so it's hard for me to keep track of each and every one of them, but I'm trying my best. good evening or good morning to you as well, Reen. It looks like we're in for a good night.
Do we know if Harris?
If we win tonight, like we're celebrating on stream, I hope you know.
The economy yet? Do we have that data yet? Do we know anything about that?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you something. When I see such a big spread between the good and bad for how people feel about the economy, and then you see who's better to handle the economy, Harris or Trump with only a 4-point spread, that's interesting. That's tight.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll drink off camera and then play video games with you guys. We'll get lit. Yeah. If we win like outright, if it's a sweep, I'll fucking Uber champagne.
In terms of what voters are saying about who can handle it best, otherwise, look.
Of course, he's talking about the enemy within.
Hardship. That is remarkable. 74% saying
that's a big number.
Inflation
combined,
is a big number for them. So we've been hearing people complain about inflation. Voters told us inflation was a hardship for their family. But you look at who's better to handle the economy. Only a 4-point spread. It's early. Things can change. We're going to get more data, but these little breadcrumbs are awful interesting to watch, aren't they?
Christine Romans, we thank you for that. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thanks, Tom, because we've got Peter Alexander and Garrett Haake as our campaign correspondents covering both Team Harris and Team Trump out in the field.
Ooh, okay. This doesn't look like much, but remember, Fox News aired this exit poll that more U.S. citizens believe that a pathway to citizenship is a better option than mass deportation. Fox News published this poll. Is airing it on TV. Fox. That is insane. It's over. It's over. It's so Jover for Donald Trump. The truth nuke is coming. And the truth nuke is that America is not MAGA.
That is interesting because it's a state that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he is going to win right now, but he has been there many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident by their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, lower.
It's fake news on the fake news network, so of course it's fake. I will absolutely lose my mind if I see someone call that fake news on Fox News. Please. We need to win so bad. I need this. I need this so badly. And also, I agree with you, pre-breakfast banana.
They say of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they may have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, bluer part of that state that could be a positive sign early on, at least, for the Harris folks. Hallie?
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter, especially with Team Trump dumping a lot of money into that state late in the game. Peter Alexander, thank you very much. Tom?
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So here's what we have from our exit polls right here. Unfavorable, 54%. This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable, 44%. His unfavorable, slightly higher than Vice President.
This isn't. We're not watching Fox now. We're watching NBC. That was a Fox photo that I had.
Harris. I want to go over to Garrett Haake.
Well, she should do what's right and make it popular. Her job isn't. The president's job, guys, is not to make decisions and make change. They're the public figure. Their job is to make people want to do what the party platform is. Their job is to be a celebrity and an envoy, basically. They're the diplomat. Their job is to make you want make the thing that they want to do popular. But also, yes, they should be doing what's right and popular. I agree entirely with that. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying,
those states,
more detail. There's nuance that was missing from that statement.
He has one more path, but this is going to give Democrats heart attacks. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia, and flips North Carolina. She gets there at 275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path, Tom?
For former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching tonight. Remember the East Side, right, where Trump is from New York. He's now living in Florida. If he flips Pennsylvania, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia, he gets to 270 right there. But if something were to happen and he were to lose Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else.
He's not winning Pennsylvania. I really don't see that happening. It's interesting that the most important issue is almost the same across all of the across both. The only real difference is the much higher rate of importance on immigration from the Republican side and the higher rate of importance on abortion on the Democrat side. Everything else is essentially the same. Oh, like even the foreign policy number is pretty close to the same. I agree. If what's popular is wrong, then it shouldn't be done. Like, for example, if that poll that I just showed that Fox News aired that said that, you know, most Americans prefer pathway to citizenship than mass deportation. If it was the other way around, I would still say that mass deportation is wrong. Aussie media right now is like, Trump victory won't change AUKUS and Kevin run to... who gives a shit? Like, yeah.
He doesn't have a son. Wins Michigan, either win Michigan or Wisconsin.
Okay, we know the pathways.
Michigan,
Give me numbers.
270. She goes to the...
Okay, I'm bored of you now. Again, let's check Philadelphia.
Explaining local stories that impact you. Count on it.
I am counting on it.
This is NBC 10 News. Decision 2024.
Oh, hold on. Just known pedophile talking about getting rid of women's right to vote. We're seeing this all the time now. This is the upteenth time this week that I've shown a right-wing political partisan influencer talking about why they don't want women to vote. Keeps happening.
Along with the president, we are also watching the balance of power in the Senate. Incumbent Democrat Bob Casey is facing his toughest re-election yet.
Well, of course, pre-breakfast banana, but that's why what's what we mean by you have to do what's right, by morally and ethically, and what's right for the country.
Yeah, facing Republican Dave McCormick, who also
it's not an easy job to be the leader of the country.
At that time, he didn't get past Dr. Oz in the primary. NBC 10's Brian Sheen is live in Scranton, Bob Casey's hometown, where he cast his ballot earlier today. Brian joins us with the latest from there. Brian?
Yeah, guys, we are inside the Scranton Cultural Center here in downtown Scranton. I'm told this is where Senator Casey is expected later tonight. He will watch the returns come in with his family and his supporters. The senator was at Scranton High School early this morning. He arrived there with his family so that he could vote just before 10. The 64-year-old was born in the city and still calls it home. He is seeking a fourth term and is Pennsylvania's second.
This is the National Loser Olympics and everyone is a world-class player. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. At 3 p.m. local time... Wow, like, there's Alabama's voting. You can't even see the polling place that they're so far back in some of these lines. Wow, look at that. Alabama. Imagine the world where we turned Alabama blue. Blalabama. I believe in Blalabama. Please. Oh my god, that's so funny. Maybe we can alternate every 4 years, one time women only, and one next election only men vote. That sounds like a horrible, horrible idea.
Garland Specter, who was in office for 30 years. Casey was first elected in 2006 and easily won the previous 3 elections. He has called this one his toughest re-election challenge yet. The Democrat is going up against Republican Dave McCormick.
Caused long lines.
The down ballot races are huge, by the way, guys. Don't forget about the down ballot races. If we don't win the House, they have an open path of trying to do another coup. One that may not work, but it would depend on us relying on the Democrats to do, I don't know, anything rather than not have a spine, which I'd much rather just win the House outright.
Officials say one of the 3 voting machines went down. Students we spoke with from nearby Lehigh University say they were in
7 hours in this line.
County leaders have sent more voting machines there to get voters through the line.
We've had struggle with it today. There's been long lines, but folks are staying in the lines. Those young people are staying in line.
Goddamn right. I mean, to be fair, you're saying couldn't risk it. You shouldn't be voting red down ballot anyway, but I'm glad you did. Again, guys, go and join politics yourself. Go run for your local council, run for your school board, run for your state legislature, run for Congress, or at the very least, go and work with people like Progressive Victory, !PV in my chat to get the link. Go phone bank canvas. Even after the election's done, don't stop paying attention, guys, because this doesn't end with this election. We'll have to do this again in 4 years. And I'm telling you, if nothing changes, it'll be Elon Musk instead of Trump next time. And I that is not a reality that I would like to live in.
November 3rd, 1936.
Okay, why are we talking about the weather? Like, I understand that it's much warmer than it should be, but we all know that climate change is real on this side of the aisle. Come on, guys. Are you that, like, desperate for election news? Talking about the weather? Give me a second. Let's find what's going on. Good. I hope you are, Lennon. Like, be a congressman. Make some change. Yeah, almost certainly. Fucking everything's AI now anyway. Like, that honestly really could be why the polls are the way that they are. If the polls do end up being wrong, it realistically could just be AI's fault. I need to look into this claim before I repeat it in full, but yeah. We will get the first official results around 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be getting... We'll know in about an hour and a half if we're getting the Kamala blowout. We'll know that at the very least. Which is incredibly tense. What's the weather forecast for the insurrectionists, though? 75 degrees Fahrenheit and partly cloudy. If you pay attention, you would know. Come on, are none of you interesting? Okay, that's the most interesting I've seen so far. This is the Onion's inside the voting booth stream. It might be if she actually succeeds. This is so weird. I love The Onion so much. Okay, what do you got for me? Ads.
And welcome back. We are back now with our election coverage. The country...
Oh, hold on. This is not election related, but it is important. It looks like the Israeli government is fighting with police in the streets in Tel Aviv. Interesting. Remember, there's reports that Iran might launch an assault on Israel tonight, but it looks like Israel might just do it to themselves.
In a lot of places still voting, but we have some breaking news, which is our first exit polls that just come out.
That's right. Remember, the first sense that we're getting, early sense of what the top issues
I hope, could you imagine? Imagine the air of joy and hype if not only we get a Kamala Harris sweep in the election, but also the collapse of, like, the fascist Israeli government. It would be amazing. Best day ever.
For voters, and you can see the pie chart here, right? 35% say the most
Love
important
me a
issue to
pie
them is the
chart.
state of democracy, followed by the economy at 31%, then abortion, 14%, immigration, and foreign policy following. Interesting here because remember, for months, that public polling had suggested that, in fact, the economy was the biggest and most important issue to voters, especially with those inflation numbers, Tom.
Yeah, and also, you know, we have to tell our viewers.
What is this about? Let's hear.
I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
The fact that he's saying this, like, I know it's a joke, but really does continue to layer on to my hypothesis that they know that they're not doing well and that they're in for a bad night. If your job is to protect people and you got missiles coming at you, then you might have issues with the government. They're supposed to keep you safe. Well, I mean, like, Israel's government is doing the literal exact opposite of keeping them safe. So, you know, I can understand why people might have issues with the government. Although, I don't think that that's why they're out there rioting, because the last time there was a big protest like that regarding the government was when they arrested 3 soldiers for sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee in a concentration camp by putting a rod in his rectum. And then we got to see the same defense minister, Yoav Gallant, argue that this is actually perfectly okay because they're Palestinian and, you know, you can do anything to them. They're not people. So, and then people were like, the Israeli people went to go protest not because of the sexual assault of the Palestinian, but because the soldiers were arrested. So I'm not all that hopeful.
Yeah, I've been talking to my sources on the ground there in Georgia
Bryce, can you talk to your sources a little quieter?
Who are affiliated with the election there. And here's what we're learning at this hour. Fulton County will likely seek a court an extension of polling hours. So here's what's going on there. Affected by those non-credible bomb threats we've been reporting throughout the day until 7:30 p.m. That's what a Georgia official with knowledge of the request told me just moments ago. And that same.
Do you not know about this? Comrade Lennon? Have you guys not seen the clips? Or, like, seen the concentration camps, even? I made a whole video on it, like an actual video on YouTube, not even just like a live stream.
Same official telling me there are 2 polling places in Cobb County that will stay open until 7:20 p.m. and 1 place in Gwinnett County that will request an extension until 8 p.m. and is in court this hour. Yeah, I've been talking to my sources on the ground there in Georgia who are affiliated with the election there. And here's what we're learning at this hour. Fulton County will likely seek a court an extension of polling hours. So here's what's going on there. Affected by those non-credible bomb threats.
Again, like, these were Russian bomb threats. We saw the Secretary of State for Georgia talking about how they were non-credible, Russian-linked. The FBI came out about it. Apparently, Dr. Phil went on Piers Morgan and grifted for Trump. Cool, I don't care. Is this really all that we're getting right now still? Like, there's nothing else? Come on. This looks good to me. We know that this, like, I was thinking maybe that this was possibly these people are going to vote for Stein type of thing, but based on what we're seeing with the exit polls, it looks like these are Harris voters. No line in peaceful. We always had a line during early voting. Maybe the city's unique, going back home. Fair enough for Profit Media. Thank you for staying out and looking for me, though. There has definitely been a distinct lack of dirt being leaked on any of them. The only, like, the thing there is that Donald Trump's dirt has already been all completely leaked. You know, we know essentially all of the sussy information about him. We just don't have the, like, court cases and all the evidence that's come out of there. But there's also no juicy gossip about Kamala Harris or Tim Walz because they're not evil, I guess. Like, the best thing they could come up with about Tim Walz was, oh, you weren't in China the month that you said you were in China. You were actually there a different month in the same year. And everything they've thrown at Kamala Harris has essentially just been misogyny and racism, so. Yes, Comrade Lennon, but I'm hoping less than half, maybe. Hopefully. We'll find out soon. We'll get more exit polls. Not all that long from now. Give me this. Nothing on any of the states yet. I mean, like down ballot stuff. We have info on the states, but not anything we haven't seen yet. Oh, come on. All right, 6 o'clock. The polls officially close in Georgia and North Carolina and Wisconsin and Michigan, as well as Virginia, Florida, Ohio, and Colorado at 7 o'clock. Actually, sorry. We should have results by 7 o'clock. So the polls should be shutting right around now in those states. Let me see. Virginia. I know that, like, some of these states will have later times. I know, like, Pennsylvania doesn't shut the polls off until 7, technically. Although we've seen that some of those have been extended now. It does depend on your state. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, Virginia, another one is 7 o'clock. So we'll likely get enough votes in one direction or another that they'll be able to call almost directly once the polls close. And if that happens and we get Pennsylvania for Kamala, like up 6 points or more, it's over. The Seltzer poll is looking pretty accurate right now based on everything that we've seen.
Government should not be
Like weirdly accurate from what we've seen so far.
Numbers, you could win Philly with 76% of the vote, but it's 80 that you needed to have the margin you need to carry the state. So just a final question.
True.
The gender gap has been a big
depressing, but true.
I mean, Kadia, is this an election where women voters really determine who gets the White House? Do you think
It
that's
definitely
where
seems like it.
going by the end of the counting?
I think so. I think we saw, how the campaigns, how the Harris-Walz campaigned or targeted women voters, talking about abortion or talking about rights for women. Yeah, definitely. Historically, women vote a little higher than men. So, yeah, I think so. And then on the contrast, Trump was very targeted. He targeted men. Whether or not, his assurances has to be whether or not they come out to vote.
Do you think women are going heavy for the Democrats, as Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and people like that are telling?
I mean, that was the counterpoint in the early vote data, which Republicans were generally felt good about.
So,
that it was, better for them, but
you guys should expect the next hour or two that we get some bad news, I would think. Not bad news, but news that we won't like. This would be the time that I would imagine we'll see it. That is, of course, until, the actual votes start being counted live, and then we're getting all of the calls in at once. Jeez, it's gonna be rough. That's annoying. It's about to get real. Steve Cormack gives update from his big board. Kind of like the big map. And, you guys know I loved the big map, so I guess I'll like the big board. Let's find out.
Ready to talk to us yet? Are we ready? Okay, let's bring in the man of the hour, the man of the night, the man of hopefully not the whole week, Steve Kornacki.
Yeah, Nicole. So what we got here is we call this the first wave of exit polls. They're starting to come in, and I got to give the disclaimer, but it's very important. These exit polls are still being conducted in the battleground states. A lot of them are being conducted in non-Eastern time zone states. So what we have here, first of all, is very big picture, what I'm about to show you. And also, a lot of these numbers are subject to change. There's going to be subsequent waves of exit polls that come out through the night. So again, we're inside of an hour till we get to those first initial poll closings. We'll certainly get a lot more clarity with the actual results. But between now and then, maybe to whet your appetite, we can just look at 30,000 feet here at a few things. That is not at all where I wanted to go with that. Here we go. The most important issue, we asked folks, single most important issue. And right now, this
I know, I have ADHD, but, we keep getting new shit. and MSNBC is boring. So we can go back to that anytime, and don't complain. Let's find out what this guy has to say.
I voted for Kamala Harris because as a cis white male, I understand fully it is not my ass that is currently on the line during this election.
Valid.
No matter what happens, no matter who wins, there isn't going to be legislation aimed at my existence. No matter
True.
who wins, it isn't going to be my body that's bleeding out in a parking lot because doctors are too afraid to work on me because of the laws.
Based. Thank you. This guy is correct entirely.
Legal status in this country that's going to be called into question. It's not going to be the sanctity or validity of my marriage that is in question. It is everybody who doesn't look like me, and the only conscionable thing I could think to do was use my vote for those people whose asses are on the line right now.
Thank you.
So if you look like me and you're voting for Donald Trump because you think it might save you a couple dollars at the gas pump or on your taxes, and you're ignoring all of the horrible things that he has in mind and his campaign has in mind for the rest of this country, then you are a coward and a villain.
Goddamn right.
2024.
Base. Just I have nothing else to say to that. That's perfect and correct. Yeah, that's the thing is sometimes we stereotype them too hard. Guy looks like he was a Jan 6th insurrectionist, but so the DA for Philadelphia, the following should be attributed to Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner. Remember, this is the guy who told the militias fuck around and find out yesterday. Well, actually, I'll pull up the clip because that was really nice to watch. The only talk about massive cheating that has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump, there is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have invited complaints and allegations, improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath. I really, really like this DA. Just excellent, you know? And this is what he had said to the
people to be reassured that when they get up tomorrow to go vote, if they have not voted already, that everybody in this city is working and has been working for months to make sure that there will be nothing tough about that experience and nothing to fear in that experience. But I also want to be clear, anybody who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out.
Love that.
Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons.
Please.
So if you're going to try to turn an election into some form of coercion, if you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing.
Yeah, Trump is not winning. There's what are you looking at right now that's telling you that that's the case, F-122? So far, I've seen no indications that Trump is doing well at all. Oh, that one got deleted. Show me the poll. Send it. I want to see it. I guarantee that I'm better at polls than you. Wow, even on Twitter it's trending Harris 2024, Harris Walz 2024 in a landslide. That's a trending tag on Twitter right now. On Twitter. It's apparently we're getting more bomb threats in Georgia. Which, you know, I have no evidence of so far, but could be true. And so far, what we did get were all fake anyway. They were all like Russian created. Did Trump tweet that he won yet? No, not yet. I know it's not your poll, F1 2022. I didn't think you polled it. I just meant like send me a link to the poll that you're looking at.
This is what's coming through in the exit poll nationally. Again, still being conducted. State of democracy was the most cited. This is, again, we give a list of issues to voters and we ask them.
This, to me, is a massive indication of Trump is, like, done. It's over. That is a very much Kamala Harris reason to vote right now.
What the single most important is, a little bit more than a third there, identifying state of democracy. Just behind that is the economy. Then you've got a little further back here, 14% is abortion.
Well, so like, look at this, right? So on state of democracy, Kamala Harris is leading. On the economy, Trump is leading by only 3 points, which he should be leading by quite a lot more based on what people believe about him in the economy. And then Kamala Harris leads on abortion. So most of the pie chart is taken up by things that she is more popular for.
Is the economy. Then you've got a little further back here, 14% is abortion. Immigration is 11%, 4% on foreign policy. So you can think of all the different stories, all the different controversies that have gone into those issues.
Oh, that's funny. So Trump's company just dropped in value significantly. Yeah, 15% in 15 minutes down. This is not a good sign for him today, you know?
But the electorate that we're looking at so far is telling us this is sort of how they prioritize those. We can also show you, there's been a lot of question here. Kamala Harris, of course, is part of the Biden administration. She's the vice president. He was initially running. She's still part of the administration. Does that create headwinds for her with this election? So we ask again, Joe Biden's approval rating. Folks, we've got so far in the exit poll a couple different categories here, but strongly and somewhat approve. That's a 40%. I don't know if you can read that. It's a little light, but that's a 40% approval rating that Joe Biden.
Polls in Indiana and Kentucky have closed. Voting ends in 6 more states, including Georgia, at 7 o'clock Eastern. So in 50 minutes. No widespread voting problems. Cool. Do we have anything out of Kentucky or Indiana? Kentucky or Indiana? Well, they're going to try, and I've already talked about how they're going to try F1 2022, and it's not necessarily a good plan. I think we're good. I don't get comfortable yet, but I think we're going to win this, and I don't think that they're going to be able to steal. Nothing yet. Goddamn. Really? Not even like the... Oh, okay. We got some results. Not good results, but we got some. All right, so we got Kentucky 5, Kentucky 4, Kentucky 6, or 9, 6, and then Indiana 3, Ohio. Yeah, but it looks like this is already not going great, but we expected those to go red anyway, so we entirely expected all of those to go red. We're projected to lose the House, guys, just so you know. As much as I really, really hope that we don't, we are projected to lose the House, and that is their main plan of how to do another steal, is through the House. So we should keep an eye on that. Definitely.
Biden has right now. Again, that's kind of consistent with what we've seen in polling all along.
And say that he liked Hitler.
Get to those first
initial. We'll watch Kornacki when we have a break. There's like live news coming in now, so I want to see what's going on. Or not.
This is a key question tonight.
Okay, cool. Or not, I guess. I know we don't want to lose the House, but we probably will. We are likely going to keep the Senate if, especially if I'm correct on the possible outcome here. What are the BBC saying, eh? Let's have a look at that.
We're here in the capital city, Madison. This is within Dane County. It's one of those big blue dots in an otherwise red rural state. And this is where Democrats and Kamala Harris are hoping to really run up the score tonight in those big cities. So you have Madison and Milwaukee. There is good news for the Harris campaign. In Madison earlier today, there were lines outdoors at many polling stations here. Lots of people looking to get their votes in, and likely just due to the demographics here, of course, the University of Wisconsin located in Madison. That's good news for Kamala Harris. But this really is one of those states where we've been seeing voters getting their votes in early. Already more than 1 million votes cast early. In fact, 1.6, nearly million Wisconsinites have voted. That's about half of the entire
The voter
votes.
turnout for this election has been incredible. I mean, they're saying 2008 levels, which seems accurate, but god damn, that is big.
That were cast in the state in 2020. That's just before the polls open today. Now, just a warning for viewers. Obviously, this is going to be an important swing state, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. It's been an incredibly close state over the years. We're expecting it to be the same this time around. In fact, 4 of the last 6 presidential elections have been decided in the Badger State by 1% of the votes or less. But back to that warning, we might be up pretty late tonight to find out the results this time around. We've been speaking with the
I still don't believe this.
electoral system in Milwaukee, which is the biggest city in
I
the state.
still
And
think
she says we may not know until 3
that
or
we're gonna
4 in the
win.
morning local time.
And we're going to know.
our
Not
view-
all that long from now. I must be correct. I have to be correct. That's the only way.
in the UK might just be waking up again on November 6th until we know exactly how many votes have been cast in Milwaukee, the biggest city in the state, and that's really going to be the point at which we might know which way Wisconsin goes. But in terms of what voters have been telling us, it's pretty even. We hear from Donald Trump supporters, we hear from Kamala Harris supporters. One thing that really stood out to us in speaking with folks across the state this week has been what women have told us. That's going to be a key demographic in many states, but especially here in the suburbs of Wisconsin. Many of them telling us that they're worried about the direction of reproductive rights in this country, that many of them say they'll be casting their vote for Kamala Harris over that over abortion rights and that issue. So that could be a key here. We'll see how that plays out once we get exit polls and start to get some initial results. But Wisconsin, as you look at the polls as it stands right now, a very close state. And like I said, that's to be expected here.
Indeed, and while we've been speaking to you, Carl, there, we've been looking on the screen at the results from the past 2 cycles there in Wisconsin, and you can see there's really just a hair's breadth between it there. Past 2 times, and looks like being the same now. Carl, we'll speak to you a little bit later.
I wish there was a way.
All right, so back.
I wish there was a way to pass things without people thinking that the opponents are getting a win over them. Well, that would be something like a system that functions for the greater good, not for, the benefit of the bourgeoisie. I feel like maybe a German guy might have created a system that incentivizes this a couple hundred years ago. Can't remember his name, though.
Back to our panel here in the studio. And Rodney, I want to start with you because I want to come back to some of that exit polling data that we introduced just a few moments ago with Azadeh, because there was some really interesting information there.
Yes,
Just
democracy is the top
that
issue.
Voters have been casting their ballots on today. It really seems to be a flip-flop with the Harris and Trump voters. You see the Harris voters saying 6 out of 10, they are looking at democracy. And if you look at the Trump voters, 5 out of 10, the economy. It really shows us that split screen, don't you think? That,
Oh, shit. Do we have Senate that came in?
Have a different sense of what matters right now.
Well, it certainly does. And if you go down to the next 2, abortion and immigration, it just shows you that the Harris voters are looking at democracy and abortion, which makes up an overwhelming number of those who are exit polled. Yeah. And Republican voters are economy and immigration. These are no different issues than we were talking about during the Republican primaries earlier this year. The economy and immigration have always led. The key is which issues that are not in those top 4 are the ones that are going to move that small number of undecided voters just in those 7 states.
And Stephanie, when it shows that democracy and abortion are the top 2 for Kamala Harris voters, that shows her message was really landing, wasn't it?
Oh, goddamn.
Landing. What I'd like to know is...
Well, we have some actual vote tallies coming in. Well, no, we don't. I don't think they can give us official vote. Oh, they can. Shit. Okay, the polls are actually closed, and they're counting them. Indiana and Kentucky look to be mainly Trump right now, but remember, they are counting mail-in ballots first, and Republicans voted by mail quite a lot more than usual this year, so we'll see. The website that I'm looking at, that was AP News, but 270 to win is also a pretty good guide. This is what we've been using, at least. Nothing on the Senate still, and we saw the House that's come in. I do want to know what's happening with all these other districts at the moment, but we'll find out as the votes get tallied. Nothing big just yet. Nothing that means anything.
They call Republicans in that.
The issues that both Caddy and Stephanie brought up.
I gotta really try and
the
stay live right now.
Conflict, the Ukrainian conflict with Russia and Vladimir Putin, it has risen to a higher level that we've seen over the last few years. I'm not surprised by that, but what I am surprised by is just the overall
Good night, Reen, and I hope that you do too. I will vote for Kamala Harris. That's all I'm gonna say. Good night.
Enthusiasm of both sides tonight. I mean, we've talked about record turnout. Maybe we will see the record turnout in our nation's history tonight.
Yeah, and that's interesting because
It's
we know
possible.
that Donald Trump drove up turnout in 2016. He drove up turnout again in 2020. When this was a Joe Biden-Donald Trump race, it looked like Americans were not interested. The last thing they wanted to do was go and vote for these two old white guys, which is how they saw this pairing. They didn't like it. Now that the race has got more energetic and more energized, as you suggested earlier, Rodney, it's interesting to see whether I'm getting reports from Pennsylvania that we could have record turnout just in that.
I'm hearing that from Georgia as well.
Yeah.
Record turnout there.
That's remarkable.
A white substance was found in a ballot envelope in Salt Lake, Utah. That sounds about right.
Right, we'll have to keep our eye on the turnout and all of that information. We're going to take a look also at some of the issues.
Good
that are
for him, I
dominating this
guess.
election.
I wish I had more viewers, but that's the only thing I could do about that is continue streaming and hope that you guys keep watching me and try and be funny. Right? There's nothing to talk about right now because there's no information.
One of those, and it's also going to be a challenge for the next president, is the ongoing war in the Middle East. Israel, as we know, is a...
All right, that's enough BBC. Let's try.
We have talked a lot about the possibility of political violence, about what to expect. Experts we talk to say it's really the time between Election Day and when the votes are certified or when the race is called, if that takes a few days, that they are most worried about.
I just don't know any other streamer.
Seen former President Trump has come out targeting you specifically as well. He had awful things to say about you at a rally even last night. Are you...
Well, thank you for watching me, you guys. I do really appreciate it, and I hope I'm fun. It also sucks that you're banned from Hassan's chat. I don't know why. What did you do there? And yeah, it's obviously always a Republican. There is, like, no documented evidence of a Democrat really going and doing this. Maybe one somewhere, not that I can think of. It's always the Republicans.
You specifically worried about your own safety, and how do you look at the landscape of whether there could be some kind of violence if it takes time between Election Day and a call being made?
Well, let me just say about elections, it's the time leading up to the election, Election Day, and then the count after that. And that's normal. Now, I just remind that 4 years ago when the former president was making
Can
all
you
these
guys
challenges,
imagine how much hype Nancy Pelosi will have if we win this election and it is directly her responsibility that we have Kamala Harris?
the Democrats won over 60%.
I'd rather not check any MAGA streamers. We can check the temperature by looking at Fox News for, like, just right off the bat. I think that's a better idea. Also, like, I don't really want to air other streamers because that feels more like content theft than, like, the mainstream media. I don't know. It's a personal thing. Alright, I had this one open here. That hasn't started yet. And still nothing on fucking the Kornacki cam. Good, great, love that. Nothing. Nothing. Well, we'll wait until Fox News comes back.
All of the Israeli newspapers front.
My internet is not liking this right now. Check ABC. Meanwhile, I'm Trump allies urge men to cast their ballots. AP News from 1 minute ago. Trump allies appear worried about turnout among men today, urging them to vote. If you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls, Stephen Miller, known Nazi and piece of shit, said. Charlie Kirk, the leader of the conservative group, watched what he said. Yeah.
Your daily
They're worried.
Now, that's a part of the story.
And I like when they're worried.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering.
Well, I actually have real data now. Okay. Open in browser. So, this is some interesting but albeit pretty pointless data, but it's data to look at, so let's have a look at some data. Republican counties voting Republican, sure, this makes sense. However, compared to the 2020 turnout that they had there, which precinct is this? This one is Cass County. Yeah, that's not looking good for them at all. If he has 7,000 votes in Cass County, whereas last time around they had about 10,000 overall, this is a very high turnout election. Again, like Donald Trump has 6,903 votes in Cass County with 63% in, and in 2020 he won 10,000 votes in total. So much higher turnout, but we knew that anyway, and we don't know necessarily whether it means anything. So this is all, at the moment, not much. Whereas it looks like we're doing decent in some of these counties. Hold on, hold the phone. Gotta check this. Just get you guys something to watch while I
People
check.
saying, oh, they can't get.
That's not Nancy Pelosi, ideally.
He is in the driver's seat the rest of the night.
Okay.
No question. I think there's so many.
He needs in Pennsylvania. Another way to think about it is if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, which could project pretty early tonight, Kana, he is in the driver's seat the rest of the night.
No question. I think there's so many eyes here on North Carolina. In fact, the governor just told me, in his opinion, Rick, that if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she's going to win the election, in his opinion. And so let's talk a little bit more about those swing states. I mean, you absolutely cannot overlook Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes.
Yeah, and just looking at the way that the map lines up and the timeline of the evening, the election basically starts in the southeast with those two battlegrounds I mentioned in Georgia and North Carolina. The poll closings here are important because that's when we see data. That's when you can start to see a projection.
Speaking of, what time is it Eastern?
Tell us they expect to have a lot of data in tonight.
All right, half hour until all those polls, half hour until basically we know whether or not it's a Kamala blowout.
Might be that our decision desk makes a projection in one or both of those states sometime late this evening. Pennsylvania, that's the most important battleground state, but it's going to be pretty slow. We've heard already some issues in some of the polling locations about ballot counting. It's going to take a long time. So then we're going to start looking forward. Arizona and Nevada, man, if we're talking about those, it's going to be a really long time, Kana. But Michigan and Wisconsin, we could get results tonight. Michigan, all the polls close at 9, but in most of the state, they're actually closed at 8. So we'll start to see data flow in, and that's one of the states where they changed the law to make it easier to count a lot more quickly. So even though we're bracing for what could potentially be many days of uncertainty, it's possible, depending on how
I do not think that we're going to have days of uncertainty. I don't believe that for a second. Now, counties' politics are shifting in 2024. Hello, Washington Post. We'll know if we're screwed. True. Fuck you. I'm not paying you money. Go away. I hate that every site is like this now. Oh yeah, we were going to look at Fox. What do they have to say? Do you have the actual, Fox stream? Are you streaming? It doesn't seem like they are.
Krasner says this.
my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election. He says the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. He says there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement.
Damn,
support.
62% exit vote says in Georgia, 62% of people say that abortion should be legal. That's a good sign.
This wild allegation there from Krasner, going on to say we have invited complaints and
This
allegations
wild allegation, of course they frame it this way.
of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath here.
Oh, they're
wanna just make sure we got
scared,
that in. We
guys.
are
They're
waiting,
fucking
for this press
terrified
conference to
right
begin
now.
there in Philly. In the meantime here, let's bring to the conversation yet another
Hold
one
on.
of these guests.
I accidentally
experts,
messed up my
analysts who will
entire
be
stream.
Joining us
My
throughout
screen,
the course
rather.
of the evening to help us make sense of some of these storylines. Our friend, though, as well, former Biden campaign
There we go.
advisor, and that's Rhett Buttle. He joins me.
They're
Rhett, I
terrified.
wanted to ask, too, and thanks for being with us. Happy election night. Rhett, just your...
This says nothing else but holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, we're really gonna lose bad.
and reaction.
Of the game, it's really important to know that this has been a very safe and accessible election. Everyone's votes have been very secure. America has the most
Fox
safe
News
and
is
secure
saying
election
this.
system in the world. We saw that last cycle. And, you know, in previous cycles where the Trump administration had brought forward, you know, allegations of fraud, all of those, the vast majority of them were struck down by independent judges. So, you know, we may continue to see some of this rhetoric. I don't think that it's helpful right now. We need to make
People who signed up for Elon Musk's $1 million giveaway are now suing Tesla and America PAC, claiming they were misled about how winners were picked because they did think it was a random lottery, not like they get chosen by Elon Musk. That's so funny. Today's
sure
the
that
day,
polls are open,
guys.
people continue to get to the polls. The most important thing is that people be able to know that their vote is safe and secure and it's accessible to everyone.
So, Red, I want to talk about the Harris campaign and where the Harris campaign stands right now. Last night on CNN, a senior Harris campaign advisor, David Plouffe, said this to
Hopefully,
Aaron Burnett,
mate. Hopefully.
that he believes they can win all 7 battlegrounds. He says they can, not that they will. He believes that, though. Is that feasible right now? Why is this race so close between Harris and Trump?
Well, look, we always
brain dead questions.
knew that this would be a close election. That has been heavily predicted. The polls have been very close. But the vice president has said over and over she is asking for every American's vote and she's leaving no stone unturned.
Oh, no,
yesterday-
absolutely. In fact, that was their defense argument, which is why they're getting sued. When they got sued by the Pennsylvania DA, their argument was, oh, no, it's actually not a lottery. We just, you know, we picked them. We just told them it was that. And that, like, he admitted it in a court of law. Not that you can use evidence from a different trial in, like, the current trial. There's laws around that as well. But, you know, it is known information.
Today, she was, you know, crossing across Pennsylvania from the top of the bottom of the state, talking to voters about her plan to lower costs.
Well, they
and
are.
What she'll do as president of the United States.
That's
to
what I'm
bring,
saying. They
you know,
are
down
suing
the
him.
cost of groceries to make.
Oh, fuck off. Okay. We don't need to check in on what the conservatives are talking about because it's literally nothing.
Headquarters at Mar-a-Lago in Florida on this very important night. Whit, I'm so happy to see you as well. And look, there's been a lot of focus in these early hours, specifically on North Carolina and Georgia as well. And I'm just curious, in those states in particular, we're already hearing about how Trump's last-minute message of that question, are you better now than you were 4 years ago? How is that resonating with these voters, and how are they feeling about those 2 crucial states?
Yeah, Kana, that's exactly a major part of Trump's closing message here. The idea that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration broke it and that only Trump can fix it. And that question you pointed out, that is one that he asked at almost all of his rallies here down the final stretch. But speaking of those 2 states, everyone knows, and as Rick just laid out there.
What's going on here? Come on. Damn it. Judge blocks improper hand count at Pennsylvania polling place. A judge in Pennsylvania's Fayette County has blocked a local judge of elections from doing a unilateral hand count of ballots in violation of the state's electoral code. Washington Township Judge of Election Vincent Mineta expressed his intention to, quote, remove the ballots from the ballot box and audit or hand count the vote cast for each presidential candidate, according to emergency petition from Maribeth Kuznick, director of the Fayette County Bureau of Elections. Judge Linda Cordaro ordered all right, I have to look into whether or not this is good for us or very, very bad. Give me a second.
How critical North Carolina and Georgia are for a Trump path to victory. I just spoke with the Trump advisor here a short time ago. They really like what they're seeing in early voting in Georgia. His quote to me was that rural turnout is through the roof in that state, and that's exactly what the Trump campaign wants to see there. In North Carolina, they're also seeing some encouraging signs in the early vote.
I do still think we got North Carolina in the bag. It'll be closer than most, but
time in state history. Now, there are some important caveats there because independent.
It must be tiresome to continuously have to slant the news. Sometimes news doesn't go up in your favor. That's life. Exactly. Exactly. Like, we're sitting here, we're watching good news and bad news. They look like they have dentures in those shots. They probably do. Who the hell is this judge?
Or unaffiliated voters outpace both Republicans and Democrats. So which way they flip on election day will ultimately potentially determine that outcome. And then the other question is, for the Republicans who voted early, are these new Republicans that were brought into the fold, or are these Republicans who
There's music playing in the background. I'm going to get copyright if I keep playing that one. Okay, good. This is not as bad as I thought. This is a Democrat judge, not a Republican. So, good.
From where he was in 2020.
Damn, really, you people are so boring. All of you? Every single one of you are this boring? Nothing.
Earlier, he sounded really tired.
What the fuck? This is the most British man I've ever seen.
As well.
Okay, nothing. Cool. Not important. Let's look at some numbers, because we have officially had the polls. No, not yet. Never mind. 25 minutes. 25 minutes. I'm early. The Onion. You ate The Onion? For-profit media. Why are you just shitting on the Democrats when the entire system is built to be this way, and the Democrats are the least shitty aspect of the system right now? I know you want to complain about, like, corruption and grifters, and you should. Just maybe today, focus your ire in the other direction, because it's pissing me off. I know, but, like, sorry. I'm seeing so much shit that I'm on edge right now. I'm genuinely just ready to see the world fall apart at any moment and have people like making comments on it. So my apologies there. Cool. We got a whole bunch of different live streams. Yeah, well, so much edge. We are not having a happy day yet. Fuck off, please. Not you. We don't know what's happening. So being on edge makes sense to me. What's going on here? Ooh, well, that's good. That's very, very, very good. We got Kentucky Amendment 2 failing pretty badly. The proposed amendment to Kentucky's Constitution would allow the General Assembly to provide public funds for K-12 education to non-public schools. So this is excellent. Oh, Hassan's reporting that Trump won, is he? Based on... obviously, he's kidding. What? Wow, Jesus Christ. All right, look at this in Indiana. Trump won this county by 11 points in 2020, and now he's leading by 1, realistically, you know? Not 1, but pretty close. This is only halfway. Let's get this. Like, we're well on our way right now. This is looking good. It's looking good. Hamilton County looks to be leaning Harris. Wow, okay. Literally, we might actually get a blue Indiana. Just based on what we're seeing right now. Remember, we're going to go up and down. We're going to go up and down. I'm going to be happy, excited, good news. Then we're going to get some bad news. This is how this works. It's going to be like this all night, I imagine. Well, not all night, up until we know basically what the outcome is. Which I don't really, I don't think we'll be all that far off. Who knows? If you're in line, by the way, and you're watching, stay in line. Don't leave. Change one of your tags to politics. Should have more viewers. Oh, yeah, I forget about that. Can I have more than one tag? I didn't think so. Here, I'll switch to politics. I should have done that earlier. Although there's still way more people watching and just chatting than there is in politics, but I've just swapped it over. Thanks for the heads up there. And still looking for any real results. Okay, I got 5 updates from CNN. Oh, you mean like tags like that, not the category. That's not what you meant. Right, okay. Yeah, I usually have politics on there. Oopsie. I'll fix that now, and then I'll keep the category as what it is. I just started using chatting because it was the largest demographic of my viewers. So I changed the tag now. I've added politics onto there. Should I keep the category as politics or make it just chatting? Okay. Well, we'll see. I'll keep it like this for now. You guys use Twitch more than I do, so you would know. Like, I come on here to stream, but I don't spend time and, like, chat in other streams often. If a guy using his feet to paint while he played the flute and just chatting once, I mean, that's impressive. Pennsylvania officially denies Trump's cheating claim 30 seconds ago. This one was from Josh Shapiro's Department of State. Pennsylvania counties, including Philadelphia, are running safe and secure elections. I mean, even Fox News is reporting that the election has been pretty safe and secure. There hasn't been much issues. It looks like even there, like the right is abandoning MAGA almost. Just for the moment, at least. Initial CNN exit polls, slightly more voters hold positive claims about Harris. Trump plans to seize on any mishaps as ballots are being counted. Yes, well, that makes sense. Thank you, CNN. It's not like I couldn't put that together in my own head. Okay, yeah. Okay, nothing. We got calm for another 15 minutes. If you want to go make some food, if you want to go get a coffee, make some tea, do it now. We'll see. I'm seeing the building blocks of a landslide. I'm seeing how this could form. So far, I don't see anything bad for us. That's the thing. Is I haven't, like, there's nothing that shows that Republicans are doing better than expected. And there's plenty showing that there's more voters out in the streets, and therefore somebody has to be doing better than expected. And like, I'm on Twitter right now. I'm scrolling, I'm looking at the tags. I'm even looking at, like, the Explore feature where it's usually the MAGA accounts are boosted all the way to the top. And nothing, really. So you mean to tell me Trump is calling voter fraud on no news of the actual votes? No, he's planning to call fraud at any news regarding the votes that are even remotely, like, eyebrow raising. Wow, that's fucked, guys. Look at this. Trump's favorability polling by race. 49% of white people, 42% of Latinos, 14% of black people. Wow. I really did. I had hope for the Puerto Ricans, but they've disappointed me. It does not look like the Puerto Ricans are showing up for Kamala Harris, not en masse at least. Some, I'm sure, are. You just keep getting these vibe shifts back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Election official 4 Arizona locations also received unsubstantiated bomb threats believed to originate in Russia. Trump's not going to roll over at all. Trump is going to claim victory at the first chance he gets. Once the first states are called, he'll probably claim victory in about 20 minutes, honestly. And afterward, if they win the House, we know exactly how they plan to steal the election. If not, they're gonna obviously they have the exact scheme from 2020 running. It's just not likely to work in the scenario of us doing better than expected. And I still believe in the Kamala blowout. I do. Detroit Police Patrol Convention Center, while ballots are being counted, more than a dozen Detroit police officers were milling around. Might as well just put this one on screen because there's plenty to read. Immediately outside the doors to the massive convention room where election workers were counting ballots, barricades are set up outside the room, and escalators to and from the area have been shut off. Everyone entering has to go through metal detectors. Detroit police said there was no reported issues inside or outside. Cool. I mean, Trump is claiming that there's cheating there anyway, so having like law enforcement there. Then they're not gonna. It's not stealing the House. They would use the House to steal the presidency. And the way that they would do that pre-breakfast banana is that once the election's over, they need to pick a new Speaker of the House. They have to vote on this. And the vote for the new Speaker of the House happens on January 3rd. Now, we all know when the vote gets certified, right? We know the date, January 6th. If they don't have a Speaker by January 6th, then the certification does not go through. Like, you can't do anything until you get a Speaker. And so they can delay voting for a Speaker. Well, just seeing if there's any new results. No. Okay, so we're good in Detroit. Like I said, Trump was already claiming that there was fraud there. So now there's like cops with barricades at the polling places with metal detectors. We have at least justification to stop that claim. Yeah, no, you're right. You guys are correct. Pennsylvania officials deny Trump's cheating claims. All this. What's this new one? Less than half of voters are very confident about ballot counts. That's a bad number. 3 in 4 voters said they were at least somewhat confident, while nearly 1 in 4 were not confident. That's very bad. That's really, 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 really bad. That's what they're counting on.
Poll closings. We'll certainly get a lot more clarity with the actual results, but between now and then, maybe to whet your appetite, we can just look at 30,000 feet here at a few things. That is not at all where I wanted to go with that. Here we go. The most important issue we at so far is telling us this is sort of how they prioritize those. We can also show you there's been a lot of question here. Kamala Harris, of course, is part of the Biden administration. She's the vice president. He was initially running. She's still part of the administration. Does that create headwinds for her with this election? So we ask again, Joe Biden's approval rating. Folks, we've got so far in the exit poll a couple different categories.
I would also like a time machine.
Here, but strongly and somewhat approve. That's a 40%. I don't know if you can read, that's a little light, but that's a 40% approval rating that Joe Biden has right now. Again, that's kind of consistent with what we've seen in polling all along.
Joe Biden would have a much higher approval rating if it wasn't for, like, Israel.
Low 40s. It's what scared Democrats about having him continue as the candidate when he got out of the race. Disapproved 45 and 14, nearly 60%. Again, that's what we're getting now, and that's pretty consistent with what the polling has been showing him. Can also just show you this, asking folks, what time did they make up their minds in this thing? Was it recent? Was it long ago? A lot happened in the last week. Has that been on people's minds? So we ask that question.
That's a good point, Sentient Juice Slave. That's actually quite an interesting point to talk about. And I imagine some of you don't actually know. So let's go to the Electoral College map. Now, you guys can see that inside of Nebraska and Maine, there are little boxes. Yes? Nebraska's easy way to start with, considering Maine has 2. We'll just do Nebraska. Essentially what happens here is that this little blue dot, this one electoral vote, is Omaha County in Nebraska. As in, the rest of the state of Nebraska votes in one direction, and the electoral votes that come from that, like let's say, again, Nebraska goes red, all of the electors in Nebraska go red. But if Nebraska stays blue, then we get that one electoral vote instead of there being 5 in Nebraska. In fact, prior to, like a couple weeks ago, Nebraska was trying to change this and make it into a like winner takes all system. They also tried this in Maine. It didn't work, thankfully. It's weird. Some of our like elections are really, really weird. You guys know about like caucuses, right? For primaries? Yes? Do I need to explain? Oh, really? I thought Nebraska just had the one for Omaha. Well, that would make sense. It would make sense that it wouldn't be entirely just brought down to the level of one county that votes separately than the rest of the state, which would be weird. Kind of like how Maine has 2. But our voting is weird, guys. It makes it interesting. In some states, they use tarot readers to elect primary candidates, maybe.
Question, and you can see right here, 92% are telling us that it was more than a week ago that they made up their minds in this thing. Only 7% saying
we're in the lead in Hamilton County. Give me the AP vote count estimate. Give me. Because, like, Trump won Hamilton County 52-45 last time around. If we are leading in Hamilton County, that's pretty big. Yeah, ranked choice voting is great. We have ranked choice voting on the ballot for a number of states this time around as well. Give me data. Come on, AP. Give me the actual vote count. Give me the vote count. How do I find you? Saw a screenshot. It said AP. How do I find it? What is going on? Hold on. Sorry, I'm blowing up. Wow, okay. Screw you, AP. Give me live vote counting. All right, here we go. Can I not zoom in? It's just the state, really. Fine, I'll just download the picture. This is the vote count in Harris County right now. 10% votes counted, and we are in the lead. Barely, but that is huge. Again, 52-45 last time around in this specific county in a red state.
in the last week. Now, in a close race, that 7% can be crucial. But I think one of the bigger takeaways here, it's been a while. I think a lot of people have been kind of locked in and waiting for this moment, potentially, Nicole. So, again, that's about 30,000 feet with all the disclaimers. It's about to get real soon enough, but we wanted to share that with you.
What's so interesting, Alicia, is that the campaign's theory of the case was if the stakes could be elevated in the minds of voters, that if people understood our very...
All right, yeah, so we're going to lose Indiana. Here we go. I found actual like live vote counting.
Democracy.
Much better than what we had over here. So, yeah, we're going to lose Indiana, but the fact that we're leading in Hamilton County is, again, a sign. I believe. I really, really do. We'll see. All right, so we have about 5 minutes until the polls actually close. And I'm going to go pee because we're going to get a lot of data immediately following that. Get ready. It's starting. I'll be back in just a second. And then we'll get into all of the news we're about to get. Jesus Christ, I am terrified right now. Just in case it's required. All right, here we go. Yeah, look, it looks like we're going to win, but I really want this Kamala landslide. I really, really do. Okay, I think we got some poll closures. Let's have a look and see what's going. So we should be getting Georgia and Florida, sorry, Pennsylvania results in a couple minutes. Open the actual Georgia. We should also be getting results for Wisconsin, Florida, Virginia, and Michigan. I mean, Florida's going red. We already know this, but I'll open it up anyway. Oh, and Ohio. Fine, we'll look at Ohio as well. All right. Pennsylvania closes at 8, yes, but they'll be reporting exit polls quite soon. I think they already are. Is Kentucky? Just a second. Trying to see if the screenshot I'm looking at is... No, that's Ohio. Okay, we have actually some results from Ohio in already. Or not. Really? NBC? Where are these coming from? Franklin County in Ohio. If we break this down to Poll results to Senate and President, and then House. Yeah, no, what happens if we lose Florida? Really, nothing? Where are these numbers coming from that I'm seeing then? Franklin County being... Okay. Well, to be fair, the polls don't close for another minute anyway, so... What? Wait a minute, this is funny. I'm gonna have to close some stuff on my computer. Jesus, hold on. They're not happy with me right now. Bye-bye, Discord. You are, taking up too much memory. So apparently, a guy got kicked out of a voting booth for playing the ESPN NFL draft selection chime each time he filled out a new circle on his ballot. Not that I know what that sound is, but the idea of it is quite funny to me. Okay. It is now officially 7 o'clock. Okay, cool. We immediately got results just now. That's wild. So, New York Times. It seems like not much has changed, but yeah, so Mike Braun won the governor race in Indiana. Trump wins Indiana, as we said. Another Republican wins a Senate election in Indiana. No, it's not over yet. Hold on. I just want to see if the Senate race and the actually first of all, I want to see if the Senate race was even like close or not. It wasn't. It was going to be Jim Banks. It was always going to be Jim Banks, so that's fine. Put this over here so we can flip Indiana. Oh, really? I can't do it on this map? Oh, that's live results. I have to do it on forecast. Fine, fine, fine. They haven't put it there yet. Ugh. You got anything new for me yet?
Across the country are still lined up at their polling centers in what's been an unprecedented campaign, highlighting the major differences.
Nope, boring. Give me this one. Still nothing. Really? Okay. CNN doesn't start for like an hour as well. So it seems like we have BBC, PBS, or Fox. That's
projected for Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. The letters on both sides for the Harris team, for the Trump team, now starting to take up. Let's show you what that looks like. So in the middle there, that's that number, 270. That's what they need to win. Now with those results that have just been projected, we see Donald Trump is at 8 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is at 3 electoral votes. It is, of course, very early in the evening. We note that this race has been extremely close, so we're going to see those numbers get a little bit closer and closer to each other. Now, we mentioned that critical battleground state of Georgia. Well, at this point, it is too early to project. We mentioned some of the issues that have been going on with voting there in Georgia. Indiana, this is a reliably Republican state with 11 electoral votes. At this hour, it's also too early to project. Same with South Carolina with its 9 electoral votes, also expected to go to the Republicans expected to go to Donald Trump. And then there is Virginia, not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. It has 13 electoral votes expected to go.
Trump wins Kentucky, Harris takes Vermont. So we got a state called for Kamala Harris already, which we were expected to win Vermont, and we did. Good.
to Kamala Harris. At this point, it is too early to project. But again, let's show you these numbers because this is so critical. They need 270 to win. Right now, they're at 8.
That's it. That's all we have so far. Jesus, okay. I thought we'd get more
as
than
the
that.
night goes on. But again, we want to focus on Georgia. We've been telling you about Georgia for weeks now and how important it is for both camps. Our correspondent, John Sudworth, has been in Georgia for days now speaking to voters. John, I mean, what is the sense there on such a big night?
Well, right here, I am with a Republican Party event. This is their watch party, the official one here in Atlanta. So you can imagine the mood here is one of confidence for Mr. Trump. But of course, you know, those feelings are going on nothing much more than anybody has, really, which is gut instinct. The polls suggest this state is on a knife edge. And as the polling stations close, one thing we can be certain of is Georgia.
Jesus Christ, man. Take a chill pill. I know you're joking, but, like, take a chill pill.
Is determined to start.
We should have some early results from
Georgia
in a second, I think.
Quickly. 4 million votes.
It's already out. I just don't know what site
state,
it's
either
on
in
yet.
person or by postal ballot. They will all have been counted within the next hour. That's extraordinarily fast. And we'll begin, therefore, very quickly to start to get a sense
huge.
of how this
like,
is
we're
shaping
expecting to be able to call Georgia tonight, and I still think that that alone is a massive, massive clue, indicator.
Officials expect another million or more votes to have been cast in person today across this state. We were out speaking to some of those voters at the polling stations here in Atlanta earlier, and again, they're hopeful.
The initials do not look good for us in Georgia. Again, like 0% votes counted, but 54-45. Ooh, shit. And this is what I mean, but we're going to have the mood go down, and then we're going to have it come back up, because I do still think we're going to win Georgia, and if not, we're absolutely going to win North Carolina. But if this is if it ends up actually being this much of a gap, then we're cooked. It's not going to, because Trump voters voted in by mail a lot more this year than they usually do, so the mail-in ballots are being counted first. We're going to have this distinction, and then we have the in-person ballots, which it seems like Democrats are voting more in person this year than by mail, as we usually do. It's like almost like we swapped. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye on this for the time being. Oh, actually, wait, sorry, I didn't see that, though. But Florida is much closer than I anticipated, and that's with 30% of the votes counted. So that's wild.
Pretty quick. Smaller counties by about...
Doing one after the other after another interview, trying to drive voters out to the polls during the day. And then suddenly it's 6:30, 7 in the evening, and you're getting ready, ostensibly, to go somewhere when you have a sense that things are coming together. And boom, it's over. I mean, it really...
Trump's probably going to declare victory quite soon, just so you guys know. Like, almost certainly within the next hour, he will declare victory. I did say, you know, shortly after he wins his first couple states, and he's now won 2 states, and he's projected to win Florida and Georgia at the moment, even though the votes haven't been counted enough to get there yet. It'd be surprising if he doesn't do it within the next, like, hour. Yeah, okay. We know Indiana. That's one's fine. It looks like MSNBC is finally actually doing a live stream. Not over yet. It's still expected early in the night. Mail-in voters. We know the systems in which this works. Don't fall into the trap that they did in 2020 with the red Mirage that they had. We have nothing reporting yet, and all of these counties, everything except Kentucky and Georgia are like barely counted yet. Sorry, not Kentucky and Georgia, Kentucky and Indiana. But we have some calls to make. Democrat Frederica Wilson elected to the U.S. House in Florida's 24th district. Love to see that. And then we have a Republican elected to the House in Indiana, another Republican elected to the House in Florida, and that's it. Those are the calls we have so far. And you're still not doing a live stream, even though it looks like you are when you hover over your goddamn board. I hate you. I hate you so much. And what, you're the same? Kidding me? Fuck off. Not doing that right now. Too early to say, but some suburban counties in Indiana and Kentucky are actually looking better than expected. Sure, we'll look at Fox. They're probably happy right now, so good time to do it. We could probably next election cycle actually flip Florida blue based on like how close these votes are, even though it seems like at first that Florida was well, I mean, yeah, Trump is going to win Florida. They're going to win Florida this time. I mean, next time. Do you see how close these numbers are for Florida? For what we were just describing as HQ of MAGA? It should not be this close for them. It really does look like we're going to win Hamilton County in Indiana, which is considered a bellwether. Hispanics are actually voting for Trump. About half of them. Yeah, well, see, there's my point right there. People voting against their actually here. This is what has occurred in this individual's brain.
Which way is he going to go? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values,
I'm just gonna keep playing
white.
this.
It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex.
Oh, we flipped
and the
Georgia.
amygdala. These are areas of the brain
Already. Wow.
responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually.
Yeah, most Americans are in favor of abortion. So, looks like we're now in the lead in Georgia, 51-48, with how much reporting? 3% votes counted. Obviously, big jump in Atlanta for us here. I still have hope for Georgia, although if Trump's going to win any of the swing states, it's going to be Georgia. And then we have Virginia, in which Trump is ahead, 0% counting. I don't see Trump winning Virginia, period. I am wherever you imagine me to be.
Yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching there for sure.
Yeah, so can you give us some context into...
PP Jackson, I am also pretty much anti-gun control. Just like the amount of gun control that Kamala Harris's campaign wants to do is incredibly minimal. I'm fine with it.
Watch these states, these
because they don't
battleground
know
states
anything.
over time. What I'm
How
gonna
many
put
times
up
do I have to
behind
tell
me
you
here,
this?
And Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show. So this is our breakdown of the counties. So, and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically, we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's several.
Yo, we're really
rural
catching up in
counties where
Florida.
Trump
Oh my
runs up the
God.
numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh. And you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit, in Wisconsin with Milwaukee. That's typically how this is going to go. So it's really a question of turnout in these big blue cities for the Democrats.
So we know that the Harris camp is...
No, you're thinking too deeply about how the inner brain of conservatives work, Kid Vicarious. That's not what they're thinking. And there are other policies as well, and Trump is worse on like literally every single one of them, but that's an argument we don't need to have right now, considering it's fucking election day.
A hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro.
Guys,
So
I'm like shaking right now. We're getting the results in. It's coming. It's coming. No difference yet in any of the polls, but we're keeping our lead in Georgia, I hope. And I'm surprised we haven't had anything in from North Carolina. Florida is all over the place right now. They're going up, they're down, we're getting closer, we're getting further. Oh, wow, okay. That's... Douglas County, Harris is up 32 points in Georgia right now, which was 25 under Biden and 11 under Clinton. That's big shift. Big shift. I'm in favor.
9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive.
It's not just the Catholics, you know. The evangelicals and the Protestants in general do this as well. Like the exact same thing. In fact, like the Catholics are the less bad Christians in America right now. Most of the Christian nationalists are Protestant, like, evangelicals, not Catholics. Not to say that, you know, they're not also bad. They are, but different levels. I want to check out CBS.
This evening, the tone and tenor of the campaign, and especially how Donald Trump ended his campaign last night.
We've all covered a lot of campaigns in this room, and I was just, as Bob was talking, doing the math, I think I've been covering Trump now for going on a decade, dare I say. I have never heard his messaging as dark as it has been in recent weeks. You mentioned last night.
Shit,
we also, Tony
Sherlock.
just mentioned today, we saw the former president cast his ballot there in Florida, where he falsely claimed yet again fraud in 2020. And he talked again with lies about criminal migrants, he said, pouring through our border. That is just factually untrue. But it's important that we talk about what he has done with race in this
The
campaign.
Senate scares me. They're red now? Really? Back and forth? I told you, we're going to get a lot of back and forth. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. I should probably just,
It's the very beginning.
do this.
Because it's really been like unlike anything
Oh,
we have
hold
seen
on.
in modern political history.
Well, no wonder
Because
I'm having so much
suggested that
trouble loading
migrants have
anything.
bad genes,
So what are
they're
your thoughts on
poisoning
that?
the blood of our country. What this is, though, Nora, and we've been talking about this and we'll continue to talk about this tonight, there's a very clear strategy with Donald Trump, having covered him for so long. He is targeting and really trying to speak to young men who feel aggrieved in this country, who feel like
Another congressman from Florida for the Republicans. That's fine.
they have not
I
been
guess.
getting their fair share tapping into a frustration that they see with immigration, those numbers that we saw in December.
All right, so we're going to keep going like this for a bit, and then we'll flip into like map mode and really do some analysis. Right now, the house is not looking pretty for us, but remember, like, most of this is all like expected red. In fact, we got some blue in Georgia, which is good, some blue in South Carolina, some in Virginia, even some in Florida. So it's not looking great, but it's not looking terrible for the house.
That those are the people that are making your neighborhoods unsafe, and they are taking your jobs, and really tapping into this us versus them and expanding who the us
These
is.
people are fucking crazy. Like, not her, obviously, she's saying that they're crazy, but, like, I agree, they are literally insane. Okay, whatever. That's the way that you want to do it. Give me live updates. NBC, not MSNBC. Trump lawyers lose challenge over voter protection badge in Philly. They wanted everyone to wear badges the size of a cell phone that says voter protection in big letters. Of course. NBC News exit poll in Georgia. No signs of black voters significantly shifting to Trump. That is big. That's huge. That was one of the things that we were worried about with Georgia, in fact. So that is a good thing to hear. Let's see, we were at 3% reporting before. What are we at now? Still at 3%. Okay. Okay. North Carolina, still nothing. Florida still looks the same. Lovely. Love when nothing happens.
Specific here, these numbers may change during the night. So it looks, though, like a little bit fewer men, a little bit more women.
Hey, what is the actual vote count?
We don't have numbers yet.
Yeah, because those polls
yes.
close in 10 minutes, so stand by. So
yes.
we are going to have some interesting data on that.
Inside the states, we will be able to say how the men and women are breaking down by candidate, which we can't do yet nationally.
Really interesting. John Dickerson, thank you for squeezing that in. CBS Morning's co-host, Gail King, is here as well. We've covered a lot of these elections.
Yes, we have.
This is definitely a red mirage, guys. Just be aware of this. We're not, it's not over. We're not cooked. Wait until the next set drops. We're going to be the ones that are celebrating, and they're going to be the ones feeling cooked, and we're going to go back and forth at least a couple times. This isn't over for at least 3 more hours.
I was just in Pennsylvania, you're right. And listen, they know how crucial their vote is. They know they're a battleground state. They know that they're key to both campaigns. They're taking it very, very seriously. I want to follow up on what Cecilia said about Donald Trump sowing the seeds of...
Watch out for huge shifts into southern metro Atlanta, where diversifying suburbs have rapidly trended left in Rockdale County. Harris is already running ahead. We'll see if that holds up.
If he doesn't win, that it's rigged. We met very loud and proud Trump supporters who said unequivocally, if he doesn't win, we know this is rigged and that we will be out in the streets. That was number one. Number two, I was struck by undecided because I said, when I met them, are you really undecided?
Yeah, exactly. We can't make a realistic assessment just yet. We got
really
some time.
Undecided. And I met some people
The
that
next
said,
set.
I'm not going to make up my mind until I get into the booth today. Pennsylvania had early voting of 25%. So 75% of Pennsylvania voters were planning to vote today. But I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies.
Yeah.
I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such a difference there.
We're definitely doing better in down ballot races than we are overall right now. Even in Florida, even in Indiana, we're picking up House and Senate seats that weren't expected, and some of these are still running close. Like the votes haven't been tallied yet, but they're close. Everything that's happened so far should not be a surprise. True, I still am. You guys are all gonna laugh at me when fucking Trump wins and we all get sent to the camps when I'm sitting here saying, no, we're gonna get a good night. It's gonna be a big victory for Kamala. No, we'll see. I might be wrong, but I believe. Yeah, well, that's why MLs are dumb. Sorry. Ooh, New Hampshire. Lovely. See, we didn't know if we were going to win New Hampshire, and we still might not, but it does look like we're leading. It's very tight in New Hampshire, but 1% reporting.
Woman that really got to me was Peaches.
It's not looking
Who
bad
was a bartender,
at all.
mid-40s, black woman, who said, I'm not voting for either one of
This
them.
is literally the same reason that the conservatives think that the election was stolen in 2020. You're falling into the same trap. There's a red mirage that happens, and then the blue comes afterward. This is the red mirage.
They haven't just.
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Oh, lovely. Okay, good. We got Virginia down now as well. Pretty good.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Oh, shut the fuck up. It's not going to be a Trump landslide. That one is not possible. I do not believe that. Trump wins in a landslide, I might as well just stop streaming now. Give up. Go find a different career path in that case. Well,
inflation.
I'm trying my best, all right?
His views on abortion.
You know, Georgia is close.
DJ is Dateland.
Oh no, I know, I was joking. I know you meant the networks. Of course they're gonna be shit. To be fair, like the best network to watch for coverage is CNN, and they haven't started yet. They're the most entertaining. It's too early to talk about victory, I agree, but I believe all of the indicators have been telling me that we're gonna win tonight. I would have to be very wrong.
In Maricopa County.
Mentioned about the idea of waiting a long time to vote, being online. This is another story of this election that is emerging so far is people are having to wait a long time to cast their ballot.
Well, let's.
You know what? You know what else it's too early for?
Well, votes are still pouring in, still being counted, but still a little too early to tell exactly which minority will be the scapegoat in this election. Low African American turnout, obviously a popular excuse for Democrats, but they just don't have the data that they really need to be able to blame them, at least not yet. Looking to the Republican side, they're looking at Florida, hoping that Latino voters, especially female, come through for them as a viable path to blame for all of their party's shortcomings. But the night is young. Plenty of groups are still out there. You have young voters, old voters, Asian voters, all still in play. Muslims, Cubans, certainly the list goes on. And some minority will be to blame tonight. The only thing we really know for sure at this point is that no matter what happens, it will not be my fault.
I love The Onion so much.
You've seen.
I really do. I really love The Onion. I think we have. Yeah, we won.
Really
Virginia. I think they may have called Virginia. No, they haven't yet. Not yet. These numbers are way different than what I just saw like 10 seconds ago. It said 52 for Harris, not 49. Christ. They'll find someone to blame, you know, for everybody. That's kind of the whole thing, isn't it? It's we're today is about it's either that is the outcome or not that is the outcome. It's an appropriate joke, considering. Literally right now, it feels like I'm waiting in the doctor's office to find out if I have cancer. Anything. NBC News exit poll. Latino men and women diverge on which candidate to best handle the economy. Makes sense. More men are going to vote for for Trump, and more women are going to vote for Harris. This is a thing that we've been seeing literally everywhere. Again, Trump allies are screaming, please get men out to vote, because men don't seem to be... Republicans spent $200 million on anti-trans ads. Literally, like, $200 million for ads that don't even get out the vote. Like we've talked about this, they don't get out the vote. It didn't work in 2022. The only reason they do these ads is to like ramp up hatred and fear. Yeah, okay, so we have no black voters shifting significantly to Trump, and for the Latino population, it seems to be a gender divide. So why don't people vote? Because they feel disenfranchised often. In America, the reason why most people don't vote, more than half the country oftentimes don't vote, because they don't feel like there's a point. They don't feel like it matters. They feel like they're being cheated, like they're that their vote will just be messed around with if it suits them, which is somewhat true. You know, Bernie Sanders is a big reason why young Democrats don't vote anymore. Speaking of Bernie Sanders wins re-election in U.S. Senate in Vermont. No shit, all right. Georgia is heavy Donald Trump right now at 57, 7% reporting. Again, these are all the early mail-in ballots. And then we have South Carolina also doing this. Oh, and West Virginia just went to Trump, 0% reporting. Jesus Christ, okay. What happened in West Virginia? Like, all of these other states, like, don't be all that worried, because the votes are still being counted and the numbers will change. Like, this 57-42 is at 6%. That's not anything what the numbers will look like. West Virginia, yeah, I mean, it's expected that it was going to go to Trump. It was just like, okay, wow, that was quick. Also, I did imagine I would have to refresh the page for it to pop up, and the fact that I didn't have to do that kind of took me by surprise. Yep, West Virginia. Where are these, when's CNN stream start? No, don't be. I'm telling you right now, this is the Red Mirage. It's the same thing that happened in 2020, in 2022, in 2016. This is a known... You know what? Actually, let's just watch a video on it.
In a U.S. presidential election, there can be an effect called...
Oh, you are far too long of a video. That one will do.
Former President Barack Obama campaigned for Kamala Harris in Wisconsin yesterday. Here's some of what he had to say at a rally in Milwaukee.
If you are black or Latino,
Okay,
and you
first off, please skip the bit. I want the explanation. Here we go.
Impulsive energy behind the Harris Walz campaign in the final was just speaking. They have broken their records for of the people who have voted early in person in Milwaukee are new voters who've done same-day voter registration, which is also available tomorrow. You can come to municipalities across the state.
Okay, here we go.
All over Wisconsin.
And into Wednesday. So can you speak to what the count might look like tomorrow and into Wednesday?
Absolutely. So all over Wisconsin, people have been voting with mail-in ballots, with absentee ballots in person. It's called early vote in person, and then they'll vote on Election Day in 43 municipalities across the state, including Green Bay and Milwaukee, which is two of the three biggest cities in Wisconsin. They don't report the absentee ballot results until the count is finished in the central count facilities. So in Milwaukee, you'll see 100% of precincts reporting before you see the numbers that come out of those early votes in person and those absentee ballots, which my guess is are heavily weighted towards Harris supporters. In Green Bay, they won't report anything until they've counted.
But do you guys understand how
ballots and
the shift works now? Well, it's a bit more in detail here.
Election day votes. So that means that you're going to see a red mirage where it seems like Trump is doing better than he actually is because they haven't counted and reported those absentee ballots yet. And then the blue shift when those ballots are introduced to add to the totals.
No,
that
that's
could be in
just
the middle
Florida.
of the night. It certainly was in 2020. So if you're watching Wisconsin, look at the counties that are already reporting their numbers, like Dane County. Compare the benchmarks there to what we saw in 2020. But you won't know the full picture in Wisconsin using statewide numbers until you see those final absentee
Okay,
ballots.
cool. It looks like Josh Stein might become governor of North Carolina. Mark Robinson loses. You don't know because the votes aren't counted. I get it. It's not rocket science. Well, it's not the fact that it's Elon. This is like a thing that this was the cause of essentially half the country thinking the election was stolen last time around. I thought it might be important to address it. But okay. So, still nothing, huh? Okay. I figured at least we'd get something from North Carolina, considering it says the governor's race is leaning blue. Nothing yet. Yeah, fair enough. Kamala gapping Trump in Virginia right now. Oh, yeah. 9%, 4%. We're going to win Virginia, I'm sure of that one, regardless of what the percentage counted so far is.
And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific.
Trump speeches, he's always talking about finding boxes of votes and such. He's been spreading that lie for years and years now. Well, absolutely. That's how they lay the groundwork for the crimes that they plan to commit. NBC exit polling for North Carolina shows Kamala Harris is outperforming Biden with white voters by 6%. That's interesting. Oh, yeah. So, the Republicans flipped a Senate seat. Republican Jim Justice won in West Virginia. That was a Democrat seat prior to that. So, not good there. God, if we lose the House and the Senate, that would be scary. That'd be pretty scary. But NBC is projecting Kamala Harris win North Carolina. Josh Stein win as governor, and it seems like an almost fully down ballot Dem win for North Carolina. That's excellent if this actually manages to go through this way.
You a union member?
No, I was a salary person. I started out as a union when I was in college. Then I got into management.
Thank you, Andy, for
But
calling
I
in.
understand.
I'm going to have to leave it there.
God, C-SPAN is boring. Okay. So far, so good. This is all in line with expectations. No, this is in line with expectations. I'm telling you. We're in a good position. Jesus, Georgia's fucked right now, though. At least they started posting North Carolina. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, North Carolina is insane right now. Yeah, I'd be surprised if the gap's actually that big. If the gap in North Carolina remains this big, I'd be shocked if we don't also win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Like, genuinely, I would be flabbergasted. It's a fun word to say. Pennsylvania GOP voter to Fox. Let's see what they have to say. I know, but North Carolina is, like, I've been saying all day that I think we're going to win North Carolina.
Harris offering to have a seat at the table for moderate Republicans such as myself. I believe that she actually has intentions of getting things done. I
mean, that's coming from a Trump voter. Oh, sorry, a Republican voter. Did I just see what I thought I saw? No, I did not. Man, this is... Okay, so Ohio, now that's on the map as well. Was expected to go to Trump. No, that wasn't Mr. Beast. I don't think so. I don't actually know what Mr. Beast sounds like because I don't watch YouTube like that. Harris campaign, strong signs of enthusiasm among college students. Phil Scott wins re-election in Vermont governor race. Yay. How do you, as Vermont, elect Bernie Sanders and then make your governor a Republican? How? How? What kind of brain damage is that? Fuck. All right, when is our next drop? Let's have a look. Right now it is 7:40 Eastern time. So we'll be getting drops up until 10 o'clock now, slowly. We're going to get some from Colorado soon. We still haven't got Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania. Those should be coming not all that long from now. Sorry, I'm just getting all my sources in order, trying to find anything new. By the way, feel free to send in links if you find anything like on socials, if you find a stream that you want to put on, anything. Like, I'll check it out for you guys. Ooh, new updates. What do we got here? Polls have closed in North Carolina. All right, no more votes. Well, unless you're already in line, because if you're already in line, then you're fine. Stay in line and vote. No wonder Trump spent so much time in North Carolina. They knew, they had to know that they were getting killed. Oh, absolutely. I'm telling you, Batgaz, this is literally just the Red Mirage. We are going to win. And also, you don't want to go to Canada, because Canada is about to fall to the Nazis anyway. They're worse off than we are. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Interesting. Let's have a look at this. 2024 general election vote, North Carolina, total early votes, 4,481,000, total in person, early votes, another 4 million. I guess the registration in the state seems to be pretty equal. I don't know. Good luck with that. Don't send me a MAGA streamer. Come on. I don't want to listen to MAGA. I don't care about what MAGA feels or thinks. I don't want to open a MAGA stream unless, like, we're genuinely losing and it's, okay, let's see how bad, like, the Hitler shit's gonna get. Turkey is not where you want to go if U.S. democracy fails. I'll say that much at the very least. Arizona abortion rights group booted from polls near a church. Volunteers handing out leaflets supporting Prop 139 were asked to leave a polling station because the owner of the precinct opposed the measure. The incident happened on Tuesday morning. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to, like, campaign inside of a polling station or too close to a polling station, but you are allowed to do this. And evet, Türkçe biliyorum, sana ne? The Arizona Secretary of State's office said he was not aware of the incident, but the volunteers were outside 75 feet of the... Yeah, so they were allowed to be there. That's fucked up. That's literal election interference right there. Again, from the right. Well, I see them as human beings just like I see... Well, yeah, I see them as Nazis, so... No idea. No idea. They're definitely going to try, but getting in to Australia is not easy. How many of them will succeed? Well, it depends on, I suppose, the strongest shall succeed. Do we have... 15 minutes until CNN stream starts, and then we can, like, have something on in the background that's not just blank, empty music like NBC.
metro counties in what has now become a very blue part of Georgia. And of course, we're waiting to see those votes still come in tonight.
Steve Osatami live.
It's not even just MAGA stuff. It's literal Nazi stuff. We're going to get more results soon. We should we should already be getting some more now. We're waiting on states that have already shut their polls or are close to, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Colorado. We're waiting on those results, but again, those don't close, those polls haven't closed yet. Not entirely. They're not able to release the vote count until the polls do close. So we're still only 12% in Georgia. Georgia always takes so long to count. We're not going to know. This is scary. I understand why you're shaking. I really do. I'm surprised I'm keeping it together as well as I am, because I am also afraid. I just have hope. And nothing. How sure are you that Kamala will win? Because she's a $3 odds and that's almost a juicy bet. I'm pretty sure we're going to win. I don't condone you gambling on elections because that's immoral and it's disgusting, but you can if you want to, because those were expected and because those votes were heavy. You can see the 63 to 35. Once, they can still be overturned, by the way. Those votes could be flipped back. Just because they called the election for this state doesn't mean that they necessarily won. It just means based on the amount of votes and the distribution of votes based on political party, the assumption is that the trend will continue in that state, which is why it got called early. They always call the first few states for Republicans early like that because they tend to stay pretty stable in that area of the country. I just hope this election is professional and respectful. Yeah, good luck with that. That's not going to happen, considering we've literally already had bomb threats, a attempted use of a weapon of mass destruction against energy infrastructure, and physical violence as well. West Virginia is just, I don't know how they felt comfortable calling that immediately, considering there's less than 1 point between them. I don't understand why they called West Virginia this early. Not nukes. Weapon of mass destruction doesn't necessarily mean nuke, but here. You pull it up. I covered this earlier in the day. But I'm literally not even joking. Weapon of mass destruction is how it was referred to by law enforcement. This is just the photo, but I'll bring you up a clip in a second of media. But yeah, federal agents took down Skylar Philippi, a Tennessee man caught plotting to dismantle Nashville's energy infrastructure using a weapon of mass destruction. This was a white nationalist, accelerationist, and we want an ethno state, piece of shit Nazi. Look at him. He even looks like a piece of shit Nazi. You can see it in his eyes. There's no soul. Soulless little shit.
Has become the party of the.
Oh my god, that's not what I wanted to hear. Oh, that's because I had the wrong link open, of course. Here we go. Yeah, he accused of planning to attach several pounds of C4 explosive to an aerial drone with the intent of destroying an electrical substation in Nashville. So there you go. Not peaceful in any manner. Not respectful, not peaceful.
Let's take a look at the path to 270 tonight. Where things stand is still very early in the night, but as you can see, Kamala Harris winning 1 state, 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 3 states, 23 electoral votes. Got a ways to go, don't we? All right, let's get to Donna Brazile, Reince Priebus, Chris Christie. First of all, Donna Brazile.
I
campaign tonight. You used to be the
am
chair of the
doubting
DNC.
myself in my Kamala landslide just a little, but I don't know. The feeling is still there. You know, me looking at this stuff is making me worry, but I have the vibe. No, not yet, but it's still way too early anyway. I said that we'll know if it's a landslide Kamala victory by 10 p.m. Eastern time. It's not even 8 yet. We won't know for another couple hours whether it's a flat out victory in one direction for the other. This is the red mirage time. How can they vote for someone who brought them law which they now want to undo? Well, that's because they're all insane. Right now, or you just gotta wait for more states to come in. I still think we might be able to flip Georgia. South Carolina's fucked. Florida is closer than I expected, but is fucked. Ohio is fucked. I don't understand how they called West Virginia at 49-48 immediately. I assume West Virginia might have a law that says they can count early votes early? Hold on. That would make sense if it was that. Well, I mean, yeah, they saw a very high early vote turnout, so I assume that that's why. Well, I mean, they're terrorists, Fatcast. That's why they do this. He was a Nazi terrorist. He was a white nationalist who wanted an ethno-state and wanted society to collapse. It's not sad at all. I hope that he rots in prison for the rest of his life. Just like I hope all Nazis rot in prison for the rest of their lives. Fox News calls North Carolina governor election for Democrat Josh Stein. And there we go. Yeah, I didn't think that West Virginia would be a Harris vote either. Honestly, I didn't expect it to look that close. So I'm sure maybe it really is just they get to count some of the votes early.
Leads the Harris campaign when it comes to new voters in the early vote.
That's
right.
right.
What you're saying?
Yes, that's right. Because, you know, it's always been said that, yeah, the Republicans are voting early, but they're just taking election day votes, cannibalizing those, and dumping them in the early vote bucket. But the way that you can analyze that is to say, okay, how
yeah, see, in fact, I think we talked about this a couple days ago, in that a lot of the early voters for Republicans aren't new voters. They're people who would have normally voted on election day that just voted early. There's very little new voters on the Republican side, and there's quite a lot more new voters on our side. Again, this is why I still have hope. I hope if you made that bet, Cheeseburger, I expect a quarter of the gains. I'm kidding. I'm genuinely kidding. I actually don't want that at all because that's poly market money, or rather election gambling money. But man, I'm like, my brain is in 7 places right now. I'm like, okay, well, it looks like we might be doing better than I expected. Oh, okay, we're going to the camps. Oh, okay, like, let's make a joke. Oh, okay, let's cry. Ah, God, election night. Do we have anything else from NBC yet, considering they were reporting early? A couple updates. That's good to see. Taking your 5th glass of wine. Yeah, well, that's probably not a bad idea. If we win, I'll join in. Virginia closing up a bit, but still only 20% with 10%, 10-point gap. Yeah, fair enough. Most of these states, I wouldn't really worry about what the result is until we hit about half the votes counted in general, as a rule of thumb. NBC News exit poll in Ohio. Trump loses ground with older voters, but gains with under 30. Really? How many Ohioans under 30 are like standing Trump or something because of Vance? What the fuck? That's an interesting statistic. Pro-Palestinian protesters are outside the White House. That tracks. Wow. Look, these are all polling sites within Georgia that were targeted by bomb threats. Every single one of these. That's insane. Hold on. But, hold on, just moving up to here, considering these look kind of close to calling, it looks like Florida might legalize marijuana. And there was another... what was the other one? Well, actually, let's just look at Florida for a second. So yeah, first off, much smaller margin for president between the two than should be expected for like the HQ of MAGA. Also for the Senate race, like would have expected a larger margin in favor of Republicans. Doesn't look like we're looking great in the House, but we got one win for Soto. Frost won as well. Bailey's looking okay. Possible win. I think we could beat Luna over here in Florida 13. Is that Luna Oy? No, it's a different person. Got another win. All right, so those are looking good. Okay, so this is what I want to see. Yes, constitutional amendment, right to abortion. Looks to be a yes. I guess that's a yes. These are like local California judicial politics that I don't know. And legalize recreational marijuana. So those look to be positive at the very least. I mean, it's Florida. How positive can it get? Voters trust Harris on abortion and Trump on immigration. I did not need a poll to tell me that. Thank you very much. Still nothing from Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin. I still can't believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bomb threats in Georgia. 9. That's wild. We're getting our next drop in 5 minutes. Fuck. 5 minutes, alright. Kamala wins. You will have my sincere congratulations, and I will wish you a great 4 years. I will not do that to you if Trump wins, if I'm being entirely honest. Like, I'll say congratulations in a very sarcastic way, but I'm not wishing you a great 4 years, considering the Republican Party's idea of a great 4 years. But I appreciate your sentiment. I just can't bring myself to share it. That's not an attack on you. In fact, I am glad to see positive engagement and like good faith engagement. I'm just not gonna lie to you. I'm not there. Okay, so South Carolina and Kentucky passed citizenship amendments, require citizenship for voting, which is already required by federal law. Thank you. Elon Musk PAC accused of fraud in new lawsuits. 2 swing state voters. Yep, we already knew that one. Oh, holy shit, we flipped Ohio. Huh. For the moment. That's a big shift. What? How did we jump to 52 to 47 lead in Ohio? I mean, we're not winning Ohio. We're not winning Ohio. But we might. Shit. Okay. Judge ordered a bunch of precincts to be open later following hoax and threats. Yes, we've seen this. We've seen this. We've seen that. I'll be shocked if we actually keep Ohio blue. What's Georgia looking like? Still looks bad for us right now. I'll tell you that much. It's not going to stay this way, though. Georgia will be, at the very least, a close race, not like that big of a gap. How many voters are in Ohio, usually? Well, let's see. Ohio voting. Give me, like, numbers of how many voters that is. Are you kidding me? Ohio registered voters. Not by party in total. Total. About 7 to 8 million. Sometimes. Sometimes less. Sometimes about 3 million. Depends on how excited people are. Give me a second. Verification. There we go. So, you know, number of registered voters, about 8 million. Turnout, usually about half of that. Yeah, we are far from counted. Again, 22%. Security in place at Erie Courthouse ahead of polls closing in Pennsylvania. Shit, all right, yeah, Pennsylvania's closed. We're about to get, like, Pennsylvania drops. Like, this is going to be fun. Or not so fun. Right off. Oh, damn, we didn't beat Luna. And Paulina Luna. Look, guys, we're almost certainly losing the House. I'll tell you that much. Woo! Okay, that's a lot of reporting. Again, still all states that are generally Republican anyway. I'm watching out for Iowa. Oklahoma was going to go red. So is Tennessee. Alabama and Mississippi. So, do not, don't panic. Don't fucking panic. Wait, hold on. Literally the mindset being, it's over. But we're so back. Over and over and over again. No, if we win, I'm partying on stream. I don't give a fuck. And I really think we're gonna... Oh, hold on. Holy shit. Okay. That flipped just now. Pennsylvania looks like we have a starting lead here. Connecticut, Rhode Island, Texas. Do you believe in Blacksis? Do you? No, not yet. Not yet, for profit media. We cannot make that call until we know Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin's leaning. Because if Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin stay leaning left and they have big margins, then I will say it's a Kamala blowout. We'll flip Georgia. Means we'll probably win Iowa. We might win Kansas. Don't worry. Like, NC is going to be close. North Carolina will be close. And Texas has been becoming more blue for years now. Like, if not this election, within the next, like, within our lifetime, Texas will be blue, and so will Florida. Yeah, it'll be close. Maybe next election we can flip Texas. I don't think we'll get Blexus this time around, but we're getting closer and closer each time. And again, like, they have 8% reporting already with that number. In Ohio is at 25 when it flipped. 3% for Pennsylvania. Shit. Here we go. Woo. In North Carolina, black and white voters move in different directions. Does this surprise anybody? No. CNN on? Not yet. Always remember Blexus. Make that an emote. Maybe. I mean, they're meant to start late. See, I'm never late for my stream. Why is CNN late for their stream? Texas really looking blue. Oh, okay, come on. What do we got here? Yeah, they haven't called much of anything officially, except for the states that were always going to go the way they were, like, you know. Woo. Polls closed in Pennsylvania. Race is too early to call. Marsha Blackburn, re-elected in Tennessee. Great. Lovely. Oh, they called Florida for Trump. Unsurprising. Elizabeth Warren, re-elected in Massachusetts. Lovely. So far, we're going down the line the way that is expected still. So far, means the abortion issue is not working. Apparently, right-wing for-profit media managed to misinform the viewers that no, abortion is working. It is absolute. Women's turnout has been significantly higher than usual, and women have been voting Democrat more than usual based on like all the polling that we're seeing. And also, all of the ballots for abortion that have been given to the states so far have passed. Not just this election, but in general. 35% of the votes counted in Georgia. And we're still like this, but we've caught up a bit. I was at 37 to, 50 something before. Regardless of what happens, we have a lot of work to do. Well, yes, we all do have a lot of work to do. And hey, I do work from here too, If you want to help American democracy, whether, Kamala or Trump wins, ! PV, go do something about it. Phone bank, Canvas, there's a lot of different things you can do. And also, it's just a good community. Come on, man. Anything? Harris loses ground with Latinos. Well, we did expect this. But it's looking a bit worse than I was hoping. Damn, Latino men, you suck right now. You're almost as bad as white men. You're worse than white women. Should be ashamed. How are you going to be more Hitlerite than white women? Because nothing matters. That's why. No one believes in reality. It doesn't matter if he says that. They're mad that Joe Biden called Trump supporters trash. I'm not even joking. That's what they'd be more angry about. Hey, New Jersey, 39% going to Kamala Harris. Proud of my home state. What is this? Loudoun County seemed to have a data error. It went down to 96 reporting after it showed 99. It seems like voters will usually come last, usually report late, so most likely a reported figure is a data error. Okay. For me, honestly, no one wins till our communities are united, and well, I agree. Hard agree right there. It's just, one side just wants to divide even further, and the other side does not. North Carolina passes the citizenship requirement to vote that already existed. God, people are stupid. You guys are asking me how, Latinos can switch to Trump. 3 states just passed a requirement for citizenship to vote when that was already federal law. So you're asking me how. That's the answer. Are you people insane? Oh, now they moved the time up because they clearly have numbers that they're looking through. In Florida, yeah. Yes, exactly. You are correct here for Profit Media. That's exactly what's happening. What about 270 to win? What's that looking like right now? Oh, they're not even officially calling it on here. Not for president, at least. Oh, you have to go on to this one, not the Electoral College map. What's our Senate looking like? Still to be expected at this point. And the House. That looks bad. The House looks bad. This objectively looks bad. Especially in Pennsylvania, really? Yeah, no, we're not winning the House. That's cooked. I'll say that right now, openly. We're not winning the House. And we might still win Texas, you know. It's not, we're not going to, obviously. You can see that it's already flipped to red. It's going to get more red. But, yeah, this is still the red mirage. Just be aware. I wouldn't be too worried at the moment about these results. Still, I'm still waiting for Michigan and Wisconsin. Oh, Michigan in! Yay! Awesome. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, both leaning blue at the moment. Philadelphia County first drop. That's what we'd like to see. Give me the breakdown for inside of the county, please, please, please. Is it? It's getting bigger. So, Philadelphia County. Harris, 99,000 votes to Trump's 13,000 for POTUS. PA Senate, 97,000 to 12,000. Obviously, early over here, but Philadelphia County is incredibly important if we want to win Pennsylvania, which we do. We want to keep our numbers up. And yeah, Texas is not happening. Not this time. Next time. I believe in it for next time. Iowa, however. Iowa. That's still a possibility. Speaking of, when do we get Iowa results in? That's a good question, isn't it? When is Iowa results coming in? And when is Wisconsin supposed to really come in either? When I tell you you can start to worry, that's when you can start to worry. Oh, we're not going to get Ohio for a little bit in here. That's fine. We can deal with that. Harris campaign bracing for weeks-long litigation, which, again, we already knew was going to be the case. Not this one. Wait, of course, it has to open to this fucking page. Large majority of Pennsylvania voters say abortion should be legal in most and all cases. North Carolina voters expected to cast more provisional ballots than in 2020. And Harris campaign bracing for weeks-long election litigation. Suggested it could take days to declare a winner in the presidential race, but they're bracing for legal fallout for extended weeks. Because obviously Trump is going to declare victory, and then with a margin of error race expected to raise the possibility of legal challenges. Okay, so they're expecting it to be tighter now. That's the first red flag that you can worry about, because they were pretty enthusiastic before. Now they're saying out loud that margin of error race is not a good thing that you want to hear from them right now. But to be fair, this was always going to happen anyway, so that might actually just mean nothing. That might be like a pre-prepared statement. We got a senator from Connecticut. That's lovely to see. Georgia's still too close to call. I was telling you, we're going to get closer and closer as this goes up, and we're at 36%. And right now, it does not look too close to call, but too close to call. We're going to get there. Well, I have it open. It says it was supposed to start at 11. It was supposed to start at 11:30. Blame CNN, not me. Or you want something in the background? Maybe MSNBC's actually started.
We're getting some new numbers in from Georgia, of course, which is a key battleground state. And this is where it stands right now. Pretty close race. Kamala Harris, 48.5. Donald Trump, 51%. Obviously, just 3% of the vote in. But that 3%, Rick, has been somewhat telling. And I wanted to tell our viewers at home, here's one of the reasons why I hope you'll stick with ABC tonight, because Rick has got an incredible benchmark tool.
We have a 5-point shift in Fayette County, Atlanta, towards Harris. So that's also incredibly good.
Tell us where Donald Trump needs to be in a particular county or where Kamala Harris needs to be, no matter at what point in the night we are, to be having a good night in that particular county and state. So give us an example of how we're going to track this.
Yeah, so most of the data isn't in yet, but what we're seeing in one county just outside Atlanta, Douglas County, it's only about 1% of the votes overall, but we've got a good portion of the vote in already. Kamala Harris right now winning 65-33. You can see how that compares to Joe Biden. It's a few points ahead of Biden. And this is what you're referring to. These are our benchmarks. This is our partners at 538. They ran the numbers for every county in America and calculated what would it take for each candidate to perform in a county in a way that they would be able to win the state. That benchmark says she needs to be getting around 62% in Douglas County. She's up there at 66%. Similar story just east of Atlanta in Rockdale County. Again, a small county.
I'm telling you, don't worry.
Not talking about a lot of votes.
We just flipped Illinois.
6 points ahead of that 538
Sorry,
benchmark.
never mind. We didn't flip Illinois. I was thinking about Indiana. Illinois just dropped, is what I meant to say.
This is mostly early vote.
Sure. I was planning to check Fox soon anyway. God. I mean, look, they're lying anyway. Like, their reporting is... They're not even talking about the presidential election right now. They're talking about Congress. With no sound. Okay, let's check this one.
Pennsylvania and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here. 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee, Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our experts, analysis, and reporters who cover this election.
Blanzis, I believe in you. I believe in Blanzis, even though it's 6% reporting. I believe in Iowa.
The New York Post's Cameron
Ohio
joins me. Cameron, good to see you here.
Blaxis,
so give us a sense.
Which is not happening.
Yes, we've gotten a lot of race calls in for states that aren't necessarily surprises, but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at the vote share with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and the youth, men and women, but also between early voting.
Yeah, no, Blexis is not happening. And neither is Blexiana. Sorry. First positive indicator for Harris in Georgia, 95% in total for Stevens County. Harris is pulling 18% of the vote, but 22% of the election day vote. We're looking at a red mirage. I'm telling you, this is the case.
And same day.
That's a county that she should not be getting anywhere
right now?
like near those numbers in right now.
I'm looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now, and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of.
Okay, we have managed to officially get the black Nazi away from the governor job in North Carolina. This is a win. Celebrate it. No Mark Robinson in North Carolina. That is a good step in the right direction. What is this? What is this new update? New update. And then we got an Indiana Republican governor, which sucks, but...
like Georgia
Election day.
All right, I'm not keeping Fox on because I'm not listening to them, and I don't want to put Fox News on my stream and then not correct every lie that they say.
Statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look because we've got some. Yeah, I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a. Let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations.
Thanks, Kid Vicarious. Thanks for tuning in.
Democratic margins in some cases.
I suppose you'll find out in the morning how things went.
It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural.
Which dude's folding documents?
Eastern small can improve the Democrat black population.
You mean holding or folding?
Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically.
Probably like numbers and shit that he wrote down for what he's doing right now.
We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina.
It looks like a bunch of scribbles because he probably was writing a bunch of stuff and writing over it.
They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about
wait, hold on. All right, we're only at 9% votes counted. I was gonna say if we have a 9% lead and the votes counted are like not that small of a number, I was going to say it's over right now, but I don't know. Kansas still looking good at 6%, and Illinois is looking decent at 1, doesn't matter. Michigan's at 4, doesn't really matter yet. Pennsylvania's at 7, doesn't really matter yet. These votes only just started getting counted, so again, chill out, be calm. We don't know what's going to happen yet. It's not the time to know. I will vote, just not for Donald Trump. Oh, holy shit, Florida didn't pass legalized marijuana. That was looking pretty strong. Just to show you guys like the difference that it can make in just minutes of looking at polls when these are being counted. Because legalized marijuana was up like 5-6 points when we looked at it not even like 10 minutes ago. And that didn't pass. Really, you just like left it there? God, I hate these mainstream media jokes. Bad policy? Which policy are you talking about again? Sorry, like my brain's all over the place, so it's difficult to remember. What is this joke? I want to see the clip. All right, here we go.
By a voter, Brian Flores, you just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
Oh,
and
yeah,
tell
bad
me
policy.
About how you came to...
I don't know. It's Florida. Don't expect rational things from Florida.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
We're joined now by...
I mean, I know exactly why Republicans are mad about this, but she's correct. You should break up with your boyfriend if you cannot convince him to vote in a way that, I don't know, doesn't take away your bodily autonomy and your rights. No, that's not possible, Lennon. He's a demon. It's literally physically not possible. He would combust into flames, like on the spot. Georgia's getting closer, getting closer. I'm still not worried, by the way. Like, this still looks like a good map to me. We're getting there. I'm sure we'll catch up in Georgia. I don't think we'll win Georgia, but we'll catch up and make it close. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, if we win all 3 of those by a decent amount, like early on, it's over. It's over for them. We win. DeSantis is literally Satan. Yes, exactly. And I could give a fuck about what Poly Market thinks, because I think that gambling on elections is immoral, it's evil, and the Poly Market is owned by Peter Thiel, who is a direct benefactor of J.D. Vance and the Trump campaign. So I don't trust any of the numbers that come out of it, and I don't think that it should exist. And also, Polymarket specifically is spending a lot of money buying content creators. There we go, finally CNN's live. And nothing on it. Okay, good to know. Like, I genuinely think that that should be illegal, like gambling on elections. I feel like that's kind of common sense. Oh, I forgot about this one. It's looking close in Texas. We might get to kick Ted Cruz out. I hope you managed to get all the swing states while you did, Cheeseburger Murph. Hold on. If we're going to see this, I want to see this. Wait, no, that's governor. Senate. Ooh, that's looking good. I would love Ted Cruz to get just knocked the hell out of the Senate. That would be absolutely lovely. Alyssa Slotkin's looking good in Michigan. Bob Casey seems to be on track to win. Shit, alright. Well, we'll find out when we find out. Michigan, PA, and Illinois will be Harris. Well, if Michigan and PA are Harris, then almost certainly Wisconsin is too, because the three of those states almost always vote together. They all, like, literally, it's very rare that they do not. So, you know, PA and Michigan means also Wisconsin means we win. If we win PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Illinois, and North Carolina, we win. Period. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let me check that out on the map, because doing math in my head is hard. Let's find out. Is that enough? No, can you, Okay, well, let's say we win Pennsylvania, we win Michigan, and we win North Carolina. That's a win for us, period. But let's say we don't win North Carolina. Let's just, out of pretend, let's just keep that blank. We'll almost certainly win Wisconsin if we also win, like, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin enough to win us the election. Right there, exactly. If Republicans win the non-presidential races, couldn't they block anything Kamala tries to do? Yes. And that's a problem, you know? One of the things is we're probably going to hold on to the Senate, maybe, but we're probably going to lose the House, and that's a big issue for us. And especially, like, as we've covered, they're planning to use the House to overturn the election. Virginia is red in, like, overall? Well, yeah, for now. It's going to keep going up and back and forth. Don't believe those, like, calls yet. If they haven't been called, don't trust it. They're still getting there. The votes are being, like, Ohio just flipped back to red as well. But we're still, like, closing in on them in Georgia. Texas has been still actually really consistently close. PA and Michigan were still leagues ahead of them. Again, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, we win. I hope that Trump suffers in prison after he loses. I'll wish him that. But like I said, the down ballot races are important, and those are not looking all that good. The presidential race is looking good overall. I think we have the presidency in the bag, actually. I'm not confident in making that claim just yet. Once we see Wisconsin or Iowa, sure. Is Blexus on the comeback? No, Blexus isn't coming back. We're not getting Blexus today. If you look at the like county votes inside of Texas, they're not. Let me find. This is from just a little, like, not all that long ago, but yeah, we should be getting much higher numbers than this in Fort Bend County right off of Houston. That's bad. That is not a good indicator. CNN, are you really just going to have a blank stream like that of just ballots being counted? Are you joking? What reality is this? Missouri going to Trump. We already knew that would happen. North Carolina's getting closer. That's scary. I mean, I hope Lexus rises again. That would be great. But just off of these results so far, I am confident. I know North Carolina's getting closer. I know they're still ahead in Georgia. We will still catch up on those. Did Trump jump up in Rhode Island? It says Kamala Harris won Rhode Island with Trump at 50%, so 4% higher votes than her. Which is funny, you know, she obviously did win that state. She, like, those numbers will go back. They're totally going to do the same thing as 2020, though. They're going to see all of this red flip back to blue, and then they're going to be mad about it. Like, we're 0.3 off in Virginia. Ohio, we're not even, like, a point off from them. Alright, I need to pee, and then, we'll continue when we come back. I'm still, checking for constant updates. We'll know more soon. We'll know more very, 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 very soon. Yeah, okay, so far. Okay, are we cooked or not? Whoever wins North Carolina will have an easier path to the White House. North Carolina seems like it's almost necessary at this point. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. What do we have these 7 updates say? Detroit voters rushed to fix last-minute issues as the clock struck 8 p.m. Dozens of voters are still waiting in line at Detroit Department of Elections to be able to register to vote or rectify changes of address. Sucks to be you, but, you know, if you're in line, stay in line. You can still vote. You are legally allowed to, and they are legally not allowed to stop you. So, black voters most concerned about democracy. We know this. Arizona report 4 bomb threats. Love that. Also calls kids who are still waiting to vote in Pennsylvania polling locations. That is so wholesome. Wait, I want to see what these bomb threats were. Trump won Arkansas. Yes, yes, yes. 4 non-credible bomb threats. Okay, so they were non-credible. Oklahoma, another state that passed an amendment to require citizenship to vote, even though that's already federal law. The majority of Texas voters think abortion should be legal. That's wild. In Texas. God damn. 6-hour waits at polling site near Pennsylvania University. Nazis are watching the election. We know this. 2/3 of black women say they would be scared if Trump wins. Same. Same. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're totally going to win Pennsylvania. And we're going to win Michigan. I'm almost certain that we're actually going to win Michigan. Again, this is still part of that, like, mirage. This is right around when Donald Trump declared victory last time. And then look what happened afterward. Not right, actually, we're 2 hours off from that. But this map will change. They're not looking strong to me. Wow, we're tied in North Carolina right now. Still gaining on them in Georgia. We're still growing in Texas, too. We're getting closer. We might actually get Lexus. Oh, my God. I still don't think so, but we're at least going to probably kick... Hold on. Shit, Ted Cruz might actually win. Colin Allred's doing quite good in the governor's race, but he's not reaching, like, the levels of excitement nor voting as any of, like Biden in 2020, Kamala now. He's not reaching those levels. That's not good. Okay, yeah, cool. So we got another blue senator, as expected. Kamala Harris wins Delaware. Here's Jill Stein fucking Democrats in real time, considering we would totally be ahead in North Carolina right now if not for Jill Stein. Disgusting. But there is quite a lot of excitement for the campaign in Pennsylvania. And like I said, Pennsylvania is not going red. It's just not going red. We're winning Pennsylvania. You can see this by the turnout. You can see this by the type of people who have turned out. And the numbers are just, they're staying pretty consistent with Dems in the lead here, even as the percentage of votes counted grows. I just want some numbers on Wisconsin. Come on. Oh, there we go. There's Blanzis gone. It's not her, it's the baby leftist striking to their principles that's fucking us over. It's both. She's, like, out there on purpose trying to make that happen. Harris on pace to outperform Biden in Fulton County in Georgia with 70% in. That is useful because all of those votes being counted up will be added up at the end, just like they did last time. Virginia, what's going on with Virginia right now? Can I see the actual, like, counties? That'd be great. Aha, here we go. That's why. because the votes in the big cities haven't been counted yet. Virginia's not like even remotely red right now. It's just the mirage. The big counties like Richmond, Norfolk, these haven't been counted, and that's where the majority of blue voters are. What are the results for the Russian vote? It seems like they're breaking for Jill Stein. Or Donald Trump, depending on which state you're in. Okay, cool. We got Illinois called for us, which is nice. I'm not worried about North Carolina. It's not the voting, it's the misinformation and the disinformation and the influence that they have over certain candidates that we were joking about Genghis Khan. Again, look, Raleigh's votes still aren't in. Greensboro's votes still aren't in. Charlotte's votes still aren't really fully in. 6% counted, 0% counted, 6% counted. We're doing so well in North Carolina. You cannot even imagine. Right now, we're looking strong. Like, very, very strong. For Georgia, yeah, we still have all of Atlanta that needs to be, well, not all of Atlanta, but a big chunk of Atlanta still needs to be counted. So that'll push us up. And she's outperforming in places like Fulton County, which is right around here. It's one of these. That's Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Fulton County. Yeah, she's outperforming here, which means she's likely to outperform in at least 2 of these. And then we go to Pennsylvania. We still have a lot of uncounted Pennsylvania votes. Unfortunately, actually, no. A lot of these do still seem to be urban Pennsylvania votes, so we're good on Pennsylvania. I'm not worried about Pennsylvania anymore. Michigan. This is weird. You're not going to tell me the uncounted ballots in Michigan? Well. Fuck. Wow, why is Michigan so Republican for their House races? Jesus. Michigan's still the one that worries me. That's my biggest concern. And we're not getting Plexus. My prediction is Kamala Harris is going to win. I've said this a couple times. My prediction is that we will win by, at the very least, we will get Pennsylvania. Well, let's do it this way. No, I do. This is what I think. I think we'll win Pennsylvania. I think we'll win North Carolina. I think we'll lose Arizona and Nevada. I think we'll maybe win Iowa. I'm hopeful about that. But let's say we leave Iowa off the map. We even leave Nevada off the map for a second. Pennsylvania, we're going to win Wisconsin. I know this one. It's really just about Michigan at this point. If we can win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, how many times do I have to do this? Which it seems like we're doing all right in Michigan. We don't have any numbers on Wisconsin. We're winning Pennsylvania, and the 3 of them tend to vote together. We win outright anyway. If not Michigan, Georgia still gives us a win. Actually, hold on. With that, just on this basis alone, we win. Never mind. Yeah, all we need to do is win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and North Carolina. And we're going to win North Carolina, and we're going to win Pennsylvania. So if you drop off Wisconsin, that leaves us with Nevada, Iowa. Kansas is also in play. Or Georgia. We have multiple paths to victory right now that are open, that are quite viable. I think that Kamala Harris will win. And I think we'll know in less than 2 hours. I think we'll know if it's going to be like a proper, like, okay, cool, we win. We can go to bed now type of night within 2 hours. If it's not going to be a clean win, we'll know that then as well, but I still do think we will win the vote count overall. Again, we just covered all of the counties specifically in these states, and much of the vote that hasn't been counted is the vote inside of the bigger cities. And that's what I'm banking on that. So far, every indication that we've gotten from polling, from turnout, from exit polls is that the Seltzer poll was correct. That so far, nothing has come and challenged that. Do we have any, like, of these streaming that look interesting?
People without college degrees who are working harder than ever has a lot to do with how the economy has been restructured and reorganized over these past 30 or 40 years by big money, by the moneyed interests. You just connect the dots. Look at Citizens United, the Supreme Court case that opened the floodgates to big money in politics. The reason that there is so much big money in politics is
Frank.
Big money.
Hi, buddy. I know you want to flop, but you gotta say hi. Hello. Mwah, 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 mwah. There you go. I'm low-key gonna drink a Monster and then go to bed after stream. Why drink a Monster and then go to bed? Frank did not vote for Trump. Frank knows that they're eating the cats and the dogs. The Republicans, that is. Oh, hello there, Sweetie Pea. Okay. Back to it then. Caffeine helps you sleep. Does not make, like, scientific sense to me, but you do you. I just want to know which way we're leaning. Well, realistically, I just want to win, but... Well, look, Kansas is back in blue now. Georgia's still looking like it's growing. Virginia's still on the... Yep. Again, like, as we count the ballots in the bigger cities... we're going to take back Virginia and North Carolina. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Ohio, we're not going to win Ohio. Pennsylvania will be closer than this, obviously. It's not going to be a 30-point win, but Michigan is what I'm actually worried about. Michigan is the only one that I'm really, really actually worried about. Go Kamal. Ooh, this is spicy. Pro-Palestine protesters in New York City are gathering across the street from Fox News headquarters. NYPD is out in big numbers, getting ready to repress the march. They picked a good day to do this. I disagree. We're definitely winning PA, in fact. There's nothing that has shown me that there's any chance of us losing PA. Whereas I feel like we're more likely to lose in Michigan. Everything I'm seeing out of PA shows me like long ass lines of young people and young women in line ready to vote. Are the pigs going to assault the crowd? Absolutely. Do you expect anything less?
Wants to get a return on their investment in politics. Part of that return is lower taxes on the wealthy. Part of it...
Wow, you guys suck. You all suck so bad. Well, I think that we might win Iowa. I didn't think that we would win Iowa. But as we've been looking at the numbers and seeing the turnout, we quite possibly might. It'd be great if we did.
55% of the vote versus 32% for then President Trump. And Vice President Harris' support among Hispanics is a bit lower. The latest ABC poll had Vice President Harris at 54% versus 39% for former President Trump. But
Yeah,
it's
they'll
not all bad
absolutely
news
do it
for
again.
Vice President Harris, because when she entered the race,
About Iowa or who's gonna win? Like I said, we'll probably know we're gonna know the likely outcome of the election in general by midnight, probably closer to 11 p.m. But that's not a guarantee.
over 100 days ago, the numbers were much lower. And she's been able to increase her numbers as Latino voters got to know her, especially women and young Latinas.
Oh, they
She's been
called
doing a lot
Virginia
of outreach
for
with
Kamala
Latino
Harris.
voters
There we
across
go. We actually we should have Virginia now. Damn. I told you. Red Mirage, don't be worried. The numbers that we're seeing right now are all good for us. We are going to do much better as the night goes on, as these votes get counted. Mother and daughter vote for the first time together, cast ballots for Trump. Damn, what level of brain damage do you need to do that? That's so sad.
We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here,
Trump's
we're talking
not
about
winning.
Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region, Cobb County.
If we're going to have a tight race in Georgia, ideally we need to do much better in Michigan than it looks like we might do. So there's that to keep in mind. But oh shit, we flipped Missouri for a second. I mean, it's not going to stay that way, but
we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County. And look how Democrats have been able to run up the score. From Romney in 2012, Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72%. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about.
It is nice to see Kansas and Missouri blue. Kansas might actually stay blue. Missouri will not.
I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rabun, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty.
Who let Alex Jones, back on the internet? I thought this man was banished to the shadow realm.
Gentlemen, President Trump just came out and posted on Truth Social. There's a lot of reports of fraud in Philadelphia and the key battleground state of Pennsylvania.
That's because the person who called Virginia isn't part of the mainstream media or an official poster. They're whatchamacallit. The decision desk is its own separate thing. It will get called for Kamala Harris soon. I guarantee it. Within the next 20 minutes, we'll get blue Virginia. But yeah, who let this fucking idiot back on the internet?
as a country, hoping her own immigrant story will resonate with them. I think the challenge for her, David, has been that, like most voters, the top issues for Latinos are the economy, inflation, crime, and immigration. And we know that former President Trump does better on those issues. Now, there is anecdotal indications and some polling on Spanish language media that shows that the so-called joke at Madison Square Garden, calling Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage, has moved some Puerto Rican voters her way in Pennsylvania.
Not
and
enough.
Home to over 400,000.
I thought there'd be a lot more.
As well as North Carolina and Georgia with hundreds of thousands. And here in Florida, where Puerto Ricans are the second largest Latino voting bloc.
If he wins, there is no courts for him pre-breakfast banana. You understand this, right? He'll just pardon himself.
I know previous said that they were leaning towards Trump, but we have to wait till we see those results. There's also indication that the insult on Puerto Rico could have influence on other Latino voters who have expressed outrage at the incident in solidarity with Puerto Ricans. They say an insult to one of ours is an insult to all.
Maria Elena Salinas, I really appreciate that. Governor Christie, I wanted to bring this over to you because Florida really has changed over the course of several years.
No, Florida, I mean, look, Florida used to not be a full-on red state, and now it's just a shithole. But we knew this already. Like, again, not a surprise. Come on, I want the next drop. I really just want Wisconsin numbers. I can't tell what's going to happen with Michigan, but depending on how Pennsylvania and Wisconsin look, we can puzzle that one out. What are you doing? How are these people this much, like, of a failure on election night? On election night. Hey, stop that. Destroying my notebook. They need the ad revenue. What, so you like run a live stream and not pay attention to it at all? That's ad revenue? I mean, true. In fact, I think I've seen stuff saying that at least most people under the age of 30 are on Twitch to follow the election, not watching the news anywhere else. Late surge in GOP ad spending in Pennsylvania. We already knew that one. That one's fine. Oh, the suspense. Like 5 different pages open that I'm following. Hey, I was asking about Wisconsin. This is hopeful.
Coming out to vote. Yeah, what issues are on your mind coming out to vote?
I did have the pleasure of going to the Kamala rally a couple days ago.
Thanks for the follow,
and
Schmoovements.
I'm really feeling inspired to protect women's rights and my own body.
And is that the same thinking among your circle of
More
friends?
people are calling Virginia for Harris. This is going to change in a second. Yeah, no, Florida is red as fuck. Florida is MAGA HQ now, for some reason. That's okay. We were never going to win Florida. I don't know why they haven't called Virginia yet, because I've seen several calls for it now.
Family, is that a major issue for folks?
Absolutely, yes. All women's rights and also just seeing a female leader for the very first time in the U.S. would be amazing.
Yeah, and your thoughts on that too, seeing a first woman president?
I think it's all really exciting, yeah.
Yeah, look, it's weird, but there's been a dramatic shift with Hispanics towards Trump. I don't know why, on what, like, rational earth that this, makes sense to anybody, but, I mean, have you seen Dade County? Like, not even just, okay, actually, Miami is not red. Miami's blue. Oh, sorry, Miami-Dade County. Never mind, Miami is red. I was looking at the wrong county. That would be why. Yeah, this is very easily an indicator of why people feel this way is the shift. Is Jacksonville red? I don't know. Where's Jacksonville on this map? It's the shift of, like, all of the red, like, Republican voters in other states that moved to Florida because they thought that their state was woke. Where is, Jacksonville? It's up at the top, isn't it? Oh, God, I'll just Google it. Okay. Well, where is that on this map? That would be this one? Yes, it's red. Your answer is yes. Jacksonville, huh? I'm that blind. Wow. Actually, no. Your answer is no. You're looking to be pretty tied up there in Jacksonville.
Last minute words, things people should know about, maybe those sitting on the sidelines who haven't gotten out to vote yet?
Just get out and vote. It's going to make a difference. Everywhere's tight, so you got to...
I really think once we find out Wisconsin, we're all going to be in a much better mood. And once they call Georgia. Sorry, not Georgia. Virginia, rather. What updates do you have for me now this time? Check AP on this side. 39%, 38% rather, counted in North Carolina. We'll pick that back up. That tiny little lead at 38% means nothing. Wow, Florida didn't pass the right to abortion. That was looking good. What happened to Florida? They were looking good for both ballot measures. Like not even all that long ago. Wow. It was just like a couple counties, Miami being the only big county to say no to marijuana. And then for abortion, it's the opposite. Whereas the bigger counties say yes and the smaller ones say no. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Florida at all. Like, just kind of fuck Florida. Oh, what got called for us? Because our numbers just went up. New York got called for us, that's why. There's New Mexico for Trump at the moment, which was looking actually to be Dem. We'll see how that actually goes. I don't believe we'll lose in New Mexico. Georgia's really like catching up there, but so slowly. I guarantee you this last chunk of voters is going to be all Fulton County voters, and it's going to flip the state blue. Let's see where the votes are counted right now. So uncounted votes are in Gwinnett County, Fulton County, Cobb County. All of the big Atlanta counties are still not finished counting even remotely. Then there's Savannah. No, I'm not all that worried about Georgia anymore. Ooh, Nebraska looks like we might actually flip another electoral seat from them. Wisconsin better not be. Yeah, I would hope not, but I don't expect that anyway. North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa. Iowa! No! Come on, man. You can't do me like this. You have to, yeah, you can't do me like this, Iowa. It's okay, it's only, like, not even 1% reporting, so. Yeah, we're not getting red Cali. They're talking a lot about red Oregon, which I don't see happening, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, Trump wins Texas, as expected, but again, by a much smaller margin than he should have. How does the governor's race look in Texas right now? Sorry, not the governor's race, the Senate race. Wow, Cruz +5. Yeah, no, all red's down. We're done. Ted Cruz gets to stay. That sucks. We're still ahead in Kansas. That's interesting, really. They took Ohio back. We're gaining on. We're still growing in North Carolina, but slower than I'd like. Virginia's been called by like 6 different people now. I don't know why AP isn't. Okay, polls closed in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, so we'll be getting a drop for that quite soon, I would think. Michigan was not, obviously, like, they couldn't keep counting because they weren't closed. Now they are, so we'll get the rest of the Michigan numbers in, and we'll get something about Wisconsin, and we'll see about Arizona. The Sun Belt, I'm not, like, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, I don't see us winning. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe we're not going to have a Kamala Harris blowout. But I still do think that we'll win. Again, all we need to do is win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And I still do think that we'll get North Carolina as well. But yeah, that's 270 just with those three. Oh wait, that would require us to also win New Mexico, which we're not leading in at the moment, but we're projected to win New Mexico. Man, this is stressful. I still believe in Colin Allred, even though he's a piece of shit. I still believe in him. We can kick out Ted Cruz. No one likes Ted Cruz. Okay, this is what scares me more than anything right now. Is the House. AOC got reelected in New York. Daniel Goldman also reelected in New York. Or sorry, elected in New York. I don't know if he was reelected. I don't know who that is. Another U.S. House member. Actually, two more U.S. House members. That's lovely. Oh, Colorado. Colorado's in. Colorado I'm particularly interested in because I would really like to see Lauren Boebert get kicked out of office, specifically because she's running in a district that I have friends in and that neighbored one that I lived in. So, House. Is she 3 or 4? I can't remember. No, she's 4. I want to see what happens here. I think the craziest thing about this election is how many people genuinely believe it's rigged. Well, yeah. Can you make the map smaller so we can see? How do I make the map smaller? How does making it... Oh, you mean make me smaller? Like this? Or maybe I could just switch places with this one. That should make it better, because I'm reading off this side anyway. Now you can see the full map. What was your analysis, Steve Kornacki, the last time you said anything? Which seems to be never. Literally never? Move the chat. Where do you want me to move it to? Like on top of my face? Okay. Get rid of chat. No chat. You're right, that is better. CNN's live again. Is it just people, like, in a warehouse? Yes, it is. Just people in a warehouse again. Of course it is. Why would it be anything but that? Fuck, these people suck. I don't know if you guys had seen this earlier. We were covering it when it was still breaking news at the time.
Right across Australia, and we start with that breaking. Welcome back to Washington, D.C. It's great to have your company right across Australia, and we start with that breaking news.
It's Australian
where a man has been arrested at the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. U.S. correspondent Alison Petrowski is following that story for us. Ali, what is the latest?
Well, Carl, we know that a man was arrested approaching the security screening, you know, the X-ray machines that you go through when you're going into museums and any sort of historical building, which is what he was doing. In his backpack, there were 2 bottles and a flare gun. The bottles contained flammable liquid. It was picked up by security and he was taken into custody.
Over 40 different bomb threats that were fake have been called into Democratic-leaning polling places, and they're all coming from Russia. 40. 40.
The investigation is now ongoing, but we understand that Capitol Police have secured a 25
Yeah, we were never going to win Ohio.
that he had written and planned to deliver to Congress, Carl. And I also understand that his vehicle has been seized. Capitol Police still giving a press conference.
Still, again, like Trump only winning Ohio by like less than 10 points is, I mean, it's a decent win, but you would have expected higher for Ohio. Texas has been called for Trump, but they still haven't done it on the map either. And Virginia is ours. Fix the map, God damn it.
Let's take a listen.
We are trying to determine where, in fact, he did come from.
Nebraska's too early to call, but an extra electoral seat here is unexpected and quite nice, actually.
And again, active investigation, so there's a lot of follow-up. When we get that information, there'll be additional follow-up. We believe that it was some sort of accelerant. It could have been gasoline, some sort of accelerant.
This comes, Carl, as there's been jitters and anxiety really right across the country. We've seen multiple bomb threats made in multiple states, including in Fulton County, Georgia, and also in Jacksonville, Florida. The bomb squad called in, having to make sweeps, having to evacuate people and holding up voting for small periods of time. Very quickly, investigators seem to discover that these threats aren't credible, aren't viable, but they do, at the moment, Carl, believe that they are linked to Russia.
Yeah, we know this. Hold on, I'm gonna maybe check out what some of the other streamers are on the left saying, as you guys have recommended that I do. Let's have a look. Start with, Hassan, as we're on Twitch. What is going on with my computer?
I've never been a Bleggs' believer. I have routinely shied away from that, and I wasn't even like a firm committed believer in Georgia.
We're not going to stay on this long enough, but sure.
None of those things are important to me. The way I said, the way I see it is like it's going to come down to Pennsylvania.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
And
Wisconsin,
Sure. Fuck you, Ethoslob. Just for that, that's all we're getting of Hassan. We're moving on. See what Vosh has to say. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm petty, but I'm not that petty.
Consistently put Kamala Harris as Kamala Harris's chances above Donald Trump by multiple points in Wisconsin. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
I am Hassan now, actually.
Michigan as well. Like Kamala Harris's chances in Michigan have.
I'm Hassan now.
Polls looked a lot better.
You see his chat box? Nope.
Perform the polls. Or is she going to perform as expected, and then Florida becomes still a toss-up?
Yeah.
We can't.
I think that makes sense. We'll just need more out of the Midwest before we see that. Yeah, the first results in Wisconsin are coming in.
Yeah, Trump doubles black support in Wisconsin according to the NBC exit poll. This year, Trump is polling 20%.
But Trump has been down with black people overall, so. Like, Wisconsin is red at the moment, but I do think that we'll win it. And so is Minnesota, and we'll win Minnesota for sure, so.
This is all very much in line with what polling said.
Early voting and
damn, the pollsters might actually have been right, and I'm going to be so mad.
Ricketts expected to win easily, likely no Osborne upset.
Yeah. The polls kind of broke away from her at the very end there.
If the polls are correct,
I don't think Democrats with the way that
I'm still going to be shocked if the polls are correct. Let's see what the other leftist streamer has to say. Seems like nothing at the moment.
How late are you streaming tonight?
It depends on how long it takes.
As long as democracy calls me to serve.
Exactly. Yeah, they called Texas, which expecting.
I don't know what there is to be done about the Hispanic shifting right over time issue. You know?
I do.
Very
The reason Hispanics are shifting right is because they're believing lies that they're being told every day. I feel like making, lying deliberately and knowingly as a politician might illegal might fix that. Making lying deliberately and knowingly as a newscaster or as a political figure or as an influencer might also fix that. Who knows?
Concerned with this. I want if Kamala loses, it kind of makes me think though. It makes me wonder.
Shit, all right, they're talking about this already.
It has nothing to do with policy, and it might just be America doesn't want a woman president. It really makes me wonder, because it genuinely seems like to a large extent the underlying current there would just be a lot of people are really sexist, and that would unironically hit a lot of it. I mean, hopefully not.
Anubis, you trying to cop a ban again?
I really think you're overestimating the sexism thing. Countries all over the world have had women leaders, even conservative and fascist ones.
Not America.
Yeah, but there are differences.
Why would I do that, Ethoslav? Like, debating someone that's MAGA is not going to change their mind. Oh, well, maybe you should have been.
Differences in the kinds
Test me and see how we go.
Of sexism and the way the decision.
Okay. He's also focused on Michigan, which makes sense because that's where my worries are also sitting, is Michigan. I want to have a deeper look into what it looks like we have so far in Michigan. Okay, you can be independent. I don't care. It's your the words that you say, not who your political party is. That's not what concerns me. It's your rhetoric. I don't know. Michigan we still have a lot of Macomb County, Wayne County, Oakland County. None of these are fully. I mean, okay, there's Oakland County's reported some, but we still have Kent, Ottawa County. Michigan is not remotely reported enough for us to be all that worried right now. But I guess the pollsters were a bit more correct than I expected them to be. That's disappointing. But hey, look, Iowa's blue again. Decent amount too. I mean, again, only 9% reporting. Paulding County has showed a bluer election day vote than the early vote. Still need to see if it's the precinct effect, but the county could end up shifting 5% to Harris versus 2020. You see, I'm seeing this 5% to 10% shift to Harris in a lot of counties in Georgia. We saw this in, well, obviously this is Paulding now, but there was also the one in, what was it, Macomb County? We'll see. Maine, yeah, it looks like we flipped one electoral vote over there. That's good. What else have you had to say? I mean, it doesn't really matter if we go any further back with these people because they're reading the same data we are. Useless. Exit poll. Trump doubles black support in Wisconsin since 2020. All right, now you can be concerned. At this point, I am now saying you are allowed to be concerned. %20 of the black vote in Wisconsin. Jesus Christ. Hey, we elected a trans woman to Congress. Based. You shouldn't have been concerned all night, and it still is looking okay. I still am thinking we're gonna win. It's just gonna be much closer than I wanted it to. Georgia is gonna be close, but I reckon we might actually be able to flip that. North Carolina, we're gonna win North Carolina, and Virginia's already been called. This map just isn't doing it, but it's been called several times. Again, look, if we look at the map, right? Bring up 270 to win. North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, and Virginia. All we need to do is win one more of these. And that's it. Ain't no opinion. I still don't think Trump's gonna win. We'll see. Closer we get. There's definitely a chance, and I said this from the very beginning, that there is a chance that Donald Trump will win tonight. But there's no chance of a Donald Trump blowout, a sweep. And I guess there's no chance of a Kamala Harris sweep, but who knows? Yeah, look, the vote count in Georgia, I have been paying attention to it. It's not going to be too big to rig. We're not looking like we're close, right? But again, look at the counties that have the uncounted ballots. They're all the, like, cities. There's very few, like, outliers, but all of these are projected to go Dem more than they did in 2020. Because the counting was suspended for a long time due to threats. Exactly, yes. There was, there's been 40 bomb threats counting to, called into Democrat polling stations just today. And all of them have been from Russian sources. So there's a reason why Pennsylvania and Georgia had to extend voting hours because of this. I'm at least confident in Pennsylvania.
Area where Kamala Harris needs to be doing extremely well, and we're tracking her below so far her benchmark with about half the vote in. She's not quite hitting that number, and it's an area where Joe Biden really cleaned up. Did better than Hillary Clinton's number right now, at least. Again, it's hard to tell because we don't have a full portrait of the pictures.
That's University of Michigan. That's Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, a liberal area of the state. It's also got some suburban areas that a good number of Republicans live there as well. Oakland County, another big county that we're going to be watching all night tonight. And you can see from the 538 numbers, Harris a little bit ahead of where
30 seconds ago from MAGA-leaning sources, Kamala Harris might actually win this election. I'm not the only one. It's not
continually Republican parts of the state. Donald Trump hitting his numbers.
That's not how it's going. No opinion. North Carolina is going blue, and so is Michigan seems to be going blue. Wisconsin, I have more hope for Wisconsin going blue than I do of Michigan going blue. Oh, it looks like we flipped New Mexico over. Kansas and Iowa still are looking blue, but again, low percent. Actually, Kansas is up to 40% reporting. Iowa's only at 9%. That's interesting. And so blue, blue, blue. I'm not sure. We'll see. Fuck, man, this is not going the way I expected it to.
In terms of
I was hoping for a much cleaner,
in terms of the history, the turnout,
much cleaner, too big to win. Oh, sorry, too big to rig kind of victory.
Working at least in these initial numbers in Michigan and elsewhere.
Let's get right to Juju Chang. She's in Detroit for us. And Juju, President Biden won. This was his biggest win of the swing states, about 54,000 votes.
I did tell you guys though, for the rest of the night, that we were going to be going up and down. Well, to be fair, in Texas and Florida, they are cheating. That they literally would not allow DOJ monitors into the polling places. You think they're not cheating? But, you know, we're Democrats, so we just complain about it and don't actually do anything about it.
All that Kamala Harris is trying to keep.
And they're trying to shore up the cracks in the blue wall, David, absolutely. You know, the Secretary of State was here just moments ago telling us that she believes the votes here will be tabulated between midnight and 6 a.m. throughout Michigan. Now, we spoke earlier to the Macomb
Oh, shit. So we're not going to get Michigan, like, votes in until tomorrow? No, don't tell me that.
It's a big night for Team Trump. That said, we spoke earlier to the COO of the Detroit Board of Elections, and he said, look, we're on pace to have the count tonight, and we believe there's going to be turnout of more than 50% in Detroit, which is a number that might be of interest to the Harris campaign. Now, the Detroit election.
No, I'm streaming until I know which way this is leaning. We're not off the air until we know one way or the other, or at least have a decent idea, an educated guess. I am still still in full confidence claiming that this is still a red mirage effect. It tracks with the timetable for the last election as well. I am mentally prepared for it, but this is what always happens. The red mirage followed by the transition to blue. This is what got them to be all freaked out last time around about election fraud, because we had also a map that looked very, very Trump victory-like until the rest of the votes got counted, and then suddenly, all these votes appeared out of nowhere. How could this happen? Blah, 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 blah. That's what happened last time. It's going to happen again.
70,000 vote margin.
It is going to be a long night, Katie Cakes.
Stay tuned here. The numbers are just coming in. They're just getting in.
Yeah, and this time around, the mail-in ballots are Trump ballots, and in-person ballots are much higher for Democrats, and the mail-in ballots got counted first, and the in-person ballots are getting counted last. So it's just a reverse effect of that. I heard Michigan count will be finished tomorrow. There's sources that differ on that. Some have said, like, we just listened to him say, like, they're expecting it to be done tonight, but some people are saying we won't have the full results until tomorrow. Well, we just have to wait and see. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, they haven't called this yet, but that could be really bad. I'm not gonna spend any time on it until it's an official call. Fuck that. I'm not, like... Twitter saying, like, someone made a claim saying that North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump, but there's still half the vote, and it's a 2% margin, and they haven't called it. And no, that's not true. It's Twitter, you know? But I will say, New York Times is projecting that both Georgia and North Carolina are leaning towards Trump, which would be bad for us, but in that case, the only real ways that we could win, let's say if this went red and this went red, these are in play, so let's take them off the table, would be to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Or sorry, yeah, we could lose, Wisconsin or Michigan, but then that means we have to win Iowa and Kansas or Nevada and Arizona. So wouldn't be good if that was the case. It's the New York Times though, and the people who normally do this bit are all on strike. So I don't know how much I'm gonna trust that one right now. They probably have an AI doing it, which means nothing to me. But hey, look, we got our first trans congresswoman. That's at least good, unless Trump wins, because then she's going off to the camps as well, but... Polling sites in Arizona. County with glitches can extend voting hours. Judge rules. Okay, well, that's good. We would like them to extend voting hours as much as they can. And that's about it so far still. Well, we can check in with this on again. There's not much going to come in for a little bit now. Now they just have to tabulate all these votes because we don't get another drop until about an hour and a half from now.
Is slightly favored to win train, where I was always on the Kamala Harris is still slightly favored to win train, even though her chances of her slight favor shifted in Trump's direction, especially in the last month. Having said that, however, all of this is going to still come down to the state of Pennsylvania. This is your forte as someone, for those of you who don't know, Michael from Pennsylvania, Central_Committee, has worked in Pennsylvania politics for many years.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
He understands the situation on the ground.
Be a normal
well,
person.
And he has been warning about Kamala Harris' chances in Pennsylvania for quite some time.
Look, I'm confident in Pennsylvania. That's the one thing that I am actually confident in is Pennsylvania. We still have people waiting in line to vote that are young people and women that are hours long. We probably won't get a clear picture on Pennsylvania tonight, if I'm being honest, if they don't manage to speed that up a bit.
people were like, no. Like there was the Seltzer, whatever her name is, Momentum, that one poll from Iowa. There was but mostly like I looked into it pretty extensively, and I've bought polls myself and run them. So it's not just like, me as like an amateur looking at it. It's somebody who's like ordered them and designed them and run them. And I think her polling method is archaic. It's, I agree with part of what she does, but basically she does this thing called random digit dialing, which is something that we did like 20 years ago. And it doesn't have like it doesn't have like the internet component, and it's not very good at like matching up for people that are harder to contact.
It looks
like a lot of pollsters.
Atlanta suburbs are definitely like this 5% shift to the left is all Atlanta suburbs generally, like Fayette County, Rockdale, Paulding. Whereas there's a bit of a Trump swing in the rural counties, so that's probably what's canceling that out. Not good, not good.
Weight on the polls. Like the polls were not.
I think you might be in the wrong chat, Uncle Jim.
They were just trying to figure out how to be accurate, and I think a lot of the pollsters have been vindicated. If anything, they still might have an underestimation of Trump.
Well, I mean, true for profit media, but that's been the case in the United States for a long time now.
Well, I mean, okay, so basically the world that we're in is like, this morning Nate Silver said that he ran 80,000 simulations and 40,000 of them showed Kamala Harris winning, right? Well, we're now in the world where about 20,000 of those simulations where she won are completely off the table.
Yeah.
So
if you're talking about like Georgia and North Carolina, like I have
East
never
Coast strategy is gone.
Yeah,
and that
yeah,
was actually a major source of like optimism for her, like the idea that Georgia and North Carolina might be available for her.
I never cared about that.
I really did think we would win North Carolina. I mean, look, they're saying it's leaning Trump right now, but I hope not. We could still flip North Carolina. I believe in them. Georgia, I feel like we might be a lost hope. But again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin gets us a win. Yeah, North Carolina's not looking great right now. Again, we still have Charlotte and Greensboro and Raleigh all need to report, and the majority of those are probably mixed. The issue is, in a lot of cases, these third-party votes are actually kind of killing us in these states. Not in this state particularly, but if you look over at Michigan, it is objectively killing us. Actually, no. Never mind. It's not gotten as bad. Charlotte, yes, but in the suburbs of Charlotte, in the surrounding area of Charlotte, yes. And I've lived in North Carolina. I lived like not far from Greensboro. I've been all around the state. It's complicated. And I've also spoken to people that live in North Carolina, and a lot of them have been shifting to the left. All of them hated Mark Robinson. The Muslim vote in Michigan seems to be Jill Stein. The Russians did their job.
Say that I didn't vote for her because of the genocide, and I know that I'm not alone. There's a lot of people that didn't vote for her because she refused to stand up for humanity.
Fucking morons. Can one of you like be a mod and help me erase all of these goddamn MAGA people coming in here? Just not even like, I don't care if you're MAGA and you're in here. Coming in here and just saying shit like that though, instead of, I don't know, engaging in a conversation, then yeah, you're out. I don't care. I don't want you in here. Maryland has passed the abortion rights measure. Thank God. That's all I care about, really. Like, I don't care if you're MAGA. I'm going to disagree with you regardless. I'll probably disagree with you if you're not MAGA. But you got to come in here with an amount of good faith. No, Florida didn't pass, unfortunately.
Trending a little bit worse, at least in our numbers.
God damn it, I really want Lauren Boebert out.
210,000. Trump seems to be in a pretty good position right now, but we're still waiting on so.
Yep, neither did marijuana in Florida. Neither of them did. All right, that's enough of Hassan's chat. Considering like I like Hassan, but sometimes his brain dead, just real brain dead. Let's see what this one has to say. Literally just doomering myself now because I had higher hopes until I started listening to them.
Dems in Florida should move to
Oh, Wisconsin's back in the blue.
Unironically, what are you getting in Miami?
Yeah, Florida's
that you
fucked. I'm
couldn't
sorry.
get in Atlanta. Gay people? Yes. Nice haircuts? Yes. If you're white, you can have ethnic friends who say you're one of the good ones.
Okay, that's not information. I'm not gonna like steal his chat and his jokes. That's not fair. That's not very nice. I just wanted to see if there was any new data. But no, also very, very true. Don't live in Florida if you don't have to. What is the point of punishing someone for not being strong enough for Palestine only to allow someone to become... There isn't one. There isn't one. It's just brain damage for profit media. That's all it is. New York passed the abortion rights amendment. Excellent. Kristen Gillibrand wins re-election. Cool. We got more Dem Senate.
Enough there for the Harris campaign to make up the ground that they need to make up. They're happy about what's happening in Ohio. That
All these
seem to
idiots.
be up by 10 at this.
Yeah. Cheeseburger Merv. I charge you with letting me know when there's one of these idiots around when I'm not looking.
Point. And historically, Ohio's been in our party sort of a mental issue where
like we're still not in a place where we should be feeling doom, just disappointment. I wanted this to be a bigger win. I still think we're gonna win. We've caught up in Wisconsin, Michigan. We're actually holding steady there. Pennsylvania seems to also still be holding steady. Yeah, Georgia's cooked. North Carolina is cooked. Iowa's still too early. Missouri, we're not going to win. Kansas is dead on 50-50. We're not going to win Kansas. And it's too early for Minnesota still. I wanted a bigger win. New Mexico, yeah, that's going to go back and forth. We're projected to win New Mexico, but I don't think we will. We'll find out. At the very least, a couple states added abortion rights. We got a trans woman in the Senate. I would have loved to be able to celebrate kicking out, Ted Cruz from Texas, but that ain't going to happen. It's usually money, by the way. People usually just want money. Yeah, no, we're cooked there. I need more caffeine in a minute. Or food. You think Kamala wins New Mexico? I know we're projected to. But I didn't think we would. And yeah, everyone hates Ted Cruz. It's just Colin Allred did not run a good campaign. As is usually the case anyway. Exit poll, brand new. In Pennsylvania, Trump picks up more Latino voters than in 2020. Trump improved his performance among Latino voters compared with 4 years ago. According to NBC exit poll results, about 4 in 10 Latino voters in the state supported Trump, up from 3 last time around. That's not great. I mean, the map has changed now. The game is a different game that we're currently playing. What's next on the agenda after abortion and restoring slavery? Well, you know, taking away women's rights to vote, and then ethnic cleansing, possibly also genocide. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. What time is it right now? It's still 9:30. I told you, we don't have a clear picture until 11 Eastern time. So another hour and a half until we have a somewhat clear picture as to how this is going to fall into place at the end. And that's exactly what they're going to do anyway. This is America, and that's what they want to do with it. That's what they keep saying they're going to do with it. Like, out loud.
Bob Casey has been
Well, you know, you can tell the Republicans that, because it's not us focusing on it other than, you know, trying to save our own skin and, you know, the lives of good people around us that are innocent. It's not our fault. I would much rather focus on fixing the world and fixing the country. Unfortunately, we keep having to fight against Nazi shit.
Ads in this state, really painting himself as an independent that bucked President Biden when it came to tariffs and also sided with former President Donald Trump. He has been trying to.
Nah, you'll be fine for profit media.
He is fully aware that if Vice President Kamala Harris.
Remember, they're like Nazi Russian. Sorry, they're Russian Nazis. So like, you being Polish is close enough. They'll just conquer you as well.
His race as well.
Let's swing it out to Matt Gutman, who's on the ground in Pennsylvania. Matt, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it looks like Senator Casey has a very good chance here. I mean, from the beginning, Governor Josh Shapiro and others have told me that
it was way worse in 2020 at this point in time. Remember this.
He is the sign of a very famous
2020, not 2016. 2020. It was looking much worse than it is now at this point in time.
Like former President Biden. And McCormick's got a big knock against him, and that is that he hasn't really lived in the state. He lives mostly in Connecticut, and that is something that apparently has affected voters here. Now, there's another thing I want to talk about, and that is the results and the timing of the results, David. I spoke to Governor Shapiro, and he's been very adamant about accuracy being first, also the vote being safe and fair, but officials here understand that they are in a race against the clock. You remember back in 2020, it took almost
Donald Trump was served with a defamation lawsuit summons today. Today. That's perfect. Love that.
Vote here. That delta between the elections and the results left all of this.
I don't think VA will stay red.
Theory, which was jumped upon by.
It's been called for the for Kamala Harris multiple times by also the groups that called North Carolina and Georgia for Donald Trump already. It's just they haven't officially been called. It's just that the way that they're leaning. I do think that Virginia is going to be blue. We're not going to win North Carolina or Georgia. What a coincidence? I'm curious. I didn't catch what you meant.
But this time, they aim to do it much more quickly. They have more voting machines, although they still are not allowed to pre-process the mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
Well, I mean, D.C. will be blue, but D.C. hasn't voted, and D.C. is not part of Virginia. It's part of its own thing. D.C. is always blue, by the way. I'm confused. I'm even more confused now. How? We still need 270.
But the state funding that goes to the counties that's tied to their election funding stipulates that they cannot stop counting once they have started until they are completely done. So they've got.
Are you really gonna say this to me without like any kind of hint of irony that because DC is where the government is, that because DC votes blue a Republican can't win? You're joking, yes? You have to be. I opened Kornacki, but he's not doing anything. I've had this open like a bunch of times. I just keep getting mad because he's sitting there like working, but the camera's on. They're not talking to the camera, they're not saying anything.
Crews going round the clock to count the votes. Most of the counties tell me they hope to have it done at some point tomorrow afternoon. One thing to look at is Erie
So what?
County.
When it's a Republican White House and DC still goes blue, the White House is still Democrats? Is that your logic that you're trying to tell me right now? Like this is, it's so dumb that my brain is having trouble like actually understanding where you're going with this. Right. Okay, so you're just that dumb. Good to know. That's okay. Sometimes I am that dumb too. Not that dumb, actually, but close. Looks like Republicans are going to flip 2 seats and retain another one in the Ohio Supreme Court. Lovely. Good to see that. There's people in Georgia still hoping for a Dem win there. Of course, yes. Of course, Anubis. Everyone in even Donald Trump, all CIA.
Last glance, they have about only 1% in officials there.
The entire Congress is all CIA. Every last one of them. I agree. Very true. 100%. Deep state, baby. Yeah, exactly. Except, you know, the deep state only exists when it serves the non-deep state's purpose, but we'll ignore that. Ugh, Fani Willis won re-election. Hell, for all you know, I'm CIA. I could be. I could be. And you would never know. Time to check back in with Vosh and Hassan. What's the vibe? What's the vibe, guys? Boys? Give me a vibe check. This is not a vibe check.
Georgia's Gwinnett County experiencing significant delays in reporting due to adjudication software. Thanks, Georgia.
Yeah. That sounds about right. You're all gonna be so embarrassed when it turns out that I'm right and Kamala Harris wins. I didn't even think that she was gonna win until basically yesterday. Really, actually, this morning. Twitch, are you going to, like, work with me or not? What is up with my internet right now? $270. Kamala won't make my internet better. I live in Australia. I have the shittiest internet in the world, even though we invented Wi-Fi here.
Okay.
What are you guys gonna do with that
Kamala losing
congressman did and have an insurrectionist costume just ready to go in case you need one?
State, okay? If Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's it. If Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover.
I agree.
That's it.
It's not going
to
fall.
That is the race in front of us right now. Okay?
It cannot.
On the flip side, if Penn stands, she wins. Well, no. On the flip side, if Pennsylvania stands, it's still not entirely done.
Yeah, if Pennsylvania stands, that means we have to keep going, and, you know, we can't be comfortable about it. But no, the blowout is gone. There's no Kamala Harris, like, sweep. This is going to be another close election. Fuck, that's depressing. Too close to call in Pennsylvania as of 1 minute ago with 33% of votes counted. Again, Pennsylvania's going to take longer than usual because they had delays and had to extend voting hours. Georgia as well, but we're not winning Georgia. Yeah, no, they, like, we all had known that this could take weeks to call the results prior to today. Too close to call in Michigan as well. I think, in fact, I said the other day when someone asked me, like, how quick will we know? And I said, we might take a couple weeks for us to know. And again, it's not like they weren't going to try and, like, overturn the election anyway. It's just all we need to do is win number-wise, and then we have to win afterward as well. What's the House looking like? Because that's, like, their number one way to try and steal the election, besides claiming that it was rigged, which is probably not going to work. Not good, guys. The House is not looking good. That I could say. I still don't see a red wave. I wouldn't go that far. If it was a red wave, then we would have already had a red-leaning Pennsylvania and Michigan. In fact, especially Michigan. If it was a red wave, Michigan should be leaning red already. Let alone, like, Iowa leaning blue still. At a decent amount as well. What time is it right now? I feel like Trump will be making his premature victory speech in just a moment. And give it like an hour. God, this is stressful. It's still really like the fact that Russia called in 40 bomb threats to Democrat leaning Democrat districts, polling places. It's essentially a declaration of war against a rational country. If it was anyone but America and Russia, if this was like, I don't know, Brazil and Argentina, that would be an act of war. And unfortunately, you're right, lies do pay off. That's why we need to put laws in place that make it illegal for you to lie like that on purpose. Ah, crap. All right, we lost Kansas. There goes Blanzis, which was never going to happen anyway. The cities take a lot longer to count, too, and you have to remember that. Christ. But, yeah, at this point, it's now you should be worried. What Hassan said is true. If we lose Florida, sorry, not Florida, Pennsylvania, it's genuinely over right then and there. We can't lose Pennsylvania. Let's see what the right's celebrating about.
Culturally, the problem was Tony Hinchcliffe dumping on the entire culture. It was very racist. Trump, if
well, clearly that did not make all that big of a difference, did it?
Illegal immigration. And among Latino voters, especially people who have been here 3 and 4 generations deep now, all right, they agree with that. And you start to see that movement among the younger Latinos towards Trump. And that's really key in understanding this dynamic. You also got to remember, too, especially for Latinos, large South American population, Colombian, Venezuelans, Cubans are getting older now, or the expats down in Florida, very traditionally conservative. socially conservative, and you got a lot of that down South Florida. Okay, so it's
Florida is so,
you know, when we talk about voter
so
groups,
cooked.
no group is a monolith, and sometimes Democrats seem to forget that.
All right, Tom LoBianco with 24/7. Tom, can't thank you enough.
At the start of the night.
There we
Trump
go.
wants
Finally.
this number. Democrats want that number. Right now,
yeah,
it's sitting
I just
right
did.
in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level?
We should be getting calls, like additional results in the next half hour, I think. So
completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the
still
other
don't see
counties.
Trump winning Virginia. He'll win Georgia and he'll win North Carolina. I don't see him winning Virginia. Like, again, look at the counties that haven't been counted yet. Richmond, Norfolk, Fairfax, all Dem-leaning counties generally, and all cities with a lot of voters, with their votes very, like, the highest percentage done for any of these bigger circles here is about 30%. 39 rather, for Chesterfield right there. But there's still quite a few ballots that haven't been counted in Virginia.
Here, Luzerne County. This is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this.
First off, I'm not checking New York Times. I'm not crossing the picket line. I did that by accident earlier. Wayne County is right here. One of the largest counties that are a suburb of Detroit. I mean, look at these. A lot of these are not counted. Those are the Dem-leaning large counties. And just like he's doing right now with Pennsylvania, look at the counties that haven't been counted in Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh, Philly, Harrisburg, Allentown. Now, all of these split a bit more. Pennsylvania is actually going to be scary at this point. It's going to be nail-bitingly scary. But there is a massive difference when you're looking at votes that haven't been counted yet. Again, like North Carolina, we've all essentially assumed that North Carolina is going to fully go red, but like Charlotte, sure, but Greensboro might still flip. Raleigh might still, look, Raleigh's already ahead, and they've counted most of their votes, sure. Greensboro's about halfway, or at least the surrounding suburbs there. I do expect North Carolina's going to go red now, but I still think we're going to win.
This county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them
For profit media, we went
doing
over this. They physically could not have gotten Trump convicted because it's not up to the Democrats there. They needed the Republican Senate to convict, and they didn't do that. You were never going to get the Republican Senate to convict, to vote to convict, rather.
that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back. And
Oh shit, we're getting Maricopa County results in a second, and they're looking all right. We might I think actually we might be back. I don't see that going well for them. Come on. Drop the info. Drop it already.
The suburban support
No,
for
probably
Democrats
not,
in this
Rake.
Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is
I still think we're going to win, but it's not a blowout, so I'm not throwing a party. And what happened when we convicted Trump in New York for profit media? Nothing. 34 felonies and the right still doesn't believe they're real. What difference do you think it would have made when they don't believe that the current convictions that we did manage through a jury of their peers to put on him? They don't acknowledge the reality of this. Now, don't tell me not to yell. First of all, who are you to come into my stream and police how the hell I deal with my chatters and how I decide to speak? No, not having that. Secondly, I'm mad about this because it is a ridiculous statement. No, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have, because that wasn't ever going to happen. It was never going to succeed. And also, he is already a felon and running. He's running as a felon now. What difference would it have been if he was impeached? You think that they wouldn't have voted for him again? Really? Again, we've seen how many states now pass a law that already exists tonight, man. 4 states passed a law that already exists because they don't believe it exists. They went out and voted for that.
Happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic.
Yeah, good for you. Because if Trump wins, they're going to take my right to own property away soon. And I'd rather take everyone's right to own property away instead of, pick and choose a group.
Definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this.
We literally on stream this week 6 times I have covered Republicans, influencers, right-leaning content creators talking about taking away women's suffrage, repealing the right to vote. What do you think happens when you go down that road? Let's say you take away women's right to bodily autonomy, then you go after voting. They are talking about going back to the 1700s. Women weren't allowed to have a bank account, like not even a full century ago. Literally, that's what they're saying they want to do, including people in power that are not only in communication with the Trump administration, but literally part of it. People that are going to have roles again, people that were part of the last one. If you don't believe me, go watch my old streams. I'm not covering it again right now.
By 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County, just about all
literally
of the
this
vote
week,
is in here.
multiple times.
Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. This was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So
literally, it is video evidence of people on the right saying words. How is it the left pushing that on the day of the election when I wasn't covering it today, I've covered it all last week, and it was right-wingers saying it? Are you people insane?
The thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching.
Don't believe me? Here, watch it yourself.
Christian nationalism is on the rise, and people are thirsty for it. They are hungry for this. And we are the Christian Taliban. And we will not stop until The Handmaid's Tale is a reality. And even worse than that.
Just keep watching, because there's a bunch of different people in this video, and they all have their names and their organizations they work with.
I seriously, and there's no argument against it. Oh, the Constitution says this. It's like the Constitution is invalid.
Donald Trump carries the prophetic seal of the calling of God. If you are anointed by Yahweh for a specific plan and purpose, you are a Messiah.
brain
Men
damage.
make stronger leaders. Men are just better. Men are awesome. I am a firm believer in the patriarchy. I'm a misogynist. You could definitely claim that. You could say I'm a sexist, absolutely.
It's not enough to be against blue-haired feminism. You got to be against women getting educated. Okay? Or else, what are we really trying to achieve?
Like, literally no Nazis say this shit.
1999? We want to go back to the Middle Ages.
See the whole everything going on with Roe, for example, right now, and all the left, becoming completely uncorked, losing their minds. They're saying they're coming after your
It's
gay
not
marriage
at
next.
the moment, Anubis, but how did they manage to get rid of abortion rights? By doing it step by step, state by state, on a small level, and by increasingly gaining support for the movement over time. I'm not saying they're going to do it tomorrow. I'm saying that's how they're going to do it. Well, that's usually how you become a Nazi anyway. Like, sexual insecurity is what leads people to Nazism. Well, that and misogyny and mental retardation, generally, but...
Earlier, this has gotten a little...
Okay, I guess we're back to just staring at the wall. Cool. And now we're fucked. Obviously, I'm joking. Like, we still have half the votes to get through in Pennsylvania. We're not fucked yet. But tonight is going to be a long night. I can say that with confidence. What's going on is that we're right where we are. Put my money where my mouth is, buy Kamala contracts? What are you talking about? What is a Kamala contract? Oh, you mean like betting on elections? No, fuck you. Again, betting on elections is immoral, it's gross, it's stupid, and you're literally just funding JD Vance. Not yet, cat piss. Although it's not looking good. I was quite a bit more hopeful at the beginning of the night, but at this point in 2020, we were looking about the same, so... We're not in all that much of a different situation than 2020. Arizona is close. I don't think we'll get Arizona. I don't think we will. I think our actual real only path to victory is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And that kind of requires us to also have Virginia. And we can't actually, that doesn't work without North Carolina, in fact, I don't think. Hold on. So let's say North Carolina goes red, Georgia goes red. Keep that off. So let's say we take Pennsylvania, we take Michigan, we take Wisconsin. That's not enough, which means we have to win Nevada or New Mexico to win. That makes it quite a tight election, which would require us to win Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, as well as 2 of these. That's really bad. I feel like now we can actually start to worry a little bit, but I might be wrong on some of this. Who knows? It's not looking good now, though. Fuck, Iowa's disappointing. 2% in Minnesota, though. In Wisconsin, we're still pretty close at 40%, so there's good chance that we can pick up both of these, especially if Michigan stays blue, because Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin generally tend to vote together. And then Pennsylvania is going to be tight. It's going to be a nail-biting tight election all night. Am I a mod? Yes, technically. But yeah, look, I'm not dooming yet. Let's check out what the other streamers have to say. I want to see if they're dooming. Once both of these people are dooming, then I will doom. up until that point, no. Wait, what? I don't care.
Oregon is basically just these 3 cities. There is nothing in Oregon worth your time that you can't pass right through on the 5.
To be fair, for Profit Media, I'm new to
But they've
Twitch.
yet to call DC, even though it's like instantly a blue win. They just like to see a sweat.
Well, they're clearly seeing a sweat right now.
I don't know. Could still go to Trump. They've only counted half the votes. If every single one of the remaining 49% votes is for Trump, then Trump could win here.
Okay, cool. You're on DC. What about you?
Loses Pennsylvania.
I feel like Hassan's much more doomer than Vosh right now.
Get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition in the battleground states.
Really, if we lose this election, it is objectively because of the shift of Latino voters to Trump, which I cannot fathom. It seems like he's getting double-digit increases from 2020 with Latino voters. Well, there was never going to be a way to convince MAGA the election was not rigged. That was never on the table. In fact, this was the most likely
Muslim
outcome.
voters, 64%.
Everyone went into tonight thinking this is how it was going to go. I didn't because clearly I read too much into the Seltzer poll, but most people did.
The Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or so, one ally telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein, the Democrat winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have
I was expecting to see the opposite of that in higher numbers.
What path to victory still exists for the Dems reasonably? The same one we've been talking about. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia. All of these are still in play. The only thing that's changed is your feelings.
Wait, is Pennsylvania not on the table now? Hold on, what happened to Pennsylvania?
Just means that a new...
Surely.
I'm wearing a suit too. Oh, nice, Benjamin.
What happened to Pennsylvania? You tell me right now. No.
Can a state that was called still reverse? Calling just means that a news organization has said they think that state is won. It's not an official thing. You can call a state. That's
no, we don't know for a fact that Pennsylvania is over. I don't know why he said it that way.
Your determination.
I want to hear the
That's
full
your
thing
check.
now. How is this cope in any way? This is like that was a factual statement. He's answering a question.
What path to victory still exists?
I just want to know why you didn't include Pennsylvania in this. Promise, I'm not content stealing. I just need a question
I don't know why
answered.
AP is edging us, but they've yet to call DC, even though it's like instantly a blue.
Okay.
I don't know. Could every...
What about Pennsylvania? It's not in here, is it?
Colorado called. Colorado called.
Okay, at least we won Colorado. That's a good point. I want to see how Lauren Boebert's doing in here, because screw that lady. 4th District.
Isn't it reasonable to be afraid? Yeah, but like you're still responsible.
Maybe, maybe not. You'll never know. Damn, she's actually going to get to stay. Really? Really?
For your behavior. Being afraid is a feeling. Being annoying is a choice.
True.
Truly, election nights are miserable. Maybe for you, Benjamin.
Okay, so you're not going to address
And paired with
Pennsylvania. Good to know. Then that means I don't need to keep listening to that. I just want like one background stream that I can keep on, but it clearly CNN does not want to work today. Clearly that is the case, unfortunately. Forgot I can't actually access CNN Live. Anything from you guys? You're on your socials, your friends messaging you? Like any updates from people on the ground over there? 'Cause so far, we got like very little information.
That's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote.
It is absolutely disappointing for profit media. I don't disagree with you there.
Landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And a reason he lost a little.
Union members went for Harris 57 to 39.
Parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81 to 18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 7.
Amy Klobuchar kept her Senate seat in Minnesota, which is good considering Minnesota is kind of worrying looking right now.
Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that.
And this is what I've been telling you guys. At this point in the night in 2020, we were in a very similar position and we still won.
And maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where a city, that Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County.
Cat Piss, are you paying attention? Are you here in chat?
This has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made.
Hello, my child. I'm going to give you a job, and that job is going to be to pay attention to what's happening on screen. I'm going to put chat back up. I need to go run to the toilet and feed my cat. It's been about 8 hours since stream started. And make another cup of tea. So I'm going to be gone for like 2 to 5 minutes. But I need you to text me, because you have my phone number, if shit goes down. Like if this map suddenly flips on its head, I need you to tell me. I'm going to be as quick as I possibly can. Sorry, guys, but it has literally been 8 hours, and I'm out of warm liquid, my throat hurts, and my cat is glaring at me hungrily. So can you do that for me, Cat Piss? I'll keep the video on for you guys. Thank you. You can look at the scary map. I'll be back as quickly as I possibly can.
in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
Tea's a brewing, and I'm a back. All right. No changes so far, eh? I didn't want to leave you guys all here while the tea's still brewing. I'll hear the kettle go off and run back. Big vote dump from Gwinnett County incoming. That's in Georgia. So we might see a shift over here in a moment. Let's see what Georgia's Secretary of State has to say.
Welcome back to CS News coverage of Election Night 2024.
Thanks for the help, by the way, Cactus.
Vote counting in Fulton County, Georgia. Joining us now is Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. He was first elected in 2018 and then overwhelmingly reelected in 2022. You may recall former President Trump's infamous 2021 call to Raffensperger in which he asked the Secretary of State to find him 11,780 votes to try and overturn the 2020 election results. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. Will Georgia break a record? Good evening to you. Will Georgia break a record tonight?
Polls were extended in Apache County, Arizona until 9 p.m. Mountain Time.
We already did. First of all, we had 5.2 million people vote in Georgia, which is a new record. We also had 4 million people show up to vote during the early voting process, which is another record. What I've shown, I've led Georgia so that we would have safe, secure, fast elections here in Georgia. And not just in Georgia.
Arizona looks to be leaning Dem enough that
congratulations
it's likely
on
to be
that,
called
and that
Dem.
huge turnout in the state of Georgia. I know all the officials there are working quite hard. When do you expect the votes to be counted?
Well, right now we've already listed probably close to 80%. We have 4 million of the 5.2 million are already listed up there, and you can take a look at where we are, county by county.
No, not yet. Nothing on PA yet, but they did say that we're going to get a massive dump of Dem-leaning votes for PA at midnight. So when is that? How long till midnight? EST. Hour and a half. We're going to get a massive Dem vote dump for Pennsylvania. All right, be right back again. Tea's coming.
We have the other 1.2 million to come in over the coming couple hours. So we're in pretty good shape. The counties continue to upload as they finish each of their precincts, and each county finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape. I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State to ever do an audit of the voter rolls to make sure only American citizens are voting in our elections. I've done two. First one 24 months ago and just finished up in July. People trust the results. No matter how you vote in Georgia, we have photo ID. That also shored up voters' concern about the absentee ballot process.
Mr. Secretary, Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret?
Mr. Secretary, good to talk to you again. I saw the other day you tweeted that Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your elections. You were referring then to some fake videos.
What is this?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about...
Don't care. No, still nothing on Pennsylvania.
Today, you had threats of bombings.
40.
CISA has come out and
We've had
said these
40.
were non-credible threats. You've pointed back to Russia. What evidence do you have?
It's not even him, it's the FBI, but okay, frame it that way.
And what do you assume the intent was?
Well, first of all, federal authorities put out this afternoon that it was emanating from Russia. So that really was why we said that. They can look over the horizon. They see things that really can help us locate these threats. We just continue voting. Just a few precincts had to be open an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes, things like that. But at the end of the day, counties that were hit with that still report their results on time. For example, Fulton County, our largest county.
Ted Cruz has officially won the Texas Senate race, defeating Democrat Colin Aldridge, NBC News reports, or projects, rather.
Got their early votes total within that 1 hour time window. So we're battle tested, didn't phase us. We put our heads down and continue working.
What?
And what
There's no way. Give me New Jersey. Give me New Jersey right now. I mean, not that this one matters. This one's just, like, personally annoying to me. I want the district breakdown. Which one was New Jersey 7? Yeah, shit. That's bad. Biden won this district last time by 5 points.
Assume will happen in the coming.
New Jersey, your home state too, cat thrower? Same. Yeah, Cruz was in trouble, but clearly Aldridge was a shit candidate, so it didn't work out for them. But hello, my fellow New Jerseyan. Are you also incredibly disappointed with Donald Trump doing surprisingly well in New Jersey? I mean, not enough to, like, win the state or anything, but better than he has any right doing. Now I'm just excited for midnight. I want these Pennsylvania votes. We need to win Pennsylvania at this point. It's mandatory. That's fine. I don't ban people just for being Republicans. I ban people for behaving like idiots. And based on that message alone, I don't necessarily think you fall into that camp. Yeah, I know who Lichtman is. I don't respect him in any way. I'll have a look.
Mom says Gwinnett is about to
That already happened, I think.
They already gave their 300,000 votes.
I mean, they've got 72% reporting. How could there be 300,000 votes left in Gwinnett County?
It can't be.
It
If
can't
it's
be.
70%.
Right. So I don't know what all these people are saying about Georgia.
100,000 votes left.
The math just isn't mathing in Georgia, guys. He's 153,000 votes ahead.
Oh, really? We got Josh Hawley back in. Ugh.
Here's some nice words of
Oh,
encouragement.
look, another state passing a requirement to be 17 requirement to vote. Actually, hold on. Amendment requires citizenship and also lowers the age for voting in primaries. Never mind. We already are required to have citizenship, but this was not making it mandatory for anyone that's over 17 to vote. I just read it wrong. Yeah, fair enough. Fuck Lauren Boebert.
For you, Dad, from Daniel Greaves. They say, Lichtman men, regardless of the outcome, thank you for your support and wisdom. You have been a beacon of hope and joy this past year. You have meant the world to us. Thank you, Daniel.
Wow, that's nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know what I'm going to say if I'm wrong.
What's
I'm
that?
not saying-
Yeah, don't say anything. 86% of the vote is in Georgia. 85% in Fulton County.
Midnight, guys, midnight. Once it's midnight and those polls, sorry, not those polls, those votes in Pennsylvania drop, if those lean Republican, you can just all go to bed. It's the Fourth Reich tomorrow.
Oh, let's check out some of the.
But they're all projected to be heavily Dem-leaning votes, so don't panic.
With 79% reporting, Sherrod Brown is down 5 percentage points. So that's pretty
What
much.
state is that?
Ohio Senate.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Sherrod Brown is down how much?
5%.
Oh, he's going to lose.
Angela also Brooks won in Maryland.
Yeah.
The independent in Nebraska is still winning 52-47.
We're gonna lose the
Ted
Senate.
Cruz is winning 53
And the House.
44.
This will either be they win all three houses of government and we're genuinely cooked, or we get to we eke throughout a president win, but we lose the House and the Senate. That's what it's looking like for me.
With 70% reporting in Texas.
What about
Not impending. Not impending. Fourth Reich likely at this point. At least based on House and Senate polling. I still think we're gonna win the presidency.
Also Brooks won.
We'll know at midnight. We'll know at midnight.
In Montana, only 2% reporting.
Fuck,
So it
this
looks
would be
like
really bad.
Republicans
This would be
are gonna
really
win
bad.
The Senate for sure. Can we project that, Dad?
Yeah.
Not a big surprise.
They're winning the Senate.
Let's check in the House.
Me agreeing with Alan Lichtman, that's a surprise. I didn't have that on my bingo card. It will be midnight Eastern time in an hour and a half.
Dad. That's our highest viewership ever.
I think if we win, it will require we'll know when Pennsylvania gets called. I do think we still can win. It relies on Pennsylvania. And we'll find out at midnight if we win Pennsylvania. Because it does look like we're going to win Michigan. It does look like we're going to win Wisconsin and Minnesota. Right now, obviously not with these numbers right now, but all of the exit polling is suggesting that we are going to win these three states, not by big margins, but if we win Pennsylvania and these three, then we just have to win Nevada and Arizona, and Virginia is going to get called Democrat. So that would be not the landslide. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I was way off with that. I guess I shouldn't have believed the Seltzer poll as much as I did. I had hope. I had too much hopium that I didn't realize.
She's going to win. I still think she's going to win the 3 critical states.
Then she
No, for-profit media. This is the same thing that people said in 2016, and it did not happen. oh, well, maybe they'll make America so bad it'll teach people a lesson. Did not do that. All it did was radicalize them further.
Right. I still haven't lost hope that she's gonna win yet.
See, I'm not the only one.
Lost hope that she's gonna win in a landslide.
Yeah.
But I have not lost hope that she's gonna win.
Right.
North Carolina is 83% in. 50.
In 2020, we were looking pretty similar as we are now at this point in time, and we still won. I'm just going to keep saying it because it's true. We might even we might eke out a win in Georgia just barely, like maybe by I don't know, 50 votes or something.
Doesn't look good.
I don't see it. Never mind.
Not impossible. It's only 140,000 votes, but doesn't look good.
Yeah, how many votes is that?
Yeah, the big
No, Georgia's gone.
Are all in. Oh no, well.
There's still hope, but Georgia's gone.
There's one blue county that's not completely in yet, but she's not going to make up 100,000 votes there. All right, I think we can call it in North Carolina, Dad.
No, the reason is because of literally functioning systems that have been built and fortified to misinform you, no opinion. That's why Americans are radicalized. It literally is. It is a media environment, both mainstream and social, as well as public figures who are allowed to deliberately and knowingly lie to the American people. That's why. It didn't used to be this way because it used to be illegal to lie as a public figure, or at least as a politician.
It's over.
Yep.
Well, either you're not informed enough or you're Hitler. There's no in between here. If you're well informed and you voted for Trump, then you are Hitler. There is no I'm well informed and I voted for Trump and I'm not Hitler. It's you're not well informed enough or you are. There is no middle ground here. The guy literally talks about eugenics and quotes Hitler regularly.
All right, I need to get some water. I'll be right back.
Trump has pulled out to a lead in Pennsylvania by 3 points.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Wait, what just happened in Pennsylvania?
I have to get some water.
Not much. I literally can say that, and I did. And it's true. And I've literally evidentiated it. I've been doing it, in fact, regularly for weeks now.
Are coming from.
You don't have to believe me. I personally don't care if you do or don't. I'm just not going to lie to you, whether it hurts your feelings or not. Yeah, it is too early to call anything right now.
County, Pennsylvania.
It's not too early to call anything. Obviously, some things have been called. But yeah, there's still a lot of votes that need to be counted in all of these states that we really don't know. I think there's a good chance that we do manage to get a comeback for a lot of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states. Well, no, it's stupid, misinformed, grifter, or Nazi. Those are the options that you have. I feel like misinformed is the one that doesn't reflect poorly on you personally.
All right, I'm back, Dad.
Oh, hello, my cat. I didn't realize
That's like
you were
the
there.
Bellwether County in Pennsylvania.
Okay, let me check it. For 2020?
2020. It's only 32% in.
2 Missouri poll workers killed by floodwater. What is going on in Missouri right now that there's floodwater? Also, flat earthers are just stupid. Like that's not grift. Well, I mean, to be fair, you could be stupid or a grifter, but those are your options with genuinely someone who believes in flat earth is stupid. Someone who says they believe it and talks about it is either stupid or a grifter.
I don't know why you keep cutting out. I don't know why. Erie County was a 1.
Oh, thanks for the Prime subscription, Groblins. I much appreciate that.
She's up 28 points.
What?
Yep. With only 32% of the vote in.
Yeah, for profit media, you're not gonna convince Americans with American hegemony. Most Americans are in favor of American hegemony.
That county, that differential in that county.
Montgomery, check Montgomery.
We checked Montgomery already, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we did. I don't remember.
We
checked so many.
62.
Much of Atlanta's counties still haven't been voted,
26.
like haven't had their votes counted. By the way, like, actually no, much of them have. Gwinnett County still. I was holding out a little bit of hope for Georgia, but we would have to essentially get every vote left.
7, with only 39% of the vote.
I vote for being kind and compassionate. I vote for taking a loss for a gain of the greater, like, well-being of the world. And also true cat piss.
Philadelphia is only 56% in.
She's gonna win PA.
I'm telling you, we're gonna win PA.
I just think she's gonna win Pennsylvania.
I do too. She's gonna win PA.
Holy
She's
shit.
only up by 100,000.
What happened with Michigan over here?
Right.
Yeah. Only 24% counted for Michigan. Jesus Christ, that's going to take a long time. That's a stupid metric to gauge by no opinion, considering under Biden there was still a massive push from the right existing in time. In fact, generally even more influential than that of the ruling government party, which was the Democrats. So inequality increasing under Biden's administration is directly resulted by directly results from red states and laws that they're passing that are state laws, not federal laws, because inequality federal law wise did decrease. And yes, that's money wise, but Biden was also better for poor people and the working class than literally any other president since FDR. I think she wins PA. I think she wins PA. It's Michigan that I'm particularly worrying about. Man literally wants to give $3 trillion in further tax cuts to the rich.
52% in. I mean, it's a tie, basically.
Yeah.
Colorado has voted to approve a constitutional amendment enshrining protection for abortion rights. So far, only one state that had it on the ballot has not passed it, and that has been Florida.
That, folks. We're way ahead of CNN.
Yep.
How so? No opinion.
They're more careful than us to give them the benefit of the doubt, but we're not careful.
It is hegemony, yes. But it's not the Democrats' fault for it being hegemony. They perpetuate the system. They are complicit in the system. However, they're not the ones stepping on the gas right now. It's the Republicans. Fuck you, no. First of all, I think we should leave the Middle East alone. I think we should pull out of Israel. I think we should let Iran be the regional hegemon. And Europe? No, I'm not making them pay up. Are you kidding me? Against Russia? The largest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist Nazi propaganda in the world? And honestly, Anubis, I'm starting to think maybe it really is just the fact that America doesn't want a woman president. Iran already is the hegemon of the Middle East. Regional hegemon, not global. I meant regional hegemon, just to be specific in case that's what broke your brain there.
Right here. So,
Can
Mom,
you
stop
check in
texting me.
Arizona? Apache County.
From 2020.
That has no votes in.
Apache County. The nice thing about Arizona, they got these nice big counties. 66 to 32.
And I think that you're literally insane for this, considering Iran is the only rational country left in the Middle East based on how the last year has gone. But sure. You know, You're not going to agree with me on this, considering you're probably a Zionist and you are Islamophobic just based on how you talk about Iran. Iran is not a good country. I don't like their government by any means. In fact, I will constantly talk shit about the Iranian government. I just do think they're the only rational government left in the region. You want to argue with me on this? Do it another time. Now's not the time to do that, though. And that's partially my fault for continuing the argument. We can argue about this tomorrow.
Cochise. These are the ones. With
Yes,
zero.
they're both pro-Israel anyway, so it doesn't matter.
58.
Sure, yeah.
39.
You want to have it on Discord? We can do that now. I mean, not now, obviously. We do that too, is what I meant to say. Speaking of, while I'm plugging my Discord, follow me on Twitter as well. I don't really use Instagram or any of the other stuff, but...
To 29 Biden.
Oof.
No votes there.
Oh, wait, this is 2020. Never mind.
So Apache and Cochise kind of cancel each other. Boy, a real nail biter.
Yeah.
Can do a debate stream another time. Yeah. I did mean later. I meant to say we can do it through there, not now.
To the wire.
Well, if we're gonna do like a proper debate, then I'll at everyone like put a tag in the channel. We'll plan it out and we'll do it on stream. Thank you. I try to talk to as many people as I disagree with.
In the chat is dooming and saying Trump's won, Trump's won. That's not true, guys. He has not won. He needs to win one of these three
Nah,
states,
I never
or else-
permaban anybody unless they show literally no desire to engage in good faith. I'll at most just like time you out for annoying me. To be permabanned, you have to show that there is no reason for me to keep you around, no hope in you learning anything. Or enjoying yourself.
He loses, basically.
Or ruining the enjoyment of
So
others.
he has not won yet.
That's why I ban people. Not usually a thing that I like to do.
Dad, you know
Damn, look at
Sarah
Arizona, guys. 50% reporting, and it's 49.6 to 49.6.
Bride is? She was an AU student. Dad, do you know who Sarah McBride is? She was an AU student.
No.
She just won a House seat in Delaware.
Nice.
Oh, she's the
first trans member of Congress.
That was good to hear. Good to know that even though they're probably gonna, genocide the trans folk, that at least one of them gets to be a member of the government first. I put chat back because I felt like it, and because I'm flipping through so many different tabs that I would like to be able to look at my screen and see chat.
By the way,
4.5 during COVID.
42,000 votes over Donald Trump, who got COVID literally a week before, like the Comey letter, when COVID was like the top
Not
of mind,
interesting
number one
to
priority.
me.
Donald Trump literally got COVID.
And yeah, I'm sure a lot of these people do enjoy themselves when I insult them, but that's fine. That's not an issue.
Well, I voted for Kamala in Tennessee. Waste of 20 minutes. Not a waste.
Not a waste.
Every vote counts.
Exactly. Is this the is Vosh accepted that we're gonna lose? Because I really wish that doesn't happen. Considering I said we can all be doomer when both Hassan and Vosh are doomer, and Hassan's already leaning doomer. Yeah, exactly, Groblins.
Georgia's better than 2020 so far. I don't remember the exact count breakdown.
Georgia
Still at
didn't look like
88% of the votes
there was
counted.
no chance of us winning Georgia until like 2 weeks after the election, if you guys remember last time.
Suspicious.
No, I'm good. I would much rather not have a party in favor of Donald
Well, I
Trump.
voted for Kamala in Tennessee. Waste of 20 minutes.
Come on, I need to know. Are you guys doomer or not?
Named Trump. You get the back and forth. It's still Philadelphia and Pittsburgh with the huge amount of votes to be counted. Even York County over here
Yeah,
is
okay.
basically 50-50.
So I'm on the same page as Vosh is right now, at the very least. I should listen to more of Hassan, because I feel like he's doomer, which is why I'm not looking at him as much, but he might not actually be doomer. And like Alan Lichtman's not saying anything now. So I suppose we can, Majority Report. Let's have a look at what they have to say. I'd like to hear some of this coverage.
If Trump wins, it's her family that they go after. Yep. And I know that we're having a great time here tonight, but I'm thinking of...
Hassan is Doomer? Okay, well, we gotta wait until at least Vosh is also Doomer before I will accept that we're allowed to be. Or until midnight and the Dem ballots in Florida drop. Not Florida, again, Pennsylvania drop.
her. And I'm thinking of all my students like her. That's not really related to my question. My question is, I guess it is about my
humble brag.
Look, I will say, I was really 100% convinced that the pollsters were hurting, and clearly they were not. So, I was wrong on that. Hey, look, all right. Optimism is the way to go, and that's what I've been trying to manifest in all of you all day. You have all manifested doomerism in me, not the other way around. All of you keep dooming. I'm still feeling hopeful that we're winning this as, like, the Kamala Harris will win the presidency out of this. I'm still hopeful.
You know, public servant or whatever.
Well,
it looks like a Trump landslide at this point in 2020, and then all of the Dem votes that hadn't been counted came last time, and then all of the Trumpers lost their fucking minds, considering they literally could not fathom all of the votes being counted later being Democrat. So, no, PA is not for Trump. PA is going to the Democrats. I'm sure of it. That's the one thing that I am sure about. Everything else on the table, but PA is going to the Dems. It'll be tight, but it's going to the Dems. Sure, whatever.
what are we doing about the young men?
Yeah.
Because
that's a
2
good
years
question.
ago, I was fighting the fight. They love Andrew Tate.
Yeah, exactly.
They love
PA has a large stash of votes that are not going to be dropped until midnight, and they are all leaning Kamala Harris. Well, Mr. Fappy, there's still a chance. Don't you worry. You people were quite happy 4 years ago, right around this time. See where you ended up after that. Chanting "Stop the Steal" the next day because your dumbasses couldn't understand votes coming in that hadn't been counted yet. So have fun.
These fucking assholes. Sorry.
I've been saying
what do we
Arizona's
do?
going Republican.
I mean, these are students who are voting for Trump. They come in, they're waving the Trump flag.
I can actually say transgenocide, considering I can substantiate it. The definition of a genocide is A, the mass killing, 2, mass ethnic displacement, 3, a inability for a group of, an ethnic group, a sex, a gender, a race being deliberately kept from accessing, essential goods to live, which healthcare does include. Banning of trans healthcare on day one, as Trump said he would do, leads to exactly that, which is defined as a genocide. That's a trans genocide. It is. I think I need alcohol after this sentient juice slave, or pot or something. That is one definition of genocide, it is one active part of it, but that is not the full definition of genocide, because we don't have a full definition of genocide. It varies. There are multiple different ways that it can be interpreted, but the most common would be the one coined by Raphael Lemkin, who first coined the term, defined genocide as the destruction of a nation or of an ethnic group by means such as, quote, the disintegration of its political and social institutions, of its culture, language, national feelings, religion, and its economic existence. So all of these fall into the same category. All of these are genocide. They're parts of genocide. Any of these being done for that specific purpose, the destruction of a nation or of a specific ethnic group, or adding to ethnic group, you can add race, gender, sexuality, because, this was written at a time where none of those were concepts. I would think that it'd be insane not to include different groups other than ethnic group in this definition, and therefore that is genocide because political and social institutions, check, of its culture, check, of language, well, I mean, like, look at, they want to take the word gender out of literally, and it doesn't have to be ethnic. I disagree with this part of the phrasing because it's out of date. Every other, like, checkbox gets ticked, minus religion. So this is genocide. It is, like, objectively genocide. I'm not throwing the word around. I literally mean genocide when I mean it. You're making the same argument that, like, Israelis say, like, oh, you can't call Palestine a genocide. It is, Wikipedia is absolutely a good source. Wikipedia is the only part of the internet that I feel is worth keeping. The fucking Library of Alexandria, and you people will, like, have this idea from when you were in middle school and had a teacher tell you, oh, you can't trust Wikipedia, stuck in your heads, even though, you know, like, all of the sources that they use are listed. You can click them, you can read the academic sources, and I dare you, go on Wikipedia and try and make a change that is incorrect, purposefully. See how long it takes for them to fix it. Wikipedia is absolutely a source that you can trust. If you're doing something that requires extra, like, you know, precaution, you definitely don't want to get anything wrong, then open the sources and read them. All right, Joelle, you have earned the very, very rare permaban.
We did a little mock election, and, 600 kids voted, and Kamala Harris.
Do we have anything in yet from states? Oh, Maryland. Maryland has passed the ballot measure enshrining protection for abortion in the state's constitution. Again, now the only one that hasn't is Florida, out of all of the states that had.
Okay.
Also true, Groblins.
Not enough.
Not good.
Yeah, I hope you're joking, Anubis.
How do we...
The boys that you would...
You know what? I'm going to add another thing into my rules from this point forward, and that is no AI in my chat. I don't like AI. I don't want people talking about AI. I don't want people glazing AI. Fuck AI. It is disgusting. Could I name one accomplishment of Kamala Harris? Like, personally, or of the Biden administration? Because, yes. It just depends on your answer. If we're talking about the Biden administration, I can go on for much longer. If we're talking about specifically Kamala Harris, that still doesn't answer my question. I didn't ask politically, I said specifically. Her or the Biden administration that she was a part of? Like, prior to her being VP or while she was VP? That's my question that I'm asking you. Okay. Well, prior to her being VP, not particularly. I like that she arrested, international criminal gangs. But after she became VP, I was very much a fan of a lot of what the Biden administration did. Well, minus the genocide, of course, but the child tax credits, the, what is it? Tax cuts, that's the word I'm looking for university, like, debt. The increasing of access to Medicare, the lowering of prescription drug costs. I'm in favor of all of these things. I am not in favor of any of the border policy that the Democrats have had, especially since they shifted to the right-wing border policy. No, of course, I don't like their border policy anyway, Lennon, because I'm an open borders girl, so I wasn't gonna like that policy regardless. To be fair, I like Tim Walz much better, and I don't really even like Kamala Harris. I've said this on multiple occasions. I just think that she's the better candidate and the easier opponent to work against to make positive social change. You are never going to be happy if you expect positive change from the top down coming to save you. You want change? Go do it yourself. Go enter politics. Run for your local council, run for your school board, run for your state legislature, run for Congress, make a difference. And no, it was a good question. Like, that was a good question. I have no issue with the question at all. Do you think it's possible for Russia to withdraw from Ukraine, give up Crimea, and somehow Trump can make it happen? I think it's possible. I don't think Trump will make that happen. Trump will just give Ukraine to them. Like, the Russians are 100% in favor of Trump. I do think all countries should have open borders. I think that essentially we should work together as, like, it should be kind of like, imagine the US as one country, but now that's the whole world, and then every state inside of it. It would be that kind of a thing. There's the federal world government, ideally, you know, over time. I don't think we can just do that. That would have to be a piece by piece, like a UN forming thing. And not in my lifetime, but eventually I'd like to work towards one global world government that works for the benefit of everybody. And then we can have smaller state governments under this that can have their own state laws that still have to conform to federal law, but not to, you know, have no choice in what they get to decide for themselves in the state. Just some regulation on how to go about that. I'm also in favor of universal living wage. Every single person should be paid money by the state purely for existing. Yeah, sure, nothing ever goes back to what it was after war. That's also true. Literally nothing could ever, like, make that happen. And communism has never existed in history, guys. Are you gonna make me explain to you all again that we have never had a communist country in the world, nor even a truly socialist one? Because I've had to do this spiel a lot. Maybe Lennon, you can take it from here. Just, like, chill out on the ML stuff while you explain it, please. It was fake and shitty idea of communism that wasn't even remotely close to communism, because they all still had capitalism baked into their government systems. I don't think you should have private property, W34P. I think that you should be able to do whatever job you want and get paid a livable wage for it, a happy amount, like a comfortable wage for it. I think we could easily do this. I don't think anyone should need to work to survive. I think you should just be able to survive, and you should work because you want to work, considering every human being will work because they want to work if they're given the option to do literally any job that they want to do. There is a person alive that will fill every role that is required. Like maybe United Nations becomes the main governing body to every country. Kind of like that, but no, because the UN isn't exactly set up well either. It has its own issues. But yes, essentially. It literally has never been implemented, Genghis Khan, ever. The Soviets were not communist. The CCP are not communist. North Korea are not communist. None of them are socialists. Everyone should be willing and wanting to work. Yes, just that's not the issue. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. I'm disagreeing that everyone should have to survive. I'm saying everyone should want to. And how do we make everyone willing and want to work for the great community that I agree with you on that point on? Well, you make it so they, A, get paid a livable wage, and B, can do a job that they actually feel happy by doing, content with their life, fulfilled. You know that the North Korean soldiers that are in the front lines in Ukraine right now are all gooning? Because they've never had access to like unrestricted internet access. We covered this earlier in the morning. They're all just gooning. Oh, thanks for the tier 1 sub, Cat Piss. I really appreciate that. And no, they're not a Jewish form of socialism or communism. They're literally not. They're just a fascist country. There is no country in the world other than maybe Cuba that even remotely resembles socialism. Remotely. People may get bored. Do you think if everyone doesn't have to work to survive? No, people will work to survive. Remember during COVID, people got bored just by sitting at home for a month. Vietnam was not really communist either. If you're talking about, what was his name? The really psychotic, Pol Pot's not a communist. Close to one, closer than most, in fact, but insane at the same time. That's what I mean, is there's never been an actual attempt at this. It's always been from a capitalist perspective. It's always been from a people wanting to gain power for themselves perspective. Russia will lose the war if we keep funding Ukraine. Yeah, the Khmer Rouge, they were insane. Oh, sorry, yeah, thinking about the wrong one. Same region, different time period, and I've been talking for 9 hours, so excuse me if I misspeak a little bit every now and again. Have we gotten anything in yet so far? Well, I mean, Washington has been called for Kamala Harris, so is California. Oregon is going to go to Kamala Harris. Still waiting on any updates from PA. Russia is not winning. Have you seen their death toll? Have you seen, like, how useless their weapons are? Guys, you guys gotta understand something about Russia. The United States, in 3 days, more than a decade ago, took out the Iraqi, like, infrastructure, military, and government from across the planet. Russia has stalled 5 miles out their border for 3 years. They have infinite people, sure, but it's not working. They're not in any good position. Russia's in such a bad position that they have to have North Korean soldiers fighting for them. Do you know how embarrassing it is for a country like Russia to have to rely on North Korean soldiers to fight their war for them? This should be, like, humiliating. You should be able to see this like most rational people can. They are so fucking cooked. Again, hold on. Let me pull this up. Like, yes, first of all, this is the New York Post, so, like, not exactly credible media, but I've seen this in several sources. But whether this is, you know, credible, evidentiated shit or not, I still believe this implicitly. North Korean soldiers hooked on porn after getting internet access for the first time. No fucking shit. I believe this entirely. And yes, the Russian propaganda gets us all at times because they, you know, have a lot of it. I care about Ukraine. The average American does care about Ukraine. Lost in the goon. Yeah. It's over for the North Koreans. I mean, to be fair, the North Koreans are in a better position than the South Koreans, considering the South Koreans' country is falling apart because they're so cringy that they won't fuck. They're not procreating. The literal issue that the right likes to whine about in America, they're actually having the worst possible outcome of that problem. I am not just a moralist. It is a rational answer to care about Ukraine. Russia is an expansionist, fascist country that is, like, horrible to its own citizenry and literally everyone around them. No, South Korea is better than North Korea. I'm saying North Korea is better off than South Korea. I'm not saying North Korea is better than South Korea. I disagree with that entirely. North Korea is a shithole. It's just, you know, they're not so inundated with incels that their population is not impossible to salvage. You really think that that's what I mean? I mean, obviously you're just being contrarian here. You don't even believe that that's what I meant. But whatever. Yeah, genuinely. Why? Why do you never, like, ever have anything playing when I open you? Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia. We overperformed in the early vote expectation in Bucks County. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we outperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. Michigan, we're awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong turnout. Yes, and in Wisconsin, we know there's a significant amount of votes remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties. Okay, fair. From the Harris campaign, that's a pretty fair statement. And like for-profit media, I agree with you that no opinion is fundamentally misinformed about the state of the world and the United States, but we can work on that. That's why we're here. To inform everybody. To learn too. I'm learning too. I don't know everything. As much as I like joke about it. And no opinion equals Borat IRL. What the hell? How long until these goddamn votes come in? Just under an hour. Just under an hour, and we know how cooked we actually are. I am standing by my assessment that we will win Pennsylvania, and there is still like a large number of ballots in Michigan that aren't reported yet. Like again, Wayne County, Oakland County, Macomb County, Kent County, Ottawa. Michigan is not anywhere close to over. It's going to be a close one. It's also going to be a close one in Pennsylvania. What about Wisconsin and Minnesota? Because they're expected to drop around midnight, is why. All right, let's see what you people are saying.
She came into a bad situation, sure. I was willing to say that. It was an unprecedentedly bad situation. No nominee had ever dropped out and forced him.
We can still win Wisconsin as well. There's quite a lot of votes that haven't been counted in Wisconsin.
You could have had an open convention.
And they're all in the big cities. Again, Minnesota-wise, we might be, well, okay, no, we could still win Minnesota. If it's 0% reporting in like Minneapolis and the surrounding suburbs of it, we could still win Minnesota as well. Considering we won a senator in Minnesota, that helps too. Just like the last election. Yeah, no, this is literally just 2020.
Beating this shit, we have to compromise for them on the most bullshit things while they can fucking throw whatever our priorities are out the window.
Well, no opinion. I will agree with you here in that we funded the Ukraine resistance to Russia. Russia is weak. And the issue that I have with the Biden administration and what the Democrats didn't do after that is we should have pushed Russia much harder. We should have let Ukraine use longer range weapons. We should have not cowered every time they use their threat of nuclear weapons, because it would not benefit Russia to use nuclear weapons. And also they're it's Russia. Their nukes wouldn't even launch half the time off the ground. That's my issue with the Democrats and Joe Biden's way of dealing with Russia. It's not that we funded Ukraine. We should have funded Ukraine. We just also should have pushed much harder on Russia. Not direct U.S. declaration of war. I'm not talking about that, but much more than we did. To be fair, we're not lending Ukraine much. We only did recently. We've just been giving them military hardware that we were going to decommission. We haven't been giving them money. Europe has been giving them money. America has given them very little money, which is why it's so insane that you conservatives always whinge about giving money to Ukraine when we don't give them any money. The only time that I can really remember we given them money was when we gave them Russian money. And that is exactly what he's saying for profit media.
Blue Rose Politics, run by a man named David Shore. David Shore is somebody who, in early 2021, said he would rather live in a world where the global climate increased by 4 points Celsius than one where China was a global hegemon. He's a center-right.
So many streams open. Just have to see what all these people are saying. Oh, fucking CNN, you're live now? No, still. Wow. That's so annoying. Are you dooming yet?
Immersius!
I literally was just reading that one myself.
I
That
like the
exact
slime
post.
gloops from Immersius.
Jasmine Crockett wins re-election in Texas. Hell yes. One of the most based congresswomen.
This is you. Don't get a big head about us.
Just want to know.
Snoving the fuck out of you people. It's a skill set. Vosh, how are you able to keep calm so well when Chad is constantly looking to you for support? Call me a weakling, but if I were in your position, it'd be hard to keep spirits up when none of this is in my direct control. I'm just really great.
See, I don't have issue with keeping my spirits up when you guys are being doomer. I have more of an issue with not getting mad when y'all are being ridiculous.
Like, generally just fantastic. It's a skill set. This is what I mean. And I'll say it, and I'll say it to people who are in...
SS 1939 SS. What a fucking Hitlerite name if I've ever seen one. How much you want to bet that this person is going to say some horrible shit in like 10 seconds if I don't ban them? Make Democrats great again wasn't a chat alone that was warranting a ban, but I expect one coming shortly.
Interested. This is one of those things. Streaming is a very easy job in a lot of ways.
Okay, I don't need to know about this. I want to know what your opinion is right now.
Gap is widening in Pennsylvania. No, it's not. It's the same as it was the last several times we've checked. Trump is ahead by 3.5 points.
Okay, at least now we're talking about numbers. Might get an actual answer
If Trump
now.
wins, I'm moving to Taiwan. Oh, good. Taiwan, a place well known for not...
If you're not trolling, please change your name. It's not funny. If you are trolling, let me know so I can ban you now.
being an impending future conflict. That's good. That's good. Come on, Philadelphia, you stinky pieces of shit.
Okay,
Come
you're
on,
a troll.
you fucking
Goodbye.
rat bat wielding motherfuckers. Come on.
Oh, whoops! I should have banned him. Not timed out. Yeah, whatever. Okay. It seems like
Time. I'd rather carry this on my good looks and charm. You know.
Okay. Nothing. Still don't know. We do have a drop in 40 minutes.
Ted Cruz is the projected winner in Texas. Blah.
Again, I don't care what the New York Times has to say. They're like numbers people are all on strike right now. And also, like, don't cross the picket line. Blue voted 3 times. Yeah, exactly. What about NBC?
What is your question?
My question is, Bradley, how are you?
That's an interesting question.
Persian. I'm messing with him. Pendejo.
Pendejo! I love Spanish. Guys, like, you can debate, like, in Discord too. You don't have to get it all out now. Just try and be like, you guys are being civil. I'm not saying this against you, by the way. Both you and both For Profit Media and you, No Opinion, are both being very civil, and I'm here for it. I'm happy to see it. This is like normal disagreement level. This is the level of debate that I think is tolerable in chat. And any more than this, and I request you guys take it to Discord. Because I know a lot of you do like to debate. I'd really like to get into Mexican politics. That sounds interesting. I don't think I would, but, you know, sounds interesting.
Brooklyn, you'll be safe here.
We're really not looking great now. I don't know. I'm still waiting on this last drop of ballots, but that's not the name of the video that was supposed to play.
It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA. Guys, now I have to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, the moment the guy with the SS and the 1939 in his name came in, I knew he was probably a Nazi troll. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, just in case they're morons, and I can tell them off and make them change their behavior, but it doesn't usually work out to be that way. Yes, I know. I've also heard some bad things about the president of Mexico right now, so I don't know.
Slightly
I haven't looked into it.
That's good news for
No
Harris,
opinion.
because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because
this is the kind of stuff I like to see. Volunteers distribute pizza to hungry voters in Montana. Which, by the way, you know, there's a number you can call if you're stuck in line waiting. If you're in line waiting to vote right now and you want free pizza, let me know. I'll give you the link for you to call them. They'll bring you a free pizza as long as you're waiting in line. AP called NC for Trump. Yeah. Reproductive health advocates cautiously optimistic in Arizona. Harris campaign chair acknowledges razor-thin race. I'm really surprised that the polls were correct.
fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020.
Yeah, and this is what I meant. Like, any more than that level of debating, I'd rather not happen while I'm, like, streaming in my chat, because it will distract me at that point. Not because I think that you shouldn't say mean things to each other. That's the point of debate. It's a blood sport. But, you know, distracting to me and my ADHD and my 6 brain cells.
20. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now, because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area.
Yeah, all right. At this point, it's over. Respect no opinions. Like, I prefer not to tag each other again, claim, and if you want to continue, take it to Discord at this point. Sorry, guys. I haven't even read your debate. Like, I don't even agree with either of you, because I don't know what you two are arguing about all that much. I know the general idea, but that's about it.
Area on the anchor desk.
I'll read it later. I'm curious.
Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of
they called Josh Stein as the governor a couple hours ago, which is good because, you know, Mark Robinson was terrible, but the fact that, you know, Trump won North Carolina is disappointing. I really did think that based on what we were seeing. What I don't understand, right, is how were his rallies so dead empty and he's doing this well? There was no, like, energy. There was nothing. He was doing just nonsense at the end of the campaign, just dancing to YMCA. And I guess this all feeds into his base. Who knows?
Votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Monco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad, sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class.
Damn it, Lauren Boebert won her election. God damn it. And we're going to lose the Senate. Guarantee we're going to lose the Senate now. We're cooked. Whether we win the presidential race or not, we're cooked if we lose both the House and the Senate, which we're going to do.
Neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were, with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris was right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top, but only about 17,000 votes.
Would you see pitching an idea about logging in national... Oh, Lauren Boebert. Yeah, no, she's literally a demon. She's another demon. I lived in this, like, in the district bordering the district that she ran in. I have friends there. I've spent time there, and I know that they're a very MAGA district. I lived there in 2016, but I did have hope that they weren't gonna vote for Lauren Boebert. She was so unpopular in her old district. That's why she had to move, and was just one district over.
Remember, the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania.
Not related to the election, but the new defense minister for Israel, quote, "They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world." So suppose this fits right in with the impending Trump victory. They're just going to kill every single one of them.
Talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Yeah.
What do you got for me, Alan Lichtman?
It's really strange. She's running out of votes.
$51% in from Bucks
Hey,
County.
any of you MAGA that are still in here, if we were mass using illegal immigrants to vote, why are we not winning? If we rigged the election, why are we not winning right now? Anyone of you want to answer that question for me?
7% in from Montgomery County, 45% in from Chester County, 71% in from Delaware, 68% from Philadelphia.
There's still a shot.
Yeah, there's still a shot.
Philadelphia alone could be 100,000 net votes still.
Yeah, she could easily get 100,000 in Philadelphia. Yeah, Georgia's tough.
Georgia's God.
You know, like, you say that, but I thought we were having flights of immigrants, busloads being delivered specifically to vote. I don't know. Well, that's because there never was. Every single instance of election fraud that we found have been Republicans. In fact, Republicans looking for election fraud have only found Republicans. It's not that they give up, it's that they didn't want to continue debating with you. They asked to no longer be tagged for profit media. So can you please stop tagging them? Like, show them respect. Even if you don't feel that they showed you enough respect, show them the respect that you feel that they should have shown to you. I think you are misinformed. But, again, just stop. Have the courtesy that we want them to have.
How much did Biden win Georgia by last time?
11,788 votes.
God dang.
Guys, I have bad news. I have some real bad news. I think that Jill Stein is going to lose. Sorry. I'm sorry. If I gave you a heart attack, I had to.
Votes.
God dang.
Jeff Jackson has won the Attorney General race in North Carolina. That's excellent. If you don't know who this is, it's this guy.
So I'm watching TV with my daughter, and an ad pops up that has me as a mannequin with a wig on my head. This is an attack ad. I'm running for...
I'm not saying she doesn't have a chance. We're still waiting on that last drop, but it's not looking good at this point. For breakfast banana, I do think that we're going to get a Trump win.
Attorney General, and my opponent is running this across North Carolina, calling me weak and a bad person and all kinds of stuff. And this is why lots of good people won't run for office, because it's unpleasant to be attacked dishonestly in front of your whole state.
He does speak
all
very
of
clearly.
Your friends, all of your family. My 6-year-old daughter saw that ad. And look, the truth is, most candidates don't have the social media reach to set the record straight. So the smart move is to just ignore it and march on. But I do have the reach to set the record straight. So let's do that. My opponent is Dan Bishop. A fun fact about him is that he's never prosecuted a single case. 0. But he's running for Attorney General because he's a big culture war guy.
Adam Schiff has won U.S. Senate in California. Poor guy's gonna get sent right to the camps when Trump wins. Like, literally named him by name.
Wrote the bathroom bill, if you remember that, is against any exception for abortion, including the life of the mother, did a bill to put women's doctors in prison, has voted against access to birth
Just do it on Discord later.
control several times, and just by the numbers is one of the most extreme
Guys,
members
stop it now, or I will mute both of you for like an hour.
of Congress. I score in the top 5% most bipartisan members of Congress. He is in the bottom 5%.
And no opinion. Like, you asked him to stop tagging you, and then you continued the argument because Chombis pissed you off, and I understand that, but like, come on.
Least bipartisan, most extreme. And folks, to be among the most extreme members of this Congress, that's really saying.
So I'm glad he won, at the very least. Good dude. Ilhan Omar. Lovely. At least she won her seat back. Not back, but got reelected, rather. Fuck, man.
Well, I'm not worried about that at this point. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. If you guys can't give us a second to not talk, you can leave. You can leave the stream. I don't give a shit.
Hey, watch your language.
Oh, I wasn't talking to my mom like that. I just was saying that generally.
Holy shit, I've been streaming for 9 hours.
And their whole you fake fucking leftists are why the Gaza genocide will be fully completed. Brother, don't act like you care about Gaza.
He's winning in every fucking. He's winning.
Literally
every swing state
still.
like 2 to 4 points.
They're still doing this.
Like there's like plenty of fucking states where she's losing, where Like her turnout strategy should have been more successful, right? North Carolina and Georgia. Her like we're gonna make the suburbs scream. We're gonna unleash ourselves upon the suburbs and make them fucking sing the praises of Mao Zedong. What happened? What happened to that technique? It didn't work. It didn't work at all. Seems like they're still very much Hitlerian. The suburbs seemingly have remained pro Adolf Hitler. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, Lennon.
Yeah.
Turns out trotting out Liz Cheney wasn't successful.
Yeah,
Shocking.
I said that. That was the biggest mistake, was leaning into the Republicans. There was no like moderate voter. Even I fell into the trap because at the beginning of the day I said, well, you know, I'm thinking that we're gonna see the shy Republican that's gonna vote for Kamala Harris because of, you know, his wife or something. But no, clearly that didn't happen either. The best way to go would have been to lean to the left. The reason they didn't, because, you know, they were getting called Marxists and communists and all this shit, but they got called that anyway. Might as well just be a socialist if they're going to call you one anyway. I mean, you should just be a socialist to begin with, but you get my point.
The Democrats are fucking losing. Like, oh, we
No.
wanted them to lose. We're saying that, like,
I
if the
predicted that
Democrats
she'd win.
if the Democrats implemented a better turnout strategy than this, like, demonstrable fucking failure.
Did you just tell me to read something from a magazine? What decade are we living in?
Different understanding of what they were even trying to do or accomplish. Just any kind of.
I know, but
vision.
he's sitting here and he's watching my ads and I don't care.
Like this neocon fantasy that they've become obsessed with. This is just not what any.
Full disrespect intended, no opinion, but I don't give a fuck about anyone that you think describes the internal dynamics of the modern Democratic Party, because I guarantee you I'm not going to agree with it, and that I'm probably smarter than the person that you're sending to me.
Send them back. Dude. It's happening. It's happening. Liberals are going to start being insanely racist. You're probably a terrorist. That's an interesting take. Why probably? Like,
Yeah, why probably?
Like I like that you're not saying I'm definitely a terrorist.
No one ever says probably to me.
Sorry. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, he gave you some wiggle room.
Yeah, he was like, I'm not fully invested in the fact that you're a terrorist, but you probably are one.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Lind, the very first thing that I see when I Google him, guy who supported, or is it American Democratic Nationalism? Yeah, I don't give a fuck what this guy has to say. There's no such thing as an intelligent conservative. Being a conservative literally requires you to be dumber than not. We can substantiate this because you are more likely to be a conservative if you have higher reactions to fear and disgust and have a lower average education level. A higher reactionary tendency, less education, equals more likely to be conservative. By like decades now of research has said this. Now, I'm not saying every conservative is an idiot. They're not. A lot of them have personal benefits from being a conservative, and hence they are conservative because they personally benefit from it. But, I mean, like, if you live in Alabama, then it's just that. Again, one more time, one single more time, I'm going to show you guys this because, I mean, first off, a lot more of you are here and it's very funny and I want to watch it again. But secondly, it is true.
New polling out this week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes.
This
and I
is
want to
so
focus
funny.
for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer, zoom in a little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop.
I know,
Lane.
it's so
Now, I want
good.
to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this
I can't
is
see
Nick
this enough
Camden,
times.
37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system.
It's got the
heart.
lungs, it's
But I
got the
actually wanna
vascular
show you what's
system.
in here, this is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life. Existence.
No, I didn't see, and I don't think that you were being unfair. I was just trying to get you all to stop, is all. I didn't see, but
It's itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden.
Anyway, now you can, this is what makes people conservative. It's just that part of the brain.
I have 5 Christmas trees up.
And
I got
look,
garland
for profit
going up
media, no shit, he was unfair. You're debating a conservative. You should expect this. When a Democrat or a leftist debates a conservative, there is the understanding that the conservative is going to have a much higher allowance of being bad faith. I think you did great. I'm not getting in it. I don't want to get in it.
campaign. However, I thought that shitty campaign wasn't as shitty as the Trump campaign that they ran. And I still
I will say, I did not read the debate. I don't know which one of you I agree with. I might agree with no opinion. I would say much less likely. But yeah, leftists aren't perfect either. We do this as well. In fact, I yell about leftists doing this constantly. And when I say we, I don't mean me. I mean like the average. So again, there's a chance that I would agree with no opinion over you. I don't know, and I don't care because I'm not going to read it. And again, it's expected. I appreciate you letting me know. Not my concern right now, though. This is a later problem. I'm gonna read the chat log later. There's a lot of messages that I'm missing. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
New York
None of it
Times
matters.
is at like 90% Trump.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, look, the only thing I'm happy about is I didn't fucking.
Oh, sorry. We're still watching Hassan. I don't know why we're doing that.
Obviously, I don't remember 4 years ago, but like in a state like Pennsylvania, when they were counting all of these.
CBS and USA Today project Harris is going to win Oregon, Washington, and New Mexico. So that's a plus.
Absentee ballots. The estimated vote was way lower, right? Because they still were estimating that those votes were coming in, right? Or am I remembering that incorrectly? I don't remember.
And NBC has called Virginia for Kamala Harris. So AP still hasn't done so. But yeah, Oregon has been called. Washington has been called.
That's exactly right.
Like, we're catching up. I'm telling you guys,
So that's why
there was like the red mirage, and now we're looking a bit better, but I don't know. It's still too tight now. There's no way. NC has been called for Trump. Yeah.
Confused with people saying, "Wait, there's more votes." It's like, no, there's only 9% left. Right. So, I that's why I'm just
we're not
getting
winning
people
Georgia.
saying it's a red mirage. I think this is not a red mirage. It's close.
When I said red mirage, I meant more for these states, but yeah, PA we'll find out soon, like in the next 15 minutes soon, I think. Michigan, we might still have a while to go, but we might just find out as well as PA at the same time. Minnesota is looking better now, and I think it'll stay on this track. Just double check by looking into the districts. And then we'll have a look at Wisconsin. Hassan says it's over. Yeah, I know. I said until I hear both Hassan and Vosh say it's over, it's not over. Or until I say it's over, it's not over. So, and I still haven't seen Vosh make any actual claim. Every time we check in with them, they're just fucking around.
By the way, Dems favored for House still. I don't trust decision death.
Night, no opinion. I think it will be the Fourth Reich, but feel free to come back and check in with me about that.
Democrats are now favored to flip control of the U.S. House, according to the Decision
What?
Desk HQ election pulse. Well, that'd be nice.
What? How?
Genuinely, even if Donald Trump wins, having a slim Democratic majority in the House would go a long way towards preventing some of the more obviously bad stuff.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there would still be like the general dissolving of our institutions from the you know.
Shit, okay, if we win the House, that'd be nice. I do think we're gonna, we were projected to lose this, win the Senate, but it doesn't look like we will now, but...
The executive branch. Sorry, that took me a second.
I'm still confident on Wisconsin and Minnesota. So really, if Pennsylvania and Michigan look all right, we might be all right for president. Regarding the House and the Senate, clearly I have some catching up to do.
Chris needs 16 points in Pennsylvania, please. Please what? Please what? What do you want me to do about it? Go there and dump 100,000 votes in the ballot? I already did. I already did that. I can't run there again.
Okay, so well, that's good news. I think that's I'm not gonna say it's over then, just based on that. I gotta see how this drop for PA and Michigan turns out.
I just don't remember if in
10, 15 more minutes.
Their estimated projections were off on total votes. Like if at 99% they were saying 99% of the vote.
See ya, cat thrower. Good night. I hope you're happy.
Vote is in, but actually there were so many absentee ballots that they weren't expecting that there was really still 90% left to go or 10% left to go. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just don't know the answer to that.
Really? Passaic County? You fucking kidding me? This is an incredibly large Hispanic population in this county, and Biden won this by 17 points in 2020. Wow. New Jersey has gone to the right. Jesus. That's so sad.
Yeah. All right, Arizona, he's 0.4% ahead. Georgia, he's 2% ahead, 2.7% ahead. Wisconsin, he's 3% ahead. PA is 3.7% ahead. Virginia, Harris is 4.1% ahead. Michigan, Trump is 4.3% ahead. Harris is ahead in New Mexico and Maine.
Ugh.
It was always going to be this close. It's not a huge loss because it's close. It's a loss if we lose. It was never going to be not this. I mean, I thought it was, but only since the last 2 days. Up until then, I was pretty sure this was going to be a close election. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, democracy is coming down to a dice roll, as it usually does. Man, this is scary. I mean, as of this morning, I did too. I really did believe the Seltzer poll was going to have larger implications than it did. It was clearly wrong, considering Iowa was not anywhere close to up 3 points. It was actually closer to her last poll, in which she had Trump up by 9. I guess so. I guess so. I mean, I thought maybe I was not being naive. I was just being hopeful, but we'll see. We'll find out. We're getting 12 minutes away. Or that next drop is what's going to tell us whether or not it's over entirely or not. I suggested you guys take it to Discord. I didn't say anything about a whisper, but I don't know. Yeah, never trust the polls. I've been saying since months ago to not trust the polls. Hey, Mort Sheckelstein. That's... yeah. Oh, well, you're welcome. I'm glad you enjoy the content, and I mean, yes, Dontarius Brownstone, just might be a bit late here. Are we allowed to post Trump love in general chat? No. I'd rather not see any Trump love today. I mean, really, ever. I usually won't ban you for it. I might time you out, but not today. Yeah, I agree, Ethoslav, entirely. I warned you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Congratulations, Cat Piss. You now get to ban these people for me. Well, ideally time them out. An hour, 10 minutes, somewhere where you can use your judgment to do whatever you like there. But you're a mod now. I guess let's see what the right is saying. Nothing? Cool. This is the bulwark. That's okay, the power's meant to go to your head. No, I appreciate that you engage in good faith for profit media. Just, you know, sometimes they won't do the same for you, and you can't be all that upset about it. Like, I'm not. I expect these people to take advantage of the grace that I show them. Well, you went to bed. You're on thin ice, buddy. Don't ban Chombus. Thanks, Gianna and Alex. Again, it's not over. Give us another 10 minutes. 10 more minutes, all right? 10 more minutes. I mean, you're correct. I didn't read the messages, but generally I would lean into you are correct and they were wrong for profit media just based on the things that they said and the things that I know that you think. So Harris would have been more viable if she didn't have to if they didn't make her lean into the middle. The energy at the very beginning of when she became the nominee would have won us the election. She just had to be a leftist, and the Democratic establishment won't allow it. Remember, like, it's the Democrats' own fault if we lose right here, because they essentially just ran the Hillary campaign again. Hillary Clinton was even an advisor to Kamala Harris. Not like an advisor, what's the word? A political advisor. Yeah, almost to a T, exactly. And she's better than Hillary Clinton in like every way, so she had more success from it. I mean, again, voter turnout levels are high. People care. It's if she loses, it'll be close. Whereas the reason for that is because Kamala Harris feels like a real human being, and Hillary Clinton does not. They should dance off for the title. I mean, yeah, I support this. A dance-off to see who becomes president. And not because that's an easy way for us to win.
Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters right here in Washington, D.C. And we can go now back to Georgia. Joshua McCoon is standing by for us there. He's the
Wayne County votes very soon.
Very good to have you with us tonight on BBC News. We haven't made here a projection for Georgia just yet, but how are things looking there, and how is...
We really would have won in a landslide if we actually managed to lean to the left a little bit. So, yeah, we should have some new results coming in soon. Very soon.
Is the Republican Party feeling at this point in the evening?
I'm sure they're feeling great right now.
We're very confident that President Trump has won Georgia. We've seen enough here. There's about 5.2 million votes statewide. Over 5 million have been reported. President Trump has a 135,000 vote majority. It's really just math.
If it really does turn out to be this way, we as America deserve this. We as America deserve the pain and suffering this man is going to bring us. It's not even by vibes. If it was decided by vibes, we would have won too. Decided by lies, not vibes.
I don't know what different decisions.
What vibe do the Republicans have? Their vibe is just everything is shit, including America. Yeah, give me. No one, nothing, everywhere, nothing. We deserve better from our entire government for so long. Yeah, I agree. It's still at this point though, 2020 looked very much like this. Like, so close to like this in 2020. Almost identical story in Wisconsin Senate and Michigan Senate, where Slotkin and Baldwin are now in serious danger of going down. Not too many pre-election polls showed them trailing. It's not good. Hold on, I need to see this. It was Michigan and Wisconsin Senate. I mean, she already won in the eyes of the majority, sorry to say that. Well, yeah, the only reason it's like this anyway is because of the Electoral College map, which is, like, ridiculous that we have this system in which almost all of the country lives along, like, the coast, and because, I don't know, these people in the middle felt it was unfair that the majority is represented by the majority vote. Not yet. I'm waiting for those votes. Again, look at this. It's only 15% in Michigan, Wayne County, 28 in Macomb County. There is plenty of votes in Michigan and in Wisconsin still, which we're we can win these 2 states, and Pennsylvania is going to come down to the wire. Oh, well, I disagree. I think the majority just didn't vote. That's the thing. Democrats don't vote in as high numbers. The majority of Americans don't think Donald Trump should be president. They just have also, been pushed into not supporting her because they feel now that if you vote for Kamala Harris, that it's supporting a genocide, and also because most Democrats feel disenfranchised and don't vote. I need to see the number of like the actual like statistics of how many Democrats voted today. I need to see that. Oh my God. Every time. It's misinformation, literally it's not even misinformation, it's disinformation. All right, we should be getting this last cache of votes coming in any minute now. Yeah, hold on. This is a good point. In that, right now, it seems that Harris is outperforming Biden everywhere. And this just doesn't fit with any of the information we had before today. Any of the polling, any of what we've been seeing, it doesn't fit. So there's something causing this. And I'm not saying this is like a conspiracy. I'm saying like there's an actual reason for it that we haven't found yet. Whether it's the shift of Latino voters, whether it's the shift from men, which I would have thought would have been canceled out by shift of women to the left. I'm genuinely curious to know how this happens, because she was leading Biden in every election day voters. Yeah, it is that median voter last minute like. It has to be. Maybe it's literally just because she's a woman. It's very possible. Where is the last little number of votes? Missouri becomes the first state to overturn a near total abortion ban by ballot initiative. So that's good. Even as the state re-elects its anti-abortion senator, Josh Hawley, they also overturn the near total abortion ban. So that's a big W. I'll take that. Also, like, again, insane that you vote for the anti-abortion, like, senator, but then also make abortion, like, constitutional, like, state constitution guaranteed. It is insane combination of votes. Honestly, like the average American voter really just has to be a insane level, a remarkable level of stupid, right? That's the only way that this like happens. Most Americans didn't even like Trump. Remember, like back when he first became the president. By the end of his first term, people were not happy with him. The average American, most Americans were not. Cat Piss, I can't answer your text right now, but sure, yeah, I'll let you know after stream. Yeah, great but remarkably dumb thing happening. Do we have anything yet? No, doesn't look like we do. Oh, I didn't even see the bit about pizza. I already have half a pizza in my fridge. I was actually going to eat that today while streaming. And then I forgot. Let's see how these ballots go. So the 83% of votes counted. What's 17% added on to 6 million? I mean, we can figure that out. I will I'll let you know after stream. Hold on. There's about 1 million votes that are still going to drop for PA in a second. He might not. He might not. If he wins PA, it's over. If he wins PA, it's genuinely like, sorry. And I'm already getting messages from friends in America saying, oh, maybe I should move to Australia. Yeah, no, I know he flipped multiple blue counties. My hopium is dying, but most of these final votes are Dem-leaning votes. You just gotta wait until they get dropped. What? So, we're flipping Harrisburg County, but we've lost 2 other counties. Good to know. It's not over till it's over. It's both for-profit media. You can be both stupid and misinformed. To which I say the average Republican is. It's not just that they're misinformed, they genuinely are stupid. I'm sorry, but, like, yes, they often go hand in hand, not necessarily every time, but fuck, I mean, how many Republicans do you know that aren't stupid? I don't know very many. I know a couple. Not all of them are dumb, but some of them really, really are. Yes? Lack of education, cultural, additions, a lack of critical thinking skills, a lack of logic, the disbelief in science and statistics and epistemology and, like, any form of data. Brain damage. Shit. This photo alone is so depressing. We're screwed. America is done. We're cooked. Whether we win tonight or not, we could win all 3 houses now, and just based on this, I think we're cooked. True, cat piss. I don't know what else to say other than what Aaron Reed says here. This picture is bone chilling. I can't help but think that we've finally broken through the last wall protecting us from fascism. This is a shift in voters from Dem to Republicans. These are all new Republicans. All the red arrows. All the blue arrows are new Democrats. Roughly 1 million votes left in PA. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, we could still win. But just based on this map alone, even if we win all 3 houses of government, we're still fucked. But I do still think we're going to take PA. I think that once those votes drop, you'll see with PA. I just don't necessarily really think it's going to matter anymore. I mean, yeah, it is a bit of cope, Zalvion. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is cope, but I do still think that we're going to win, not based on cope, but based on numbers. Not the election. I think we're cooked in general, but we're gonna win PA, and we do still have a shot to make this a close election. And we're projected to win the House now, which I did not see coming, but lose the Senate. So really, it's just a trade. But if we win the House, that's something. Not losing all 3 houses of government would be nice. Good. I hope he hears that he's stupid, because I think that they're fucking dumb. Like, that's the thing. I don't feel the need to respect them, because they are dumb. Republicans will win a U.S. Senate majority. Yep, called it. We're losing the Senate. Yeah. Again, like, we technically do still have the ability to win the presidency, but we're losing the Senate. We're poised to win the House and lose the Senate, which is a trade. Okay. We could technically still win the presidency, but it'll be really close. And that's about it. Just waiting on PA votes to drop. Yeah, they sure as shit don't respect us. That's very, very, very true. No, I think that he's dumb because he voted for Trump and had a reason to vote for him. Whether it was a real reason or not doesn't matter. A lot of the time these people think they have a reason, but it's just some schizophrenic hallucination, rather, or delusion. Mix the 2 words up there, but that doesn't matter. We live in a world where reality does not matter anymore. So when they take power, should I abandon my leftist position? No. I'd rather get hauled off to the death camps, but that's your call. Come on, Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, what's happening with Tester in Montana? That's a good question. Damn. Tester was slated to win. Oh, actually, never mind. Sorry, 15% counting. So. Literally, Frydad, they're talking about the act that they used to create Japanese internment camps and the deportation, the mass ethnic cleansing, the largest ethnic cleansing in human history. Which, by the way, the Nazis also first said they were going to deport the Jews and then started killing them when they realized that that is hard. And killing people is easier than housing them to deport them. Goodbye. AP calls Donald Trump for North Carolina. I thought North Carolina got called a while ago. try, Dad. Explain to me this. If they talk about the largest ethnic cleansing in human history, it's on their platform. In fact, mass deportation now is the sign they were holding. They're quoting Hitler regularly. They are talking about using the law that we used to create internment camps for the Japanese, German, and Italian citizens that we had in the U.S. during World War II. Why do you think that this does not result in this outcome? What makes you think that it will be anything but? Oh, by the way, the mass deportation, by the way, is double the number of actual people that it should be. Because, they say 22 million. There's not 22 million undocumented immigrants in the country. What do you think they're going to do instead? Like, what else could possibly be the outcome there? Explain this to me. You're rational. I feel like you could do a job of explaining this to me better than, most other people I've asked. There may not be. I'm just saying that they talk about it, and there are many indicators that this is a likely, if not only possible outcome. I hope that there's no death camps, and thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my content, and thank you for the follow. I don't want there to be any death camps. I just, no, it's not the fringe. It's not the fringe. It's the party. It's Donald Trump. It's literally everybody supporting him. I mean, maybe not about the Alien Enemies Act, because that one's a bit niche, but the largest ethnic cleansing in human history alone. And the way to do it, how do you, A, go about arresting 22 million people, then B, detaining them, because obviously they don't all just go to Mexico. You have to find out where they're going to go. There's processes, and then deport them, obviously, in this case. A, while your economy's crashing, considering the people that you are now detaining and deporting make up a significant chunk of the economic output of the country. How do you do this other than by killing them? What? No, don't tell me this. This can't be real. This cannot be real. Shit, it might be real. Breaking news. Colorado votes to remove same-sex marriage ban from the state ban. Good. This is good. Never mind. So, campaign promises. You think that that's not, they're not going to actually do the mass deportation? Would you like to, explain your reasoning as to why they wouldn't, when it's the literal #1 thing on the platform that they're calling for? I understand that politicians often lie in the promises they make for the campaign, but it's kind of like the one thing that they have. It seems like it. What makes you think they will fail? Who's going to stop them when they are using the military to arrest dissidents and protesters in the street? When they get rid of all of the government workers that are not appointed by Trump and replace them with loyalists, as Project 2025 says. Yeah, Project 2025 says. I'm asking you ifs, as in pretending that these aren't things that I can verify as going to happen. I'm asking you if. I don't think if. All of these are will happens. If they win, it's just a matter of the way that I'm phrasing it, and so that you don't feel like I'm not in any way closed off to having a conversation. I don't necessarily mind pretending that I don't fully believe a thing to have a conversation about it. I believe this. I do. I think there's a lot of evidence. I hope that I'm wrong. I really do. I just don't see how I could be. The only reason that it didn't get this bad in 2016 was because of the people in power, like the bureaucrats, the career politicians, the ones that don't run for election and the ones that aren't appointed, were the ones that stopped them. And that's central to Project 2025, is to get rid of them. I might actually have to start using a VPN to stream. But, you know, I'm fine. I'm in Australia. It'll take them a minute to come put me in the camp. If you want to protect me from possibly being tracked down and drone striked by the CIA, you can throw me a dono. I'll definitely add that to my little collection of savings that I'm using to try and, I don't know, survive at this point after this. You know, when I have to, like, run into the Aussie outback to escape the CIA hunting me down, I'll be able to go stop at a Woolies and buy some food first. Yeah, half the country's about to learn how tariffs actually work. True! Fuck, this is... Get handy with a boomerang. I mean, I'm pretty good with a bow and arrow, but not all that great with a boomerang. Unfortunately, arrows break, so maybe I really do need to get good with a boomerang. Yeah, including Donald Trump. Well, you know, it looks like Putin's gonna win the Ukraine war as well, and Israel's gonna genocide every Palestinian left. So, there's that. Come on, where are these bloody Pennsylvania votes? They're coming. They're coming. We were at 2.7. Trump's numbers haven't gone up at all, but we have 200,000 so far. I believe in Pennsylvania. I think that it's... Excuse me. Sorry about that. I think that it's mathematically very unlikely that we lose Pennsylvania. We're probably not winning much more than that, but there's still about 900,000 votes to come, mostly from urban Philly suburbs. Yeah, so we'll probably win Pennsylvania. Michigan, we're not going to find out tonight. Shit, Wisconsin might be cooked too. Depends on which counties those remaining 20% of the votes are in. Hold out for Jill Stein, she'll save us? Yeah, exactly. I need to pee while we wait for these final moments to see if it's actually Jover for reals this time or not. Still have nothing on. Fuckers. It really is the final countdown now.
50% unfavorable for Donald Trump.
Sorry, I'm going to have to leave you with my former governor.
What we're seeing tonight is wrong track governed over his unfavorables.
Cat
They don't
piss,
like
do
him,
your job.
But they trust him on
Get
some
rid
of
of
those
this
issues.
fucking
more.
incel.
And
This
secondly,
4-inch dick.
For Kamala Harris, she had to come up with a more
You know what? I'll do it.
campaign to what she did.
Bye.
And here's the thing. Joe Biden gotten out a year ago. This might be a
All right, I'll be
totally
back
different race.
in just a
He's gotta be
second.
thinking about that tonight.
It's the beginning of a bigger conversation we're going to have probably right after this break. We'll be back with much more. ABC News Live coverage continues here in a moment.
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
Okay.
is taunting us. Who is grotesquerie?
What's going on? Oh yeah, no, don't worry. You'll get there. When he takes over the media, as if he hasn't already? I mean, not officially, but close enough. I don't think that it's... how do you call this a landslide when it objectively is not? There's 20 electoral points between the two right now, and there's still a decent amount of votes that have been counted. If anything, this is a very close election regardless who wins. What do you... where are you getting this idea that it's a landslide? Like, not to say that he's not winning. He's winning. In fact, at this point, he's probably going to win. Landslide is like, I don't know, much bigger than this. Hold on. Let me pull. This would be a landslide. A landslide would be like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Georgia and Minnesota and Nevada. This would be just barely a landslide. This right here, that's an actual landslide. This would be an actual landslide. And I'm not making this up. This is just based off of how prior elections and how we refer to them have gone. Geez, the AP's website is not holding up very well right now. Votes still coming in for PA.
This is evil.
to that campaign headquarters in a moment. Let's go right to our correspondent, Neda Tawfik, who has been there all night for us. Neda, I can imagine that, that optimism, that confidence is spreading there in the room.
Absolutely, Sumi. It is smiles all around. People are taking selfies. People have a little bit of
yeah,
a
the Trump HQ. Of course they are.
Music. At one point, there was a big crowd dancing to the YMCA song, and I went down and spoke with supporters, and I can tell you.
Wow, that's depressing right here. Look at this. Kamala Harris might be the only candidate in North Carolina to lose as a Democrat. Like, out of every other race, the Dem won. Like, the votes aren't fully tallied, so some of these could still change, but that's sad. Like, I don't mean like sad as in like I'm sad. I mean, that's pathetic.
They are just absolutely glued to the results. Some women have a paper counting Donald Trump's electoral votes and also just the margin of victory as it progresses throughout the night. So people are very invested, and they clearly feel the momentum is on their side. And so people, when there is a result that is favorable to Donald Trump on the screen, they throughout the night have gotten more and more.
By the way, I agree entirely. Polling is done after today. Never, ever trust the polls again, because none of them were correct. Not even the Seltzer poll, none of the polls that existed prior. Like, again, look at Iowa, in which the Seltzer poll said +3 Harris, and it's +14. The other, closest other poll was Trump 6, not from Seltzer, and then a Trump 9 from Seltzer. So, fuck the polls. Fuck the polls so hard. And Jill Stein as well. Yeah. Yeah.
That from 2020, but I also think, if former President Trump does eke out a win here in Georgia, then we got to look at the numbers to see where he found those extra votes, right? Was it in the suburban white women voters? Was it in maybe the black male voters? So that might be some of the numbers that we'll be crunching, but I'm still waiting. I thought the networks would have called it by now, but here we are.
It is tight.
We are a true battleground.
Yeah, we are. That is true. Lori, thanks. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on Good Day Atlanta.
True, but I don't think that's enough. Yeah, this kind of is. Yeah, this should be disappointing. Like, if any of you aren't disappointed, I'm disappointed in you. But Pennsylvania is edging closer. Trump's made a little bit of a gain, but we've made 300,000 gains so far, whereas they've had about 50K out of these last PA votes.
Welcome back. We continue coverage of election night. It is now election morning.
And it could be election.
At least here on the East Coast.
Could be election Thursday soon. Yeah. Donald Trump is so far outperforming his margins in key states. Republicans taking control of the Senate. So the conversation now turns to the House of Representatives. The Fox News decision desk believes that the House is basically a coin flip. The road to a majority likely.
Don't know Nevada yet. I haven't seen anything reporting from it, but I was assuming Nevada would go red.
Down to just a few races.
Yeah, votes still being tallied in the absolutely crucial state of Pennsylvania. We keep checking in.
Alexandria Hoff, she's been in the Keystone State all night. She joins us live. Alex?
Arizona, absolutely red. Sorry, I meant Nevada, not Arizona.
The trends that they're seeing, but not necessarily expecting to see a result tonight. The tally in the Keystone State, it is historically slow. That's because of a couple of reasons, but one of them being that Pennsylvania is in the minority of states that doesn't even start processing their mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. But the state Secretary of Commonwealth, he said today and tonight actually.
Yeah, I guess there is more fucking up to do. We gotta hit absolute rock bottom and ruin all of our lives before we can learn our lesson. Kind of like a drug addiction. You know? You gotta end up homeless and nearly die before you stop using drugs, and it's the same with fascism. You gotta nearly die and not accidentally, but intentionally end the lives of a lot of other people before you're willing to admit that fascism was a bad idea. It's the same idea. The issue wasn't not enough campaign time, it wasn't enough money, none of that is the issue. I agree with you for profit media. The issue was that she was moving towards the center. She was trying to reach this imaginary centrist voter that doesn't exist. They should have just leaned into the left. Would have won. Would have been a landslide leaning into the left. That would have been a landslide for sure. Oh yeah, no, Arizona is very, very pro-Trump. Not even a chance there. Exactly, the Nazis were still Nazis after World War II because we didn't... I mean, realistically, after January 6th, we should have just culled the entire Republican Party, investigated every single elected official, taken down Fox News. We needed to get rid of their entire architecture, their system, their foundation. It's the only way that works. It's historically the only thing that could possibly work against Nazis, and we didn't do it because libs are weak, and, here we are. Same position again, except, much worse. No, they're not coming back. They never left. It's the issue, is they never left. Also, yeah, the addiction analogy, that might be pretty apt, because as you said, Moper, kick the drug first term, have a little bit of a sober period, Biden's term, and then you OD when you go back. Hey, I'm from New Jersey. A lot of the people I went to school with OD'd and died. So I know what that looks like, and this looks like that. It looks like objectively nothing but that. I really wasn't I wasn't all that far off, was I, when I was saying that it felt like we're in the doctor's office waiting to see if we have a terminal illness. No, I don't want a one-party system. I just don't want people to be allowed to deliberately, knowingly lie when they are an elected official or are in the news media or are a whatchamacallit, influencer with a large social media following focused on politics. That's all I want, is just you're not allowed to knowingly and willingly lie. That's what I think. That's not a one-party system. That's not even, unfair to any particular group. That's just common sense. Exactly, Comrade Lenin. Doesn't work. Does not work. Historically, it's never worked. I mean, look, I've shown this on stream a few times. There's more of you here now, so I suppose it might be worth doing it one more time. Why this doesn't work? Well, if we go and we look at what Nazi Germany looked like, in 1946, 6% of Germans said the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. Only 6%. 4 years later, 1 in 3 said the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. If you allow this kind of belief, you allow Nazis to continue existing and perpetuating their belief system. You give them a moment of like time to catch their breath. They continue doing exactly what they were doing the whole time. There's no other option than this. It's either that or like the end of democracy and we have Nazis now. There's literally no other option here. I suppose we could have a listen to what our other streamer friends and colleagues and peers are saying. Nazis are gonna Nazi, true. Still don't have the vote count for Pennsylvania, so.
Just becoming integrated into whiteness. It's the.
Oh, what'd I do?
You know, Republicans get a majority vote and extremely.
Sure. I mean, I'll do it right now. Wait, how do I erase the one that already existed? Why, I want a new prediction. Yeah, it still keeps showing me the one from last stream. How do I get rid of you? No, I can't even change the question. Alright, here we go. Here we go. There's your prediction. Oh wait, hold on. I may have set the time for it wrong. Yeah, I only set it 30 seconds. God damn it. Don't vote on this one. I did it wrong. One more time. Let me do it again. There you go. Now you can vote on it. Well, I mean, there's objectively a correct answer here. And I am partisan, but I don't get to decide who wins. You guys do. Well, I mean, America does. I feel the worst for Ukraine and Gaza right now.
Racist, anti-immigrant rhetoric normalized, but at the expense of making Latinos white and therefore like invalidating a large part of their racism. Oh, Gavin McInnes. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Gavin McInnes, not Gavin Newsom.
All right, yeah, it looks like Trump, not Trump. It looks like Vosh has also accepted the doom. So I still believe in PA. I do. I think there is a chance that we win the presidency. However, if we lose the House and we don't pick up the Senate, if we lose the Senate and don't pick up the House, I don't think it matters. Even if we pick up the House, and we have the presidency, it makes things easier, you know, honestly. If we do win the House and the presidency, even if we lose the Senate, that makes things easier for us. So the path would be this. As of right now, Let's see, we've lost these two. Arizona has gone red as well, I believe. Hold on, I need to look up the map again, because I've been doing this for so long that my brain stopped working. Okay. AP does not want to work right now, so let's try it this way. We have to win PA, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's the path. It's those three. We need to win all three of those. Now, yeah, they call GA red. Now, if we were to, let's say, lose Minnesota, which I don't think we will, then it's over. We need to win Minnesota as well, unless we can manage to flip Arizona, which is not happening. Yeah, that's the only path, is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. There's nothing else. Shit, okay, got worse. It's all coming down to PA. And we are still catching up in PA. Like, the vote tally is getting closer and closer. We're nearly at 3 million, and they've gone up by 10K. And no, he's not leading in all three of those. Again, Wisconsin, the votes have not been tallied in... Actually, Wisconsin is looking worse than it did last time. No, again, we still have 40% of Milwaukee and 40% of Green Bay. That's enough to push this to a win. And also Michigan, the largest Dem leading counties still haven't put in their votes, so he's not leading in Michigan either. These two, we don't have enough information to tell who's going to win yet. Did it? For PA? I'm not betting that we lose these things. Please do not do that. Do not harm yourself. Find a way to get yourself safe. If you need help getting yourself safe, I will do my best to help you. I don't know, reach out, join the Discord, join the community, make friends with your neighbors. If you can, just chill the fuck out, all right? Don't hurt yourself. Do you know how many people, like, are in the same boat as you right now? You're not alone. Don't hurt yourself. We still don't have the Pennsylvania numbers. I mean, it's looking... Actually, that gap has gotten a little wider there, too. Yeah, look, it looks like we lose. It looks like Trump won, but we don't know that yet because PA still hasn't finished reporting. Neither is Michigan, and neither is Wisconsin. And there's a if we win these three, we win, and we can win all three of these. So, oh, cool. All right, now you can fuck off forever then, because you're a piece of shit for that. Yeah, Trump's about to declare victory. Arizona just passed the constitutional right to an abortion. That's good as well. So... Oh, and just so you guys know, it's so much worse if Trump wins than we think it is because, you know, there's 2 Supreme Court justices that are about to retire, which means that if Donald Trump wins, then he gets to have picked 5 of the Supreme Court justices, which means that America is like this for the rest of our lifetime. So, keep that in mind. I say just after telling the person, that they were faking it to not hurt themselves, but don't hurt yourself. We'll find a way. I believe in good, and I'm gonna keep fighting for good. I want good things for everybody. Well, everybody with a soul. And whether or not you have one just depends on whether or not you're able to show empathy. Okay, wait, that gap is still closing much faster than the gap is widening. Trump's gaining very little votes from these while we're catching up in PA pretty quickly. We could grab PA pretty soon. Yeah, you can expect a bunch of gloating assholes dropping in soon, I know. You know what, while we're here, in fact, I think I'm gonna make it, change the stream rules back to you need to have some sort of verification to pop in and chat, because it's getting annoying now. Yeah, it's a 160k gap that we're closing in on very quickly. And what is that? How many more votes are left to be counted? Enough. There's enough. We can take PA. Well, I mean, follow it for 10 minutes or something? No, it's a day. Yeah. Just for the rest of this stream. I'll turn it off when I finish so that it's not on tomorrow. We're gonna have to deal with these gloating assholes for a while anyway. We don't know yet. Don't know yet. They're gonna take the Senate though, and we might get the House instead. So that's the only thing we know for certain. A lot. Kid Vicarious. Quite a lot. We can still win the presidency. It just comes down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. PA, we're closing this gap, and there's still a couple 100,000 votes left, and they're almost all Dems. Michigan, again, mostly large Dem-leaning cities. I've still not reported their votes, and we can close this gap. And Wisconsin is closer. Wisconsin is probably the more likely to be lost here, but if we win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, then we win. So, but they did quite well with this election. They're going to pick up the Senate, and we might pick up the House. If we pick up the House and win the presidency, we've now dismantled one of their plans to overturn the election. So that's interesting. However, yeah, sorry, Stahl. I just took it away. I took it away for this entire stream and you hadn't been chatting, and I just put it back now. Only now. I don't understand what's wrong with your Twitch account, because I had the verification off this entire time. But yeah, if we win the House and the presidency, we have fucked their plan to try and take the election after the election, to overturn it. Their coup attempt. We have destroyed it, which is funny. However, if we lose the presidency, we're really fucked, because that means they have that Senate, they have the presidency, and if Donald Trump is the president, that means they likely get to pick 2 more Supreme Court justices, which makes 5 Trump picks on the Supreme Court. Because Thomas and Alito are old enough that they want to retire. And so if Trump wins, they're just going to retire and Trump gets to replace them. It's not looking good. But Oh, shit, that gap just widened quite a bit. 100,000 votes for Trump in PA. Now we're 200,000 behind, which is pretty much all that's left. If we win PA, it'll come down to like 500 votes. Great. Yeah. We lost the Senate, but I last I saw, we're projected to win the House still. But yeah, no, if we lose, like, PA, Michigan, or Wisconsin, we're cooked. If we lose PA, Michigan, or Wisconsin and the House, then we're really cooked. Oh my god, I will vote. Fuck, we're all so cooked. I'm just waiting for these last numbers to come in, but they might not even come in tonight. Donald Trump's about to declare victory anyway, in like the next hour. In the next like 10 minutes, really. Well, so Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA generally vote together. There's I think only been one election out of the last 10 in which they did not vote in sync. Or not PA, sorry. No, it is Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA, or is it Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan? I can't remember. It's one or the other. Usually you all vote as a group. I think it's PA. Fuck the FBI or DOJ. He's talking about using the military to go after Democrats. What do we do if we win? Or if he wins, rather? You suffer. I'm sorry. That's the answer. Pretending to be MAGA is not going to help you if you're brown, or a woman, or trans, or gay, or Muslim, or Jewish, or black, or native, or indigenous but not native to the US, or a socialist, or a communist, or a Marxist, or a doctor, or a scientist, or a teacher. I can keep going if you guys want me to. Or a US citizen. Or, you know, an American, sorry, a world citizen. An Earth citizen. You know, you'll, I'm sure, be okay. And most of you are, unfortunately. Maybe not all of you, but... Okay, Kid Vicarious, if you protect me, then I don't care anymore. That's fine. Yeah, no, this sucks. But again, like, hope is not lost. Keep your eyes on PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We can win if we win these 3 states. And PA is the closest. Wisconsin is also going to be close, but Michigan... I don't know. Who knows anymore? Who knows anymore? I mean, I look at the districts and I can tell you that it looks like the big cities haven't voted yet and these votes are going to come in, but then you can, like, we've looked at the fact that the entirety of the country seems to be shifting to the right anyway, so who cares? I'm a naturalized citizen too, and they're talking about taking away naturalized citizenship. However, you're Polish, so I feel like you're fine for now. You know, my Turkish ass is much less fine than your Polish ass, in the case of denaturalization being a thing that they start to do. Look, I do want to interrupt this for a second, and I want to talk about something I've said on stream before, and didn't really want to lean into because, you know, we wanted to keep the hope going, but it does look like we're in for a rough time. Whether or not we win, it doesn't matter. And I do want to give you guys a little bit of hope in that if these people take power, as I've explained before, there are 3 different subcategories of MAGA. We have the Nazis, we have the Christian nationalists, we have the bourgeoisie, and then we have the broader general, like, median voter MAGA in the middle. the Nazis and the Christian nationalists do have a lot of goals that overlap and could work well together. However, the bourgeoisie's goals do not intersect with that of these two groups. There's a possibility in that they block themselves from being able to do as much as they want to do. Now, given it would still be very bad, but it might not be as bad as we're worried about because they might screw themselves over. I said my Turkish ass, not your Turkish ass. And I understand why you're really scared, Crisco. I do. I really, really, really do. Try and have hope, and try and, I don't know, move to a blue state or out of the country if you can. Not everyone can afford that, obviously. If not, I don't know, try and make friends with your neighbors, try and become a part of the community that you live in, and hide behind the community as much as you can, which in and of itself is hard as a trans person, I'm well aware. I don't think they're going to hunt you down, but I think they're going to ban your access to healthcare, unfortunately. Or at least try. Or whether or not they succeed in that, who knows? But I don't think they're going to hunt you down. They're not, they're not coming to put you in the camps, not unless you're out there, like, protesting against them. They're going to come for you later. Giving you much time to be able to flee. Or, acclimate into the community, get further in your transition so that maybe you could pass better. I mean, again, these people are idiots, so it doesn't really take all that much to subvert their expectations and to keep yourself safe by hiding from them. I can't speak for everyone, Crisco, but there's plenty on the right that respect you. Not plenty, Kid Vicarious. Not plenty. Maybe a few, but not plenty. There's not plenty. And yes, find good people. Become part of that community. Make friends with that community as much as you can, and try and be safe as much as you can. If you pass well, you'll probably be fine. Again, these people are stupid. Unfortunately, that is now a standard that you're going to have to think about. If you maybe are early on in your transition, or you maybe don't pass as well, in that case, your best bet is to use others as shields. Go out with friends. Don't go out by yourself. Don't go to places where you're likely going to run into crowds of people that are dangerous to you. I feel so bad saying this to you right now. I'm so sorry. It's not fair at all to have this expectation, but it's not forever. It's temporary. Yeah, look, the Supreme Court is fucked. I've said this before. If Trump wins for the rest of our lifetimes, we're going to have that kind of government. Try and leave the U.S. if you're trans. Genuinely, that's my best advice for you. Anywhere else is probably better. Literally anywhere else. I mean, maybe not literally, considering there are places that'll kill you for that, but I know, I understand that, and I'm really sorry to hear that. I wish I could help you right now. I wish I could give you good news. I wish you the best. Yeah, maybe not Russia. Or Israel, or I can absolutely call MAGA stupid, even whether I live in the US or not. They're fucking stupid for profit media. They're evil, but they're also stupid. The people in charge are evil. The people voting for it are generally dumb. Not all of them, obviously. We're not essentialists here. I'm not making a blanket statement over half the country, clearly, but a lot of them are pretty fucking dumb. Well, it depends on the kind of Jewish you are, because you're not a full citizen unless you're the right kind of Jewish there. And also, yeah, they're evil as well. I wouldn't pick Israel. They're not great on the LGBT rights as well, but it depending on how Jewish you are and the kind of Jewish you are, you're not gonna have a warm welcome. But it might be time to leave the U.S. I mean, really, you can't even say Europe because Europe's not good either. Where do you go? Go to China or something. Who knows? Go to Thailand. Go to Southeast Asia is probably your best bet as a trans person. No, like no joke. Australia, New Guinea, actually not New Guinea. Australia, Indonesia, not Malaysia, Thailand. Take your pick and go there. And cool, Ryan Nelson. I mean, feel free to tune in. Might want to jump into Twitch so that you can chat with the rest of chat as well. There are welcoming communities in the US, but there are also a lot of extremist militias that are now going to be a much larger issue in the US than they were previously. There's a lot of assholes. It's not pre-breakfast banana. I think maybe it's time to go to bed, eh? Most of Europe is still better for the time being, but I have been saying for a while that I worry that a Trump victory will result in Europe going further to the right because they're already on the verge of it, and this would knock over the final domino piece. This would... Oh, crap. All right, there we go. There's Nevada is gone too. Yeah, we're cooked, guys. If we don't win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it's over. Because they have hatred in their hearts and like the suffering of others. No, I'm kidding. It's because they're misinformed. It's because like the average American doesn't hate trans people for being trans. They hate trans people because they're, from the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed, told that trans people are, I don't know, doing illegal surgeries on your children and are trying to tear you up, like apart and trying to destroy the culture and the social code. Like they're literally just being told that you are a demon from the beginning of their day till the very end. Can I explain my open border stance? Yes, but not now. I'm too tired for it, Ethoslav. It's like I've been talking for 11 hours now, and that's, if I start that conversation, it will not last anything less than an hour. He will absolutely violate your First Amendment right. You know, just because Trump's pro-Israel doesn't mean he likes Jews. One of his largest voting demographics are literal Nazis, so... Where's the vote count looking like in PA? I agree, yeah. As soon as you start tolerating intolerance, tolerance is dead. Mopar, you are honestly incredibly base sometimes. They are misinformed, but they're also in many cases still stupid. You can be both. In fact, in many such cases, you are both for-profit media. The two are not mutually exclusive in any way, shape, or form. You need to leave Florida, like, right the fuck now. I do think Kamala still has a chance, but it's a narrow chance. We would, Bernie Gores. We need to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It's the only chance. Like, mathematically, it's the only way to make 270. And it's possible. This is the amount of votes left between, Pennsylvania So with 10% remaining, leaves what, like 250,000 votes? We need pretty much all of them. Michigan is not looking as bad as it seems just via those numbers, because again, most of the votes that haven't been counted are from big cities that are Dem leaning, which also may not mean anything considering a lot of people that we assumed would be Dem leaning were not this time around. And Wisconsin is also like a tight race. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are both quite tight right now. I don't know. I'm not even getting into any of this stuff anymore. Not today. We can go more into detail about what do we do about this afterward once we actually have a decent idea of what's going to happen, which, you know, we do. It's not looking good, but it didn't look good in 2020 until we won. Soulless death and despair sounds just about right for your belief system. Can I ask where you are out of? Well, right now I am in Australia, so that's good for me, but we're not going to win Pennsylvania. If this goes up any more than it already has, we're not going to win Pennsylvania. We need the rest of these votes to come in for Harris. We can win this. Don't give up hope, but it'll be very, very, very close. Not a bubblegum, you know. Fuck, guys. I'm still really disappointed, alright? I had a lot of hope when we went into this. I really thought that Seltzer poll was going to be more influential than we saw. We're looking at PA on screen, W34P, and yes, but Kamala Harris can still win PA. There are enough votes here to close the gap. Still, like, 12% of Philadelphia County. What's Bucks County looking like? Oh, it's still more than 30% of Bucks County. Pittsburgh is done. Jeez, okay. It's possible. It's possible. It is possible. Yeah, I know. I know. It's not looking good, but it's possible. It's not looking good anyway, considering we're going to lose the Senate, and even though I've seen a lot of reports that we're probably going to win the House, I'm not seeing much more of that right now, so who knows. Maricopa County still hasn't finished reporting. Oh, I am American. I just live in Australia. Actually, to be fair, I'm Turkish, because I was born in Turkey, I grew up in America, and now I live in Australia. People move, you know. True pre-breakfast banana, true. Mr. Worldwide. God, I hate Pitbull. Can't be a triple citizen. The US only lets you have two. Australia doesn't care. Turkey doesn't care. I'm not Australian citizen yet either. Like, I'm a permanent resident. I've applied for citizenship. I'm waiting to take the test now. But when I do that, I have to get rid of my Turkish citizenship. Because America will be mad at me if I don't. Okay, shit. I really don't want to sit here and wait until this is decided. You know. No, that's not how it works. Turkey doesn't make you pay taxes in Turkey if you're not making, like, if you don't live in Turkey and you're not making Turkish lira. I do have to pay taxes in both the US and Australia right now. But I get that back anyway, so that's fine. Predictions. It's a Trump win. That's my prediction. These are too close for me to feel comfortable making the prediction of a Kamala Harris victory. It's possible, but it's not particularly likely. So, based on this, my advice for you guys. My advice is, again, try and that thing. Well, I mean, like, the predictions right now via Twitch is 85% of you have voted that Trump wins and 15% have voted that Kamala Harris wins. But I can't answer that now because we don't know yet. And honestly, both of those answers are incorrect because neither of those are the real winner here. There's a reason I put in 4 answers. It's enemies of the common good. That's the real answer. But I'm not going to be mean and make you lose all your channel points. If I don't finish the prediction, does it, like, stay until the next stream, just out of curiosity? Well, because, like, even if, you know, we're here for another hour, it might, yeah, she's lost as of now. She could win. She would need to win all 3 of these states, though. And it's not looking like it'll be anything more than a, if she wins, it'll be like Gore-Bush level election of like 500 votes in a very specific county. And that's how we win. Yeah, no, they really should be treated like fascists when they're fascists. If they're out here engaging in good faith, I will not treat them with disdain. But the average MAGA, absolutely. Cool, Boomer. It's interesting. Alright, so what do I think you guys need to do? That's what I was talking about. Well, 1, stay calm. Because, again, we didn't look like we were going to win in 2020. And we didn't know we won for 2 weeks in 2020. 2 weeks it took for them to call Georgia, which is how we won. So, A, chill the fuck out. B, don't go and argue with MAGA. Not now. Right now. Like, now, if they win, now is not the time to go argue with them. Let them have their, like, gloating moment. Just keep to yourself. Shut the fuck up. And don't put a target on yourself. Yeah, MAGA always comes into chats like a big bully. That's why I just tend to ban them. The ones that don't come in like bullies are still here. Now, yeah, treat others the way that they treat you is generally good, but when I'm talking to the trans people that are here asking me for, like, what do I do, that's not good advice. So, for y'all specifically, the people who are at-risk groups of violence, intimidation, and harassment, try and make yourself as invisible as possible. Try and move somewhere that's safer than where you live. When you go outside, try not to do so alone unless you're going, you know, to do like grocery shopping or something. Bring friends with you. Strength in numbers. And if you can afford to, leave the country. Leave the country if you're trans. That's my advice for you. If you can afford to. If not, move to a blue state. That is still a much better option. You are going to get a significant less severity in regards to harassment if you live in New York compared to Alabama. So, fucking hell, movements. That's disgusting. Does it depend on the state, not the president, whether you're safe or not? Kinda, yeah. So, like, if we're talking about trans people, it's like the thing that they're going to do that's going to hurt them the most is to just make their healthcare illegal. If we're talking about, like, women in general, when in regards to access to abortions, for example, or, you know, the not being criminalized for having a miscarriage, absolutely. The state matters way more than who the president is at the time. Although, you know, they are going to try and do a federal abortion ban. We'll see how well that one works out. I imagine if they did that, there would be sanctuary cities like we had for immigrants back during the last term, but for abortion. Stay informed, stay educated, and don't give up. Don't give up, because giving up, it means they win. You think this is over? Fuck that. If they win now, we just do this again in 4 years. We did it last time. They had the first Trump administration. We try again. Now, if they make it so we can't have an election again in 4 years, let's say they really do go down the full fascist route, well then I'm going to hop on board with Stalin's philosophy in that case. But, you know, I'd rather not do that, considering I disagree with violent revolution, but that might be the only way to go. I mean, we tried to impeach him twice. It didn't work. And, you know, you brought that up now. For-profit media is going to be mad again. Rightfully so, but still. Look, that's my best advice for you guys. And I'm like, it sounds so disgusting. Like, I feel bad telling you to make yourself invisible and to stay silent and to leave your home, but there's only so much you can withstand. There's only so much you can do, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Ever. I'm never gonna just lie to you people for, I don't know, your feelings, for your safety even. Yeah, he got impeached twice, just not convicted. Well, I mean, he's still a felon because he can't get rid of his 34 felony convictions because they were, actually, yeah, those weren't, like, criminal litigation. He can't get rid of those. Actually, no, wait. He can get rid of the felony convictions for the fraud, but he can't get rid of the, what's her name? The woman who sexually assaulted. Like, he can't get rid of that. He can't erase that from his record. Because that was civil. I got it the other way around. Well, you know, if he wins, he's not going to prison. And if he wins, he'll pardon himself on everything that he can. He'll be clear of everything. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, not Stormy Daniels, the other one. Stormy Daniels, that's the one where he can get rid of the convictions. Because that was a criminal case, was it not? The falsification of business records, is that not a criminal charge? It was the E. Jean Carroll. It was that. That's the one you can't overturn. You can't overturn the E. Jean Carroll ruling. But yeah, he can get rid of the falsification of business documents. Fun. Damn, Pennsylvania we're done. It's over. It's over, guys. It went up again. Trump won Pennsylvania. I don't think the Supreme Court can make a civil case, like, disappear. Like, you can't overrule a civil ruling like that. Because it's different. It's not criminal court, and it's not a constitutional issue. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let's find out. The Supreme Court overturn civil litigation. They can, but only if it's filed within 90 days of the ruling. And yes, they can give him immunity. They gave him immunity, so it's over. Yeah, sorry, it's over. PA's over. We lost. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Well, that was a depressing election day. I was really hoping for a better result than that. Thank you all for tuning in. I was planning to stream tomorrow. I might still. It just might be morning for my American folk and evening for my Aussies, just because I might need some time to recover after this. I don't know. Again, like, it's been like 13 hours now and I'm exhausted, and this is depressing, but we're gonna have a lot of stuff happening, so I probably will still stream tomorrow. Gotta, cover the fallout of this. Oh, really? That means a lot to me. Thank you guys for engaging and paying attention and trying to, I don't know, converse with people you may not agree with. I appreciate the effort to do so from all of you a lot. It means a lot. And again, thanks for tuning in. I have fun with you all of you. Like, I genuinely do have fun on stream. So we're gonna keep doing this. My career is not over yet. It only just started, We have 4 years of fascism now that we get to cover together. You're welcome. I will post updates on Twitter regarding the House and the Senate, or if something changes with the actual presidency, I'll let you guys know as well. Shit, Kid Vicarious, thanks for the 5 gifted subs again. You are awesome. Yeah, look, again, the 7 states still have not officially decided. These can change. No, they didn't call PA officially. It's just I'm calling PA. I'm calling PA. Yeah, no, I'm ending the stream. I'm tired. It's over. If something big happens, I'll come back on. If suddenly it seems like, oh, Kamala Harris is gonna win, I'll come back on. If we win the House of the Senate, I'll post an update. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. What day is today? Today's a Wednesday. If not tomorrow, then on Friday, usual stream time as usual. It's always on the schedule. Thanks, guys. Yeah, there's still time for the ballot boxes to get dropped off. All the special immigrant votes. We never know. I'll see you guys soon. Stay safe, and please don't hurt yourselves. Stay calm.